Their property was effectively unlawful and performed without proper public notice. Disney filed a lawsuit on Wednesday. That lawsuit asks a federal judge to void the governor's takeover of the theme park district, as well as the DeSantis Oversight Board's actions on the grounds that they were violations.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most roguish reveals. We're watching some C-SPAN in the morning per usual. Enjoy the C. I'm going to turn off the webcam and be right back. Enjoy the C-SPAN.
This morning on the Washington Journal. Phone lines for you to call in and give us your take, and that special line for Florida residents as you're calling in. This was Governor Ron DeSantis yesterday on a trip to Jerusalem. He was asked about the Disney lawsuit.
They're upset because they're actually having to live by the same rules as everybody else. They don't want to have to pay the same taxes as everybody else, and they want to be able to control things without proper oversight, whereas every other Floridian has to have this type of oversight, all Florida businesses. So it's a little bit much to be complaining about that. I don't think the suit has merit. I think it's political. I think they filed, in Tallahassee for a reason, because they're trying to generate, some district court decision. But we're very confident on the law. And I will say a lot of Floridians were upset, particularly parents, that they really went so headstrong into trying to get the sexualization of the curriculum into the elementary schools. We don't think that that's appropriate in Florida, and that spans partisan, it spans everything. Parents, they want kids to be kids, and they want to focus on the basics of academics.
That was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, again, traveling in Israel on a trip to Jerusalem yesterday. He was asked about it. This is Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney. He was speaking at a shareholder meeting. It was earlier this month, back in the first week of the month, but he was asked about Governor DeSantis' actions here and this ongoing dust-up. This is what Bob Iger had to say to Disney shareholders.
About a year ago, the company took a position on pending Florida legislation. And while the company may have not handled the position that it took very well, a company has a right to freedom of speech just like individuals do. And obviously, in taking the position, the governor got very angry about the position Disney took. And it seems like he's decided to retaliate against us, including the naming of a new board to oversee the property and the business. In effect, to seek to punish a company for its exercise of a constitutional right. And that just seems really wrong to me. Against any company or individual, but particularly against a company that means so much to the state that you live in. And to put that in perspective, we have over 75,000 employees, which I noted in my opening. Countless thousands of indirect jobs have been created. About 50 million visitors will go through our gates this year alone, about 8 million of them from outside the U.S., and we are the largest taxpayer in the state. And you may find this interesting as it relates to future taxes, but we're currently planning now to invest over $17 billion in Walt Disney World over the next 10 years. And those investments, we estimate, will create 13,000 new Disney jobs and thousands of other indirect jobs. And they'll also attract more people to the state and generate more taxes. And so our point on this is that any action that thwarts those efforts simply to retaliate for a position the company took sounds not just anti-business, but it sounds anti-Florida.
That's some of the back and forth. Again, Governor Ron DeSantis yesterday, Bob Iger speaking to shareholders earlier this month. We're getting your thoughts this morning on this dust-up between DeSantis and Disney. 202-748-8001 is the number for Republicans to call. Democrats, 202-748-8000. Independents, 202-748-8002. 8002. And Florida residents especially, we want to hear from 202-748-8003. Members of Congress weighing in, again, in the wake of that lawsuit being filed this week and then the actions of the DeSantis-appointed board this week. This is Senator Chris Van Hollen on Twitter, the Democrat from Maryland, saying Ron DeSantis has used the powers of the state government to try to punish Disney for criticizing his policies, a gross violation of the constitutional right of the freedom of speech. Glad Mickey Mouse refuses to be silenced and is finally fighting back. This from one of our viewers this morning already weighing in. Disney has had decades of special breaks. Universal, SeaWorld, and other Florida companies do not have the same breaks Disney's upset that they've lost those special breaks. The corporation's right to free speech has not been removed here. That's what viewer Aztec, a frequent viewer who tweets in, said. This is from Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, the Republican, saying yesterday, instead of bringing joy to children, Disney indoctrinates them with woke ideology. They should never have picked a fight with Governor Ron DeSantis. You can see some of the different sides here. This morning, we're asking you to weigh in. We've got about a half an hour in this first segment of the Washington Journal to hear from you on this topic. So go ahead, start calling in. This is John in Howell, New Jersey, Republican. John, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I remember we used to sit down in the 70s as a family and watch Disney on TV, and it was like a nice, wholesome family thing. Now you sit down and watch it. Tinkerbell's a binary, Peter Pan's I don't know, man. It's just out of control. I wish Disney would just go back to being a wholesome family thing. Thank you.
Shirley, Columbia, Missouri, Democrat. Good morning. What do you think?
Yeah, good morning. Ron Sanders, man from Florida. Wake up, Florida. Get rid of him. Get rid of him, Florida. Because he's horrible. He's horrible. Going towards the Disney for the children and things like that. People have a right to say, fight for what they believe in. Get rid of him in Florida. Get rid of him. Thank you.
D. Rick in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, Independent. Good morning. Your thoughts on the lawsuit and this war of words over the past year or so?
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me on. This is going to be pretty simple since I don't have a dog in this fight, whether Democratic or Republican. The bottom line, I think Disney is going to probably win this case. You got a Supreme Court that have already ruled that corporation has the freedom of speech, and I find that very ironic because the same courts that, the Democrats are going to cry about is going to be the same ones that's going to uphold Disney's right. But the first caller that called the Republican that stated Disney just wanted special breaks or whatever, well, that's pretty funny, and it's pretty rich because Disney provides way more tax income back to Florida than it actually receives. Oh, by the way, that's why residents near that Disney area don't have to pay certain taxes. So good luck with taking this thing when it hits all the way to, Kavanaugh, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito. Disney has won this, and, so I think this is going to be fun to watch, and everybody relax.
That's D. Rick in Fort Belvoir, Virginia. We mentioned earlier that this is spilling over into the 2024 presidential primary. Ron DeSantis, an expected candidate, not an officially announced candidate. One of the officially announced candidates, Donald Trump, weighing in on the governor's actions here and this fight with Disney. This was from Trump's Truth Social posting from last week saying DeSantis is being absolutely destroyed by Disney. His original PR plan fizzled, so now he's going back with a new one in order to save face. Disney's next move will be to announce that no more money will be invested in Florida because of the governor. In fact, they could even announce a slow withdrawal or sale of certain properties or the whole thing. Watch, the former president said. That would be a killer. In the meantime, this is also unnecessary. A political stunt, he writes. Ron should work on the squatter mess. The comments, the thoughts of the former president of the United States, current candidate for president. This is Kevin in McLean, Virginia, Independent. Kevin, what do you think?
Good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. What do you think, sir?
The irony is that Trump is no friend of progressives, and the idea that he's going to sit in support of Disney is ironic in and of itself. Secondly, this Ron DeSantis, he's major trouble. The Republicans sit with the sense that they are pro-business when this man, because of a social issue, is attacking a major provider of business for the entire state. Thirdly, this is the entire push toward an authoritarian rule, and we need to move these folks out of the political spectrum. Trump, DeSantis, they're symbiotic twins, and there's no difference between the two. Thank you.
That's Kevin, McLean, Virginia. We mentioned that special line for Florida residents do especially want to hear from you, 202-748-8003. Let's go to Tampa. And this is Nibti, I believe. Nibti, good morning.
Yes, it is Nibti. Good morning, and thank you for C-SPAN. I've always been a big listener. I was living in the district, but this is going to come as a Florida resident. Help us, everyone. This is our governor. Everyone in the country loves our governor, but this is the fascist, tyrannical behavior that we have to endure. This is the only thing that I believe will stop Governor DeSantis from becoming the president, because the last time our governor, in all of his wisdom, gave back $2.3 billion for public rail, which was Slither and Rick, he became a senator. Please do not make him a senator. Please do not make him a president. And he was also married in Disney, just in case anybody was wondering. He was married there. Him and his beautiful wife that fought cancer as an officer was married on the very premises he's going to war. Don't trust me? Look it up for yourself. Thank you again for C-SPAN. If you can hear my voice, please do not vote for this man, as we've been drowning in these tyrannical and fascist ideas since his very inception. And I gave her an alias because there are groups of roving individuals that have sworn oaths to him that he is going around and retaliating, be it in the form of voter suppression, be it in the form of election suppression, be it in the form of a suppression of abilities to protest. So please, no one from the state of Florida, give your real name, because we all know that he might be listening, or the mighty, mighty DeSantis is going to take us all down. Thank you.
That's Nibti this morning of Florida residents. Here's another Florida resident. Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, was on Fox News yesterday, and he was asked about the Disney lawsuit. This were some of his comments.
Well, I don't have a problem with taking on Disney. I think the fundamental question here is if what we're trying to fix is the fact that Disney had some arrangement that gave them governmental type powers, I think it's a perfectly legitimate thing. I think where it gets problematic in the eyes of some people is when you start creating the idea, and I'm not saying we're there yet as a state, but the idea that somehow, like, if you run crossways with us politically, whoever's in charge, then, you know, you may wind up in the crosshairs of the legislature for political purposes to make a statement at you. So I don't think Disney's going to go anywhere. They've invested a lot of money and time, and I think that's going to find itself out. I do worry that if this happens too many times, businesses that are thinking about coming to Florida are saying, maybe we don't want to go there because if we get into a firestorm with them politically, they're going to come after our business. Again, a hypothetical issue, but I do think Disney is not different than any other company in the world, and I don't know why they should have government powers. That's something that was given to them a long time ago, and that's up for review every year. The legislature looks at it.
And Senator, I would just love for the corporations just to stay out of this. They had no business weighing in on any type of bill.
I don't think Budweiser.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marco Rubio yesterday on Fox News. That lawsuit that Disney filed against the governor was filed on Wednesday. Here's some of what it had to say. Disney regrets that it has come to this, but having exhausted efforts to seek a resolution, the company is left with no choice but to file this lawsuit to protect its cast members and guests and local development partners from what they describe as a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney in retaliation for expressing a political viewpoint unpopular with certain state officials. That from the filing, the Associated Press quoting that happening on Wednesday. Back to your phone calls. Back to Florida. Tallahassee, this is Shelby, Independent. Good morning.
Good morning. I, too, regret that it has come to this, that our state here in Florida has become a state that is using, with a legislature and a governor, using the power of the public purse and the public power to go after political opponents. Now, let's talk about Disney's impact on the economy, on tourism, and on the tax collection in Florida. And the other districts, like the Villages, where almost 300,000 elders live, that has special tax, where they allowed one of the Republican donors to give and develop across, I believe, 3 counties, Marion, Pasco, Sumter. Let's talk about the Daytona roadway down there that also has a special district. Let's talk about the fact that Publix the Walmart, and Disney. Those are the top three private employers, the Walmart and Publix. Top three. Publix is first, sir. Publix pays around $11 an hour. Walmart around $14. Disney, highest paid of the service jobs, because let's be clear, what Ron DeSantis and the legislature needs to do is to try to talk about diversifying Florida's economy out from a tourism. What in the world would Florida have done without the $4 billion tax direct pay of direct taxation and the $1.7 billion of indirect tax that Disney supports with other businesses that come in? Tourism, sales, beach, hotels, that is the economy for Florida. We are not a manufacturing state. In fact, if you look at the manufacturing that's going on in Ohio, even in Georgia, where they're doing electric battery, and that's not in Florida. They are attacking school teachers and taking away their pensions, but they're exempting policemen, correctional firemen, men. They're attacking the giving away of the FTE money, $8,500 for the FTE for each student, taking that from school district. They have set up separate accreditations for colleges. They have set up separate approvals for school districts' money to be taken, that 90% of property taxes. Let's look at what Disney has done for the brand. Disney is Mickey Mouse. They've been using, the Florida Tourism Board has been using Mickey Mouse and Come to Disney for the past 60 years. So this is all regrettable. But this Florida, what we really need, no diversification. We have 11 or 15 public schools, but they are having to go and work at restaurants, hotels, Walmart, the Publix, and Disney.
That's Shelby in Tallahassee, Florida. The ABC Action News out of Tampa Bay took a look at this idea of special districts, how many they are, what they do. This is their wrap-up. According to the Florida Constitution, special district simply means a unit of local government created for a special purpose as opposed to a general purpose, which is jurisdiction to operate within a limited geographic boundary and is created by general law, special act, local ordinance, or by rule of the governor or cabinet. The term does not include a school district, a community college district, a special improvement district, a municipal service taxing or benefit unit, or a board which provides electrical services. It notes onto the question of how many special districts there are in Florida. According to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, there are currently 1,844 special districts across the state. And as the viewer noted, one of the more famous examples is the Villages in Central Florida. That wrap up again from ABC Action News out of Tampa, Florida. About 10 minutes left here as we discuss this topic. We'll stay in Florida. This is Gerald in Winter Haven. Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead,
I just would like to say that it's about time that Disney has had to come along in line with everybody else, and that the way those people over there have been running that outfit, it's just about time for the whole thing to have to come in line with everybody else here in Florida. And all these people that are calling in from all over the country, voicing their opinion, they don't have a big a pig in the fight here. It's about time that they just get out of what is going on down here and leave us alone.
That's Gerald in Winter Haven this morning. This is David in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing well, David. Go ahead.
So I actually have a little winter home down in Fort Lauderdale. So I don't know what Ron DeSantis is doing. As a lifelong conservative, I mean, we're supposed to be about leaving business alone, tax breaks, taking food out of, like cutting all these entitlements where starving people think they get food from the government. We're supposed to be about breaking unions, about making things hard for the working poor. What kind of conservative is DeSantis messing around with Disney? They're a good company. Let them do what they want. And it just blows my mind. Take care, my friend.
That's David in Hazleton. This is June, Brookfield, Wisconsin. Line for Democrats. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, C-SPAN, for just being such an unbiased media outlet, number one, where we can finally get news that's not biased. Number two, that last caller, I think, just summed it up. Let Disney do what they want. I'm a Democrat. I am ready to turn to Republican next voting cycle because I'm so sick and tired of lawsuits. That's the only way that these people get away with just having lawsuits every time they don't get their way. And Disney has gotten its way for so long. Finally, someone like Ron DeSantis is standing up. And so thank you just for being unbiased, for letting us voice our opinion. But it's time that people start understanding what's behind these companies and what's behind these decisions. And like a previous caller said, with the woke changes that Disney is making, what happened to the wholesome family? What happened to faith? So sick and tired of just what the last caller said. Let them do what they want. That's the problem in this country. We need someone like DeSantis to stand up to not let them do what they want. Thank you.
Back to Pennsylvania. This is Don in Tremont, Pennsylvania. Good morning.
Good morning, America. Hey, John, tell them the truth. The legislation passed the law. DeSantis didn't. He signed it. That's number one. Number two, anybody on your show get fired for all the lies you told America? Huh?
Don, any more thoughts about Disney and DeSantis?
You're a liar. Your show is a liar.
Okay. That's Don. This is Jim, Claremont, Oklahoma, Republican. Good morning.
Disney is trying to groom children to be a bunch of perverts and stuff, and it's a disgusting situation. They should be taxed just like every other citizen and company in the country.
That's Jim in Oklahoma. We mentioned the Wall Street Journal editorial board, their lead editorial today focusing on this dust-up between Disney and DeSantis. They're calling it the Disney-DeSantis knife fight. Here's how they wrap up what's going on here. Disney's denunciation of Florida's education law was gratuitous, they write, but so are DeSantis's threats of retribution. The lawsuit doesn't paint the governor in the best light, and he'll get a black eye as he runs for president if Disney prevails in this lawsuit. But why is Disney CEO Bob Iger escalating the fight when he has bigger business problems? How will battling Florida's governor boost Disney's profits? It's hard to see, they write, a happy ending here for Disney or Mr. DeSantis. That's the Wall Street Journal editorial board this morning. About 5 minutes left here in this first segment, the Washington Journal. Again, we're ending at 9 a.m. Eastern today because the House is coming in at 9 a.m. and you'll, of course, get gavel-to-gavel coverage here on C-SPAN of the House when they're in. This is Diane in Key West, Florida. Democrat, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm also, Florida. Well, it's about time somebody stood up to DeSantis because he's taken away local rule. Here in Key West, we had an initiative on the ballot that won, and he signed a bill that went against our wishes. He's telling the schools they can't talk about or mention gays, lesbians, trans, and the woman from Tallahassee who shared said something very interesting. I wasn't aware that other business like Walmart or Publix, they also, these big corporations, have the same benefits, if I understood correctly, that Walt Disney has. So Walt Disney does not have special favors. They have the same rights huge corporations in Florida does. But all they said was, no, we believe that gays and lesbians should have rights. So I think DeSantis has shot himself in the foot, and I'm really proud of Walt Disney for standing up for everyone's rights. So this is a great day for the people who oppose the dictatorship of Ron DeSantis. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Diane. Good morning to you. Is that a rooster crowing in the background, Diane?
Yes, we have chickens and roosters running wild.
Morning time in Key West. Yeah. Thanks for the call from down in Key West. This is John in Texas, Republican. Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this Disney thing, but more importantly, what I'm thinking about is what's going on in our country. and this seems to be a part of it. This woke ideology that's going around. We have drag queens dressing up and addressing little children. We have sexual books in schools. We have indoctrination going on. I don't know what's going on in our country, but it's spinning out of control. Something has to be done. This is terrible. I don't know what to say about Disney. DeSantis is doing what he thinks is right, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to think about any of this. It's just getting out of control. I think our country's getting out of control.
That's John in Texas, our last caller in this first segment of the Washington Journal. Stick around, though. About 90 minutes left here before the House comes in. In our next half hour, we'll be joined by the first of two lawmakers who will be with us today. It's Congressman Don Bacon of Nebraska, a member of the House Armed Services and Agriculture Committees. And later, we'll be joined by Texas Democrat Al Green, who serves on the Financial Services Committee. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Fridays, C-SPAN brings you Afterwards from Book TV, a program where nonfiction.
You say a word against Fox News, then you're the devil.
And that is astonishing. So now the defenestration of Tucker Carlson, even after the publication of those emails that showed that he knew he was lying, knew his guest was lying. What was the name of that lawyer, Heather? Can you remember? Sydney someone?
Oh gosh, I can't.
One of Trump's lawyers. He used fairly, clear language on Sidney Powell. There you go. But now he becomes evidence of the con that he's helped us. I don't know. It's so hard to keep up. I don't know how they do it. And as ever, as we prove on this program on a regular basis, you pull the tiniest thread on these conspiracy theories, and the whole thing falls apart. And they never thank you for it. They just get angrier with you than they were before.
Your mother was a dumb whore with a fat ass. Did you know that?
Yo, what is going on, my friends? I need to smash that like button and hit that subscribe button as hard as that guy was cheating in the intro. Absolute madness out here in the Crucible. But today I'm going to be showing you a weapon that, in my opinion, is one of the most deadly in the game that nobody uses. I think part of the reason is because you have to get it from this dusty fella over here on Europa. And this is the weapon that we are talking about, the High Albedo. It's an adaptive frame sidearm, and it comes with this perk here, Head Seeker. Body shots landed with this weapon increase precision damage and aim assist for a short.
Hey everybody, first round of the draft is over. What a night.
And find some middle ground. We have to raise the debt ceiling. That's a fact. We also have to curtail spending. If we do nothing, we're going to have a 200% debt to GDP ratio by 2040. And that's a house of cards for our country, a fiscal house of cards. So we need to get our financial house in order at the same time as we raise our debt ceiling. And it's going to take Republicans and Democrats working together to do this.
When does default now become a bigger concern than curtailing spending in the future? Is there a point at which this just needs to be raised?
You know, if the president sat at the table and offered reasonable compromises and reasonable solutions, a lot of Republicans will come over and say, okay, we'll accept that and we'll keep working at this. But for the president to say that he refuses to negotiate in a divided government when he himself as a senator 3 times demanded negotiations for debt ceiling, we're not going to give in to that. I think he's the one putting the blackmail down on us. But I would say that if he's reasonable, there's Republicans like myself that wants to make a deal, because our country is the greatest country in the world. We got to start acting like it, and we got to start reaching in the middle and make things and get things done.
The debt ceiling plan that Republicans passed this week, that you supported this week, raising the debt ceiling into 2024, reducing spending to fiscal 2022 levels, limiting future spending growth to 1%, recovering some of those unspent COVID-19 funds. There's plenty of other aspects of that, but this is one headline on the Republican plan. This out of Norfolk, 13 News Now, taking a look at what it could mean for folks in the VA. The VA secretary says that the House debt limit bill could hurt military veterans. Dennis McDonough says the Limit, Save, Grow Act, as it's known, could result in 30 million fewer outpatient appointments for vets. I know you're a member of the Armed Services Committee. Your reaction to that headline?
You know, it's Democratic partisan politics, because in the end, we're going to raise discretionary spending across the board 1% per year. But that also gives us the ability to move, like the VA could get more than 1%, but would have to take away money somewhere else in that budget. But 1% growth per year is not draconian cuts. The partisan Democrats will tell you it is partisan, or it's draconian. It is not. We have a $32 trillion debt. If we do nothing, there's going to be $19 more trillion over the next 10 years. We're already at 130%, excuse me, debt to GDP ratio. We have to start taking action. But the reality of what we did this past week, we put the ball in Joe Biden's court and Chuck Schumer's court. Now it's their time to come back with a proposal. Let's sit down and talk. And we realize what we voted on this week will not be the final bill. This is part of negotiating, and it takes 2 to negotiate. It's time that the other side comes to the table and does the same thing.
Let me invite the callers to join us this morning. Don Bacon, always happy to chat with callers. 202-748-8001 for Republicans, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8002 for Independents. He's with us until the top of the hour at 8 a.m. Let me go to spending, and spending when it comes to military aid, financial support for the country of Ukraine. Again, to your Armed Services Committee work, where do you see that fitting in to calls by Republicans for future cuts?
Well, I'm part of the party that defends freedom. I believe that you can't, I'm not an isolationist. We saw how that worked in 1938 and 1939. Some of the statements I hear sounds like what we heard from Joe Kennedy, Charles Lindbergh in 1938-39. We cannot ignore the world. Russia invaded Ukraine. It was unprovoked, unjust. They're committing crimes against humanity. They've kidnapped over 16,000 Ukrainian children and dispersed them throughout Russia. Republicans don't ignore that. And so it's in our national security interest to ensure that Ukraine remains independent. If it does not happen, the Baltic states will be under threat and other NATO countries will be under threat. You have to stand up to a bully. Now, we just can't do a blank check either. We only have so many weapons, so many supplies, so we need to increase our munitions production, and we also need to think about what Taiwan needs for deterrence. So we have to balance all of this, but I'm for supporting Ukraine to the best of our ability. That defends freedom, it's defending human rights, and we've got to acknowledge Putin is committing these wars against humanity, and if we don't stop him in Ukraine, he's going to go somewhere else next.
What would you say is the percentage of your party, of the caucus in the House, that's with you where you are right now on Ukraine? Are you in the minority?
No, I think in the conference itself on the House side, I think about 2/3 of us, if not more, agree with my position. And there's clearly, I would say, maybe 20 or 30 that are pretty vocal on the other side. But we have 222 members. I would say roughly 2/3 to 3/4 share my view.
And then you mentioned the kidnapped children in Ukraine. You were pushing a group of members, including yourself, pushing for action this week on that front. What did you do?
Well, we call on the Congress to condemn Putin's behavior and the people in Russia that are doing this. You know, I'll repeat it, 16,000, and now I think there's more numbers that may be a little higher than that, but at least 16,000 children in Ukraine have been kidnapped and then dispersed throughout Russia. They're trying to sever these Ukrainian children from their families, from their heritage, their language, and it's a form of genocide of what you see there. And we just need to have moral clarity. What Russia's doing is wrong. We need to put a spotlight on their behavior. I believe at some point the Russian people will wake up and they'll say, hey, this is wrong, and we're not going to support a leader that's doing this.
Let me pause there, bring in viewers. There's plenty of callers already for you, as usual, Congressman. This is Doug up first out of Boston. Line for Democrats. Good morning.
Good morning. According to OpenSecrets.org, your guest has received close to $500,000 from pro-Israeli PAC money. I'd like to know what they get for this cash, and why is that not a violation of FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act? And I'll take your answer.
Well, first of all, I admit right up front, I am pro-Israel. Israel is a democratic state, shares our values. They're surrounded by a lot of adversaries. We need a strong homeland for the Jewish people because there's been repression, anti-Semitism for centuries, and they need that homeland. So I without blinking, I proudly say I'm a pro-Israeli congressman, and I've had those views from day one. I went to Israel when I was 15. I served with the Israeli military when I was a colonel, standing up long-range missile defense, and I stand by Israel. And because of that, folks who share my views support me, and I have no apologies for that. I stand proudly there.
Hope Hall, Alabama. Marcus, Republican. Good morning. Marcus, you with us? You got to stick by your phone, Marcus. This is Jimbo in Bakersfield, California, Independent. Go ahead.
Good morning. Congressman Bacon, I just wanted to ask you a couple of quick questions here. First off, do you really want to play around with the good full faith of the U.S. credit? Wouldn't it be better just to pass a clean debt ceiling and then in the next deal negotiate better arrangements on the next budget? Also, if you guys could pass some legislation to help us here in the Central Valley, we're just about to have a historic 500-year flood here. We need my Congressman, Kevin McCarthy, to focus on working with FEMA and getting prepared for historic flooding here in the Central Valley. I don't need Kevin McCarthy threatening the good faith of the United States, especially after a $1.9 trillion tax cut for the most fortunate Americans, and then also Kevin McCarthy passing the debt ceiling 3 times in a...
Jimbo, I think we got your point. Congressman Bacon, let you respond.
Well, again, I think it's the other way around. Joe Biden refusing to negotiate is the real threat here. He was a senator, and he demanded 3 times as a senator for negotiations on the debt ceiling. He didn't want to support a clean debt ceiling. We were elected in the House, and we're the majority now, to curtail spending. And I would agree with the caller on this. I shouldn't demand, unrealistic expectations here. We got to meet in the middle. But to refuse to curtail spending at all, I think the real threat, frankly, is a $32 trillion debt. We're at 130% debt to GDP ratio right now. And economists will tell you that is dangerous. And we're on the path to getting to 200%. I want our kids and grandkids to live in a country that has a strong economy and a strong fiscal foundation, and it's unraveling if we do nothing. So I believe the imperative's on the other foot right now, that we have to take action on the deficit spending. And by the way, my heart goes out to the Californians. I know we have a record snow up in California, and when it melts, it could may likely create these flood conditions, and hopefully they could funnel this water into reservoirs, but I know it's a threat. And when I was in Nebraska back in 2019, we had a 500-year flood, and it was a hard time. So my heart's with the Californians on this.
To your not Armed Services Committee work, your Agriculture Committee work, obviously some of those folks, many of those folks in the agriculture business looking at the Farm Bill this year. What are your expectations for this Farm Bill?
I'm confident we're going to pass a Farm Bill probably around October timeframe. And then we have to reconcile it with the senators and their bill. I think they're fairly well aligned, so I don't think there'll be significant disparities, but we have a lot of work to do yet. You know, what I hear from farmers and ranchers is, particularly farmers, is the affordable crop insurance, but both from farmers and ranchers, they want to have expanded trade. We need to have a great research program to defeat things like African swine fever. In the Midwest, biofuels and ethanol are very important. So these are some of the things that we want to continue in the Farm Bill. I believe what we'll see is a continuation of what we've had, some tweaks around the edges, probably not a significant growth, but I predict there will be some growth to this Farm Bill versus the last Farm Bill. And so I don't anticipate this being too hard to get across and passed.
Folsom, Pennsylvania. Mike is next. Republican, you're on with Congressman Don Bacon.
Yes, Congressman Bacon. I have a question about Ukraine. I heard that the president is just like Putin, that he's going after Christians, that he's putting his political opponents in prison. I'd like to know if that's true or not. Could you help me out there? I'll take my answer offline. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question. There is a lot of Russian propaganda that's going on, and we have to be very careful about that taking root, because Russian propaganda is being passed all over our internet and some of the cable shows. The one thing that I did see, Zelensky was critical of some of the Russian Orthodox churches that were in Ukraine that were promoting Putin. He was critical of some of these churches that were pro-Putin on the Russian Orthodox side, but they're still free to worship. And I believe much better than what Russia's doing. They promote freedom of religion. They're trying to have democracy and freedom of the press. That's what Ukraine wants to do, but that's what Russia does not want. Russia does not want a democracy that is successful on its borders, because that tells the Russian people that they could have that too. So it's a threat to Putin when he sees a free market system developing in Ukraine, free elections, freedom of the press. Putin sees that as a threat, and that's what's really going on here. I would say even beyond that, Putin he wants to regain the territory that the Soviet Union had at one time, or Peter the Great. So he's trying to restore those borders. He doesn't see Ukraine as an individual, independent nation with its own language and heritage. But the Ukrainians do see themselves as independent. They do have their own language. They do have their own heritage. And they don't want to be under the Russian yoke. Just think about this. 4 million Ukrainians were murdered by Stalin in the 1930s. And there's many other examples like this. So they want their independence, and they want their own country.
Halfway through our conversation this morning, Congressman, with us until 8 a.m. this morning. We're having this conversation in the wake of former President Donald Trump speaking last night in New Hampshire. The headline from the AP saying the former president turning his focus on a Biden rematch. Your thoughts on that speech last night and the road ahead for the Republican presidential primary?
I think he needs to focus on the primary first, and he needs to agree to debates. He right now has been saying that he doesn't want to do debates. But, you know, my message has been pretty clear. A lot of the Republicans, most Republicans, support a lot of the policies of his administration, but he lost. He lost in 2020. We also had a bad election in 2018, and we could have had a much better election in 2022 if a lot of candidates aligned with him in the purple districts lost. We just have to acknowledge the facts here that he will very likely lose in 2024 if he's our nominee. And I want to have a nominee that can win the White House, that can hold the House majority, take back the Senate, and be successful. I'm afraid if he's at the top of the ticket, we will lose the White House. We will lose the House. We will not get the Senate back, and we'll probably lose the filibuster, and then you'll see the Supreme Court get packed. This is very important that we nominate a candidate that can compete in the suburban areas, that can win swing voters, suburban women. And I'm afraid that President Trump cannot do that.
Who's that candidate in your mind?
I think we have 4 or 5 great candidates right now. And I just look at Governor DeSantis, for example. He won Florida, which was a purple state just 4 years ago. in an overwhelming manner, and many Democratic counties that hadn't voted Republican in decades supported Ron DeSantis. I also think we have great folks like Tim Scott. I don't know Nikki Haley as well, but I sure like the things that she's saying. We have some great candidates that would win in November of 2024 if they're at the top of the ticket. And I guarantee you have someone like Tim Scott, like I said, Nikki Haley, you will win the White House, you will grow your majority in the House, and you'll take back the Senate.
I know you were listening a little bit, at least, to that first segment of the Washington Journal we had this morning talking about Ron DeSantis and Disney. Your thoughts on that dust-up, now turned legal battle?
Well, I hate to see this happen because we should try to, I'm a little bit of a libertarian in this nature to let businesses do their thing, but we have to acknowledge that Disney, and by the way, my kids and my grandkids love going to Disney, so I'll say that up front, but they got themselves involved in a political fight by getting involved in issues at the state level, and they picked a fight with Ron DeSantis and the Republicans. And, you know, if I'm a businessman, I want to have Republican business and Democrat business. I want to make a profit for our workers and grow our business. And when you pick sides, there's a whiplash, and I think Disney saw a whiplash coming back from Ron DeSantis and the Republicans. I think it's better for businesses to try to stay out of these partisan fights and take care of their business first, and that would be my response.
Biddeford, Maine. Joe's been waiting. Independent. Good morning. You're on with Don Bacon.
Hi, Don Bacon. Can I just ask you quick and a simple answer? What's your definition of a lie? A lie?
A definition of a lie is when you intentionally say something that's not true.
Okay, thank you. So the China tariffs. How much taxpayer money did Trump bail out the farmers with? How much? You're on the agricultural committee. Well, you should know, right?
Right. I couldn't give you the amount, but we did have a lot of money that went to farmers to support them because the Chinese shut off our products going to China.
That's Joe in Maine. This is Michael in Massachusetts, Republican. Good morning.
Yes. Hello.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, Congressman, I'd like to know why we need electric charging stations for electric cars when cars can make their own electricity. Any shaft that spins inside of a copper coil makes electricity. The cars have two axles. With a step-up transformer, you can multiply the electricity the way you put a battery in a stun gun and make 10,000 volts.
Electric vehicles, Congressman.
Well, I think the president's overstepped here. He should let the free markets and the business community see where the interests of the consumers are at. Unfortunately, President Biden's trying to force this on consumers throughout our country, saying 60% of our cars need to be electrical in a certain amount of years. And they're pushing consumers where they don't want to go quite yet. When you have to recharge every 200 miles, that may work if you're in the city. But if you're trying to do a long drive, say across Nebraska, that does not work. But my broader concern is, it used to be that Congress would legislate, and if the president supported that legislation, he would execute these laws. Today, the president is legislating from the executive branch without Congress. He's signing in things into law mandating how many cars are going to be electric in so many years. Congress didn't vote on that. He's signing things in the White House saying, if you're a very good credit risk, we're going to charge you more interest. If you have a bad credit risk, we're going to reduce your interest rates. And those with a stronger risk rating will help pay for those with a lower risk. Where did that come from? That didn't come from Congress. He's doing this on his own. And I just heard the other day that he's trying to mandate airports. Let's say you have a McDonald's or a Burger King contract in your airport. He's going to tell the airports you have to force these businesses to pay $15 or $18 an hour. That didn't come from Congress. We have an executive branch that is out of control, and it's not what our founders envisioned. You know, legislation should come from Congress, and the president executes those laws, and I think we don't have it right now.
About 10 minutes left with Congressman Don Bacon. This is Bobby, Spartanburg, South Carolina, Republican. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Congressman. I would like to propose a new position at the State Department. United States ambassador to the Walt Disney Company, because Disney has relationships with China, Japan, and Paris, France. I think they have a part also. And I would like Bob Iger to go in front of the China Committee. Thank you very much.
Congressman, back to Disney.
Okay. I don't know how to expand on that, except for Disney's large. I was the commander at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and our family did go to the Disney in Paris. He's right, there's one in France. And, once again, I would prefer that we try to separate politics, partisan politics, from business. If I was a businessman, I would stay out. I want Republican and Democrat customers. And I'll just go back to that point.
It's Les on Twitter who writes this in, since we're back on Disney. Do you believe that Citizens United should be overturned? If not, Les says, then Disney has every right to stand up for their own beliefs.
Well, they have every right, but then Ron DeSantis has a right to push back, and people don't like that. So if you want to attack Ron DeSantis as a business in Florida or the Republican legislature in Tallahassee, expect pushback, and that's what's going on. And so this is just human nature. If you're going to punch a guy in the nose, expect to get punched back in the nose, and that's what's going on here. I think it's better. I think smart businesses stay out of that and stay under that fray, because you don't want to alienate half of your business base, and that's what's going on here.
Peter, Massachusetts Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning, Congressman. My question is on the budget. With the Republicans, if the Senate comes back and says, we want to rescind some of your tax cuts for the rich, would the Republicans willing to negotiate on that?
Well, first of all, it won't happen with the filibuster. Maybe the 52 Democrats, and I don't think even Manchin would support that. I would see. But I got to correct the record here, and I know a previous caller said this. 85 to 90% of all Americans got a tax cut under the 2017 tax reform. In fact, if you were a middle class income earner, you got about $2,000 in your taxes back to you. And that's about $200 or so a month. It was pretty sizable, and roughly just under 90% of Americans received that. Tax revenues went up. Why? Because businesses and individuals were prospering with the tax reform, and so it actually created increased tax revenues. So when people talk about the deficit growing, that wasn't from the revenues. Revenues went up. The problem was spending went up. And once again, we're going to have to look at spending and curtail that reckless spending. But I support what we did in 2017. It worked. And I would defend trying to maintain the tax levels that we built back in 2017.
With a few minutes left, Congressman, I did want to ask, I don't think we've had you on since the Discord leaks became public. You've talked about your 30 years of military service on this program before retiring as a brigadier general. I wonder your thoughts on how damaging those leaks were and how you stop somebody from leaking who is seemingly leaking just to show off his ability to show the information that he has access to. How do you stop this kind of thing in the future?
Well, you hold people accountable, ultimately. Now, he gets his day in court, but assuming he's guilty, he deserves lots of jail time. And what I have found is I was a 5-time commander in the Air Force. If you have a problem, somebody's committing a crime, you court-martial them, and you put them in prison. And everybody else sees that, and they say, okay, I don't want to do that because I don't want to end up at Leavenworth or wherever it may be. You hold people accountable. And we're a society that is talking about trying to pull back some of these laws. We want to be a prison society, but it sends the wrong message. When you break the law, and in this case, there were grave national secrets that were leaked. By the way, there was also some Russian propaganda from another person put in there, so you got to distinguish the two. But there were some top secrets that were in there that created grave damage to our country's interests. When other countries know what we're collecting on, and they see our analysis that goes to the president, that's embarrassing and it's wrong. So this young man deserves jail time, assuming he's guilty, he gets his day in court, and other people will see that and they'll say, I don't want to do that because I'll be held accountable. I believe in law and order, and this young airman broke the law and he deserves to be punished.
Time for just a few more calls. Ernie, thanks for waiting in Pennsylvania. Independent, good morning.
Thank you, John. I have two comments and a question for the congressman. One, how is it possible that as an American supposedly devoting yourself to the USA, you also pledge an uncontested bond to Israel and the Jewish people? If push comes to push, how do you determine which side will you go to prioritize first? Number two, you keep harping on we got to control Russia. Russia's control opposition. The same forces that control the USA controls Russia. And all this is going under a radar of our currency being devalued.
Congressman, Israel and Russia.
Well, again, I am unapologetic supporter of Israel. I think it's in in America's national interest to stand by Israel. By the way, it's a two-way street. We gain a lot from our relationship with Israel, too. They have a great intelligence system, for example. Some of their technology is added to our technology. You get a lot of synergy between our two nations working together on various technologies. So I'm an unabashed supporter of Israel. Doesn't mean they're perfect. We're not perfect, right? But it's in our national security interest to ensure that Israel remains strong and sovereign. And again, they are the democracy in the Middle East. They share our values, and we should state that. And Russia, Putin is a thug. He's a bully. He is attacking an innocent country. He's trying to undermine our country at every step of the way. China has expanded capabilities compared to Russia, but Russia's demonstrating this threat to our nation. And we have to go into this with our eyes wide open and don't believe the Russian propaganda. It's BS.
Wilmington, North Carolina is where we'll end this morning. Dave is a Republican. Good morning.
Hey, Representative Bacon. My name's Dave, and I'm in Wilmington, North Carolina. And I'm a moderate Republican. As a matter of fact, I was a high supporter of the Lincoln Project. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And a couple things real quick. I'm hoping the Republican Party comes to accept this and gets away from the absolute stupidity of the previous 4 years. And obviously, I'm not happy with what's going on now, being a Republican and a moderate. But I got two points. Number one, I'm really concerned with all the craziness in the past few administrations. And in my opinion, we haven't had a great president since Reagan. I'm really upset that the nuclear football is still a one-person decision. It should be shared with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. All that decision-making on a launch could be done in a matter of seconds between all the parties. That way not one individual can wake up one morning, have a bad day, and say, I'm going to launch. And I was actually in Air Force nuclear weapons security. Point number two is I wish the Republicans would get off of this business. We don't have climate change. That's one of the areas I do lean to the left. I believe we have climate change. It's not a partisan issue. It's a world issue. And biofuels, they're not the one and all solution for everything. But a little bit of this, a little bit of that, all adds up. And biofuels are patriotic. They're made in America. They're not coming from the Arab oil empire, which hates us.
Dave, let me stop you there. Give Congressman Bacon a chance to respond to those.
Well, John, you'll have to remind me of all the subpoints.
I've got them written down. Don't worry.
First of all, I agree with the caller on biofuels. And by the way, most Republicans agree with them on climate change, but also the way forward. We should be all the above approach. Biofuels is part of it. Wind is a part. 40% of Omaha is powered by wind. I believe in nuclear energy. Natural gas our natural gas is much cleaner than coal, for example. It's also cleaner than, like, say, Europe's natural gas. So it should be part of our solution. So I'm all the above on that. And I would also agree with the caller that the last several presidencies have been too chaotic, too hyper-partisan, and we got to get back to some sense of normalcy. We're the world's superpower, the strongest country in the world, the best country in the world. We're not acting like it. We got to step up and stop treating each other like enemies and this fighting each other, fellow Republicans. We got to do better to solve the debt problem, to be able to be prepared against China and Russia. We need to do better for our children. You see a 30% increase in depression. We see only 22% of our 18-year-olds can even qualify to get in the military, so worry about the physical fitness. We got to do better as a country. We're the greatest country. We're not acting like it. If we want to maintain this, we got to do better. But John, what did I miss out of that call?
The only other thing, nuclear football was what he was talking about, and one launch capability.
Well, I was also part of the nuclear enterprise as a general. I flew on aircraft that if the White House was hit, if the Pentagon was hit, or Stratcom was hit in Omaha, that I could take over our nuclear forces in the air. So I'm also pretty much aware of how we do business. And I would say that it's more complicated than what the caller said. The president can't just get up one day on a bad day and order an ICBM strike against Russia or China. It does go through the Joint Chiefs. It goes through a command structure, and orders have to be lawful. They got to be lawful orders, and any order would be seen through that lens. It has to be a lawful order. So I think Americans can have confidence in their nuclear enterprise and the safety that we've built into it.
Seems like a good place to end. Congressman Don Bacon.
Thank you.
Member of the Armed Services Committee and the Agriculture Committee. Always appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Later this morning, a different perspective from another member of Congress. Democrat Al Green of Texas will be joining us for that conversation in about a half an hour. Until then, it's our open forum. Any public policy issue, any political issue that's on your mind, give us a call. Phone lines are open for you to do so. Republicans, Democrats, Independents. The numbers are on your screen. Start calling in now, and we'll get to your calls right after the break.
Be up to date in the latest in publishing with Book TV's podcast About Books. With current nonfiction book releases, plus bestseller list, as well as industry news and trends through insider interviews. You can find About Books on C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Live Sunday, May 7th. Attorney and author Philip K. Howard will be our guest on In Depth to take your calls on government and legal reform in America. Mr. Howard has written 6 books, including The Collapse of the Common Good, Life Without Lawyers, and his bestseller, The Death of Common Sense. His latest book, Not Accountable, is a critique of public sector unions. Join the live conversation with attorney and author Philip K. Howard, Sunday, May 7th at noon Eastern on Book TV, on C-SPAN 2.
If you're looking at the Constitution for review, the main thing you should focus on are checks and balances. You are absolutely going to need to know how different branches can limit each other. And then you really can't go wrong with the Bill of Rights either, because you know in the SCOTUS comparison question you are going to be asked about a court case that almost definitely is going to be rooted somewhere in the Bill of Rights.
Are you a student preparing for the Advanced Placement U.S. Government and Politics exam? Well, get your notes ready and tune in to Washington Journal live Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern for our annual Cram for the Exam, where we'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on questions about the test. Join social science teacher Sunshine Cavalluzzi from El Dorado High School in Placentia, California, who will take your questions on the content and structure of this year's exam. Watch Washington Journal's annual Cram for the Exam special live Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Since 1979, in partnership with the cable industry, C-SPAN has provided complete coverage of the halls of Congress, from the House and Senate floors to congressional hearings, party briefings, and committee meetings. C-SPAN gives you a front row seat to how issues are debated and decided, with no commentary, no interruptions, and completely unfiltered. C-SPAN, your unfiltered view of government.
Washington Journal continues.
A reminder this morning that the House of Representatives is coming in at 9 a.m. Eastern this Friday morning. We'll go there for live gavel-to-gavel coverage when they do. That's in about 55 minutes. Taking this half hour of the Washington Journal for our open forum to give you a chance to lead the conversation. Any public policy, any political issue you want to talk about, Here's how you can call in. Republicans, it's 202-748-8001. Democrats, 202-748-8000. Independents, 202-748-8002. We'll also look for your texts. 202-748-8003 is that number. And just make sure to include your name and where you're from. Two stories as you're calling in. This is the lead story of today's Washington Post. The U.S. economy wobbled in the first months of 2023, growing at an annual rate of just 1.1%. As higher interest rates and a banking crisis drag down activity across sectors. The latest figures released Thursday by the Bureau of Economic Analysis mark a sharp slowdown at a time when Wall Street is already bracing for recession, in part because of fears that the banking sector's troubles will curtail lending. By comparison, the U.S. economy grew at an annual rate of 2.6% in the last 3 months of last year, 2022. And then this story from the New York Times, Maggie Haberman, on this topic. Former Vice President Mike Pence appearing on Thursday before a grand jury hearing evidence about former President Donald Trump's efforts to cling to power after he lost the 2020 election. Mr. Pence spent more than 5 hours behind closed doors at the Federal District Court in Washington, D.C. in an appearance that came after he was subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury earlier this year. Both Mr. Pence and Mr. Trump tried to fight the subpoena, which the former vice president claimed violated the speech or debate clause of the Constitution, given his role to oversee the election results certification on January 6th. Mr. Trump claimed their discussions were covered by executive privilege. Mike Pence testifying for 5 hours yesterday. Plenty of calls in our open forum. We'll turn it over to you now. This is John, New York City Democrat. What's on your mind?
Yes, hello, my name is John. I'm just kind of confused. I was trying to get to on the last when the representative was there. If the debt ceiling is about money that's already been spent, why aren't they aware that when they pass these bills that they're going to have to pay for what they spend? So why are they negotiating at this end of shouldn't they be negotiating this when they vote on the bills? It seems like there should be a rider at the end of each bill that we're going to have to pay for it when the debt ceiling comes up.
That's John in New York City. This is Carol, Lebanon, Ohio, Republican. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Carol.
I tried to call last week, but thankful to get in today, John. Thank you. I'm talking about the Supreme Court, and I've been thinking about stealing confidential information. The young man who apparently stole documents from the Pentagon was arrested in about 1 week. It has been many months since the leak about Roe versus Wade, about the Supreme Court's decision, was stolen. I believe this proves that the Supreme Court was leaked by a high-up person. He or she is too high up to be identified and prosecuted.
Do you think we'll ever learn who did it, Carol?
I'm afraid we won't for a long time, John. I'm afraid it'll be when that person dies. And I think it's pitiful. I do. And that's one reason that I have really gone down on my belief of the Supreme Court.
That's Carol in Ohio. This is Rick, Hudson, Florida, Independent. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well. What's on your mind, Rick?
On my mind is really it's the DNR, Democrat and Republicans. We are in serious trouble, whether it be with China or Russia. Once again, I'm a Vietnam vet, been around for a long time, and our country is in more turmoil now than ever before. We're at our weakest. If a country is going to try to take us over, now would be the time. We have people in our government that really shouldn't even be in the government. We can't disagree to agree anymore. We're in really serious problems. That's basically it. I hope we wake up.
What's it going to take for us to wake up, Rick?
I'd have to say the good Lord. I mean, we're even falling away from Christianity. We're in some bad times. Like I said, I'm a Vietnam vet, and it blows Vietnam out of the water right now. Like I said, it's up to our government. Really, whatever happened to we the people, for the people, by the people. It is sad. It is really sad. I'm an all-American. I believe very highly in our country, but at this point, I'm not. I'm sad to say. Yeah, we need to wake up.
That's Rick in Florida. This is Amanda, Clarksdale, Mississippi. Line for Democrats. Good morning.
Hello. How are you? Yes, I was calling this open forum. I'm looking at this stuff people are talking about with this guy that leaked all this stuff to the press and to the social media. This guy shouldn't have never even passed vetting. I don't see how he did it. I remember back in 1969 I got vetted, and the FBI told me back then that they would probably go all the way back to the third grade. You know, they were quite impressed with what they found because I was an okay student and everything. But this guy stuff started in high school. He made all these threats about killing people of races and all that stuff. He should have never passed vetting. I just wonder what in the world are we doing now that allow people like that, whether they black, white, green, or gold, to pass the vetting process. He should have never had that clearance and stuff that he had. And that's my comment.
From the Wall Street Journal story today, as a high school student, the Air National Guardsman charged with leaking classified intelligence documents admitted that he made violent threats that prevented him from getting a firearms license. 2 years later, however, he secured a top secret security clearance and was back before a judge yesterday, a judge considering whether to further detain Airman First Class Jack Teixeira, the guardsman charged with taking and sharing highly classified intelligence documents. After prosecutors argued that he would obstruct their probe if he were freed, was considering whether he continues in detention. Airman Teixeira is charged with unauthorized retention and transmission of national defense information, unauthorized removal and retention of classified documents or materials. The prosecutor in that case arguing against his release, saying the defendant uses what he can to gain what he wants. He has constantly and consistently put himself before all else, arguing against his release. This is Robert in North Carolina, Republican. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, sir. Thank you for an open forum. I know there's so many different topics, like the gentleman said, there's so many things going on in our nation and our world. But I believe that a lot of it is affected by internet pornography. To be candid, sir, I am hopelessly addicted secretly to internet pornography. And I believe that it affects me in so many negative ways and relationships and stuff. And I'm asking C-SPAN to please have a segment where people can call in and we can learn about this internet pornography stuff. And why do our senators and stuff have passed laws to where people like me cannot get help or sue for our addiction? And
Robert, what do you mean you can't get help?
Because I feel like that I should be able to sue the internet providers who put all of this filth, and I feel like that even little kids can see it. I feel like that so many people in our nation is being secretly affected, even clergy, children. People come to the emergency rooms are full of people that are secretly suffering from this filth. I mean, you can see anything your mind can imagine, sir. You can see it 24 hours a day on the internet. Don't you think that is destroying a lot of people's minds early on?
That's Robert in North Carolina. This is Bear in Atlanta, Georgia. Good morning. You're next. Bear, are you with us? One more try for Bear. Greg, Lincoln Park, Michigan, Independent. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to talk about China. China is our biggest threat. Here in Michigan, we have a battery plant going up, and it's owned by a company out of California, which is owned by the Chinese. And they just, every time they build something, it's always next to one of our military institutions. Here, it's a training institution. And I just wish they would stop letting the Chinese take over America. I mean, this is what it's all about. They want to spend money on China with batteries. They want to spend, and give China all our money. And we have to do that here at home. If we can't do it here at home, we need to go back to oil. Yeah, everybody have a nice day.
Edgar, Wisconsin. John, Republican. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I just like to talk on the way people use language to word things really changes the way people think about them. For example, with the transgender movement, it started with a sex change surgery, went to gender transition surgery, and is now a gender affirmation surgery. That's the way they play the game, and I was wondering if you could do a segment sometime on people aren't allowed to buy a beer till 21. They're not allowed to get a driver's license till a minimum 16. And they're not allowed to legally participate in any sexual contact until 18. So why are they allowed to change their so-called gender at early ages, such as 12, 13, 14? It is happening. And I was wondering if you could do a segment on that sometime for how many people would support legislation banning underage gender change surgery.
Always appreciate segment recommendations. This is Jim in Cairo, Missouri. Democrat, good morning.
Good morning. Personally, I think our country is doomed. Luckily, in a decade or two, I'll be dead. I'll be gone. I see what's happening with our school-age kids protesting about gun rights, various things being active. I would love to hear from those kids on a C-SPAN show, perhaps in the evening. Thank you.
And what do you think you'd get from that, Jim? Do you think you'd be more optimistic about the future? I think Jim hung up. This is Gabriel in Jacksonville, Florida. Good morning, Republican.
Hi. Yes, good to hear from you. Yeah, my question was the question on stopping the uranium production in North Korea and China. And I was reading about the press economic sanctions for General Boniface Campbell and President Bill Clinton. I know that for the Clinton administration, in 2003, it was a course for strategy to cut uranium discussions and productions to see victory on the Pyongyang hospital with Dr. Cheng Sol. And I had the opportunity to collect funds to minimize disaster and work with Dr. Pella Pablo in Jacksonville and Tashida Woodall. They're currently issuing, it's called Biktarvy. It's HIV medicine. And it really works. It's a miracle drug, and it helps boost the immunity for females, and it works well with men seeking women.
All right, that's Gabriel. This is Joe in Indiana, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I'd like to contribute to the conversation today by recommending 3 books for everyone to read, especially Americans to read, especially young folks who have more open minds than the rest and have so much to, to be thankful for and also to learn about. The 3 books are A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee by Dee Brown, and get yourself a World Almanac and Book of Facts and go to the American History section. It starts with the Columbus discovering America and goes from there. And you'll learn some really good history. Thank you, John.
That's Joe in Indiana. A few minutes left in this open forum segment. Again, phone lines as usual, Republicans, Democrats and independents. Go ahead and keep calling in. One other story to point you to this morning. This is the headline from Roll Call. U.S. to expand migrant processing abroad. After Title 42 policy ends, officials expect a spike in the migration after that pandemic-era directive is lifted. It was yesterday that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced that new migrant processing policy. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
We are dedicating specially trained refugee officers to the centers. They will interview applicants for the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program and provide for the swift processing of a greater number of individuals. In addition to refugee processing, migrants may be screened at these centers and referred to pursue additional pathways to the United States or to other countries for which they may be eligible. Second, we are streamlining the long-established family reunification parole processes for Cubans and Haitians so that individuals from these countries with approved family-based petitions can more quickly reunite with their families here in the United States. Third, I have directed my team to develop family reunification processes that will extend this well-recognized model to certain individuals from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Colombia. More information about these processes will be available by May 11th. Fourth, we will continue the successful processes we announced in January. Through our CBP One mobile app, we will enable individuals to schedule more appointments at ports of entry, consistent with Title VIII processing. The Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela parole processes, as well as the corresponding returns to Mexico for those without a legal basis to remain, will continue. At the same time, we are imposing consequences for individuals who do not use our lawful pathways.
Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary, yesterday here in Washington. If you want to watch that entire press conference, it is available on our website at cspan.org. This is Matthews, North Carolina. David is a Republican. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yesterday you had a Democratic Congresswoman on that talked about the top 5% of earners in this country and referred to them as tax cheats. I think you need to challenge people on that. They shouldn't be, to get a better discourse in this country, we can't be calling people names. That 5% pays for 45% of the taxes in this country, and she should have a little more respect from them. And the Secretary of the Treasury has also referred to those people as tax cheats. I think, again, you need to challenge them on that and ask them where they're getting that information that they are, in fact, tax cheats. Thank you.
David, thanks for the call from North Carolina. Ed, New York, Jamaica, New York. Democrat, good morning.
Good morning. Congressman, first I want to say I don't care what President Biden did as a senator. That has nothing to do with passing a bill to get our debt, to pay for our debts, what we've already paid for or owe. All right? And you didn't answer another caller's question. How about getting...
Ed, just so you're aware, I'm not the congressman. You're talking about Don Bacon, who was our last guest?
Oh, brother. All right, goodbye.
That's okay. Gabriel, Springfield, Massachusetts, Republican, good morning.
Good morning. You got him good.
I didn't mean to. I just didn't want him to think that I was going to be answering his questions as the congressman. But go ahead, Gabriel.
You just made my morning. All that I really wanted to say is, I don't know why people are so scared about what people, trans, gay, LGBT, let people just live their life. As conservatives, we're supposed to not be in people's business. And now it seems like we're banning books. We're banning this. Women, we're going to tell women what to do with their bodies. That's not what we're about. We're about tax breaks for rich people like me and for my friends. And we're about eviscerating the poor and homeless in this country. That's what we do best. Let's keep going with that. Amen, brother.
That's Gabriel in Massachusetts. This is Richard, also in Massachusetts, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes,
I just wanted to mention that I've been studying Republicans for 6 years now, and I had to get in touch with somebody in Washington. All the Republicans are interrupting and cutting off Democrats while they speak. Jim Jordan, Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley are the worst. They try to answer their questions for them. I find this very important because I find they're violating their right to free speech. I just wanted to make that point. If you watch Republicans from now on, you'll see that I'm right, and I thank you.
Richard, how often are you watching those committee hearings and those debates on the floor that you come up with this?
I called C-SPAN Monday and mentioned it. I want word to get out. These people are cutting off Democrats, not letting them speak. I saw it again this morning on the other C-SPAN channel. So
that's Richard in Massachusetts, our last caller in this open forum. Just about a half hour left this morning before the House comes in. In that time, we'll be joined by Congressman Al Green, Democrat from Texas. We'll talk about the debt limit, and we'll talk about other news of Capitol Hill this week. Stick around for that discussion. We'll be right back.
Sunday night on Q&A, presidential historian Richard Norton Smith shares his biography of President Gerald Ford, titled An Ordinary Man. He talks about Ford's personal life, anti-establishment politics, as well as his efforts to heal the country following the Watergate scandal, and his controversial decision to pardon Richard Nixon.
Fellow Americans, our long national nightmare is over.
The irony, of course, about the whole phrase, whoever wrote it, is Ford didn't want to use it. Typical, again, Ford thought it was kicking a man when he was down. Don't you think that's a little harsh? And Hartman made the case. No, in fact, you don't understand, Mr. Vice President. People need to hear this. They need to hear it from you. The final surprise, of course, is that our long national nightmare was far from over.
Richard Norton Smith with his book, An Ordinary Man. Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN's Q&A. You can listen to Q&A and all of our podcasts on our free C-SPAN Now app.
If you're looking at the Constitution for review, the main thing you should focus on are checks and balances. You are absolutely going to need to know how different branches can limit each other. And then you really can't go wrong with the Bill of Rights either, because you know in the SCOTUS comparison question you are going to be asked about a court case that almost definitely is going to be rooted somewhere in the Bill of Rights.
Are you a student preparing for the Advanced Placement U.S. Government and Politics exam? Well, get your notes ready and tune in to Washington Journal live Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern for our annual Cram for the Exam, where we'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on questions about the test. Join social science teacher Sunshine Cavalluzzi from El Dorado High School in Placentia, California, who will take your questions on the content and structure of this year's exam. Watch Washington Journal's annual Cram for the Exam special live Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN's Washington Journal.
The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner, Washington's premier black tie event, is Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Watch C-SPAN's live coverage from the Washington Hilton Hotel. With this year's headliner, The Daily Show's Roy Wood Jr., and President Biden is expected to speak. Also, join us for red carpet arrivals of journalists, politicians, and celebrities at 6 p.m. Eastern on our free C-SPAN Now mobile video app. Also online at cspan.org. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, live Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN.
A healthy democracy doesn't just look like this. It looks like this, where Americans can see democracy at work. When citizens are truly informed, our republic thrives. Get informed straight from the source on C-SPAN. Unfiltered, unbiased, word for word. from the nation's capital to wherever you are, because the opinion that matters the most is your own. This is what democracy looks like. C-SPAN, powered by cable.
Washington Journal continues.
Congressman Al Green is back with us this morning, Democrat of Texas. A lot to talk about, but I want to start here on the front page of the New York Times today. It's an obituary on the front page of Carolyn Bryant Donham, a storekeeper who doomed Emmett Till with her words, as the headline puts it this morning. You were 7 years old when Emmett Till was murdered. Do you remember his killing? Do you remember your family talking about it?
I don't remember his killing, nor do I remember any conversations about it at the time. After I was older, we had conversations about it because I was reminded of what happened to Emmett Till when I would go out and about. My parents were always concerned about what could happen to me, not just from the police, because we hear a lot about that now, but also from people in society who, just for reasons that we'll never be able to explain, would hurt people of color. I understood that Emmett Till was not only taken into the custody of people in the dark of night, but they brutalized him in ways that are just inhumane. And after all of that, they then just dump his body as though it's a piece of trash. It was a very sad commentary on our time, and it's unfortunate that all of this happened because of someone contending that he may have whistled or made a statement that was inappropriate from that person's perspective. And can you imagine a time when a person could be lynched for simply saying something that someone else thought was inappropriate? That was the time that he lived in, and a time that my parents and relatives reminded me of.
I want to play for our viewers a clip from our Q&A program. It was earlier this year. We were talking with Emmett Till's cousin, the Reverend Wheeler Parker. Now he was with Emmett Till in the store that fateful day, and he spoke about the interaction with Carolyn Bryant eventually Donham, who died yesterday. This is just about 2 minutes from that interview.
The 2017 book by Duke University historian Timothy Tyson was the next big accelerant in this whole process of seeking justice. What was the big news in Timothy Tyson's book?
Timothy Tyson wrote the book, and his book gave me a lot of hope, and it brought a lot of satisfaction and a lot of closure to me when he was saying that because all my life I did not like the way that they were portrayed Emmett, and he admitted, said that she said she lied. So that gave me some sense of closure, because I wanted his name, the way he portrayed it, I want that clear. You can't bring him back, but I didn't like the way he was looked at. I liked the way he was viewed in history. So I got very excited about his book, very excited. So the FBI, they went into that, and you read it, you know the story there.
But to give our listeners a sense of what's important about it, the central claim, the part that was the big news in the book, was that Tyson said that Carolyn Bryant Donham had recanted on her story.
Yes.
So what did that piece of information give you, your family, and the FBI license to do?
It gave me, we were kind of not at odds with each other. That's what I wanted. That's the main thing I wanted, to clear his name up, clear the way people look at him. That's all I wanted in life. And I wasn't so much, and if there's some justice by her going to jail, fine. But I had what I wanted when I heard that she had admitted that she lied. But other family members, they wanted much more than that, and I was not against that. But I felt so good to think hear that she had said she lied on Emmett.
Reverend Wheeler Parker in that conversation, our Q&A program.
Yes, it's really sad to know that a person's words, untrue, could cause such harm to another person. It's really sad. And it's also very, very demeaning. That's the point that was being made to say that he did something of this nature when he did not. But I am proud that the President of the United States, he showed the film at the White House, and I was there. I had the opportunity to be there.
Which film?
Teal, yes. This president wants people to understand the history. And I'm just proud that he does that, because there's so much of the history that's been distorted. This is a piece of history that was distorted for years. And he takes on the challenge of correcting history. But even with his efforts, we still have some other challenges that I have to just mention now that we brought this up. The Russell Senate Office Building. Richard Russell was a self-proclaimed white supremacist. He fought the anti-lynching legislation that we ultimately passed not so very long ago. He fought it. His name is on the Senate Office Building. That building is a symbol of national shame for this country. His name should come off. Let it revert back to the name it had before his went on, which was the old Senate Office Building. That would be the appropriate thing to do. And that can be done if the Senate but only had the will to do it.
And something that you hope will be done as part of your conscience agenda. What is that?
Yes, the conscience agenda is this. The conscience is that thing within us that says this is right or this is wrong. And then there's a moral imperative that we have, which says that you know this is wrong, you need to correct this injustice. That's what the conscience agenda is all about. And this Richard Russell office building, getting his name off of it, is a part of the conscious agenda. I'm a one-person protest. I don't go into the building. I encourage others who feel similarly, don't go in as well.
If there's a senator that wants to meet with you in that building, you won't meet there?
He will not. I've had invitations to come there for meetings. Several groups have asked me to come to speak. I will not go in that building other than to protest. I will go to protest. But other than that, I won't go. He has a statue that is dedicated to him in a rotunda. Richard Russell, who fought anti-lynching legislation, who was one of the co-authors, if not the author, of the Southern Manifesto, who fought the whole notion of integration, and his name is on a Senate office building paid for with taxpayer dollars. It needs to come off.
Anti-lynching legislation, which you helped pass just last year.
Just last year, I was a supporter of it, and obviously I voted for it. It took all of these years. I remember Reverend Jesse Jackson coming to Congress and making an appeal to us to do this. This is something that's been on our agenda for a very long time, and I'm proud that it was finally done. I think Bobby Rush pushed forward with it, and we got it done. But let me mention this. You brought the conscious agenda up, because this is something that's important to this country. 1619, August 20th, a day that will live in infamy in this country, because it was on that day that the first Africans were brought to this country and traded into slavery. We have since that time reviled those persons who are the foundational mothers and fathers, in that they helped lay the foundation for the economic success that we have today. Built roads, bridges, the White House itself, the Capitol. They did all of this work without any pay, any recompense, any emolument. Laid the foundation. In 1956, we gave a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslavers, the Confederate soldiers. 1956, Congressional Gold Medal. No such thing for the people who gave their lives. Their lives were sacrificed for the country. We need to give them a Congressional Gold Medal as well. That's on the conscious agenda, a Congressional Gold Medal for the enslaved. If we revere the enslavers, surely we can revere the enslaved.
Talking with Congressman Al Green, Democrat of Texas. He's with us for the next 20 minutes. That's when the House comes in. And of course, we'll go there for gavel-to-gavel coverage, as we always do. Phone lines if you want to join this conversation. Republicans 202-748-8001. Democrats 202-748-8000. Independents 202-748-8002. As always, a lot of callers for you, Congressman.
Always.
Let me get right to the calls. Dorothy, Baltimore, Maryland, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning. Me as a Democrat, I want to discuss some things with you that you all do not fight back on. One, please don't cut me off, John, because this is important. We do not believe in 9-month pregnancy if a baby is alive and well and can live. Why do you not fight against that? Hold on. We do not believe in pornography in school. Why can't y'all tell us that Republicans are saying we believe in all this nuttiness? We don't believe in none of that. I think that Republicans are going, and what school is doing that? They should be, whoever's doing it should be arrested, because we're not going to go for all that kind of nonsense. But you all do not fight that, and they've gotten it out there. Many Republicans call you in and tell you that we're demons because we believe in all of that, and we do not. We do not. And another thing about that tax break, and this is what I've experienced myself. When Trump did that tax giveaway, and it wasn't to me, when the exemptions were taken away, and if you ever had any gambling, expenses, you cannot do that unless you itemize. You can't write that off anymore.
Well, Dorothy, let me stop you there. Congressman, on Democrats not fighting back on issues like late-term abortion, pornography in schools.
Well, I think she's eminently correct on this point, that we are opposed to pornography, and we are opposed in schools, and we are opposed to 9-month abortions. That's not what it's about. Abortion is about, we're talking about the health care of a woman and a woman's right to have some privacy in terms of how her health care needs are satisfied, and that she should have the opportunity to do these things with someone that she trusts. That could be her minister, could very well be other family members, but it's a woman's right to choose, not my right to dictate. And I do think that we have to do more to fight back against this perception that's being pushed as it relates to Democrats. We're doing a lot, but I can't say that we've done enough, because there is that perception, she's right, and we have to change that, and we have to fight against that. I was in a discussion last night where this conversation came up and how we got to really push back. So I'm pushing back right now. We are opposed to pornography in schools. And I agree with the lady. Show me the school where this is happening, and show me the Democrat who's saying, I support pornography in schools. It's just not there. But that's the perception that Republicans would give, and that distorted perception has to be dealt with.
Take you down to Collins, Mississippi. This is James, Independent. Good morning.
Yes, how you doing, Mr. Green?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, Mr. Green, I agree with you on that part. They know that the Democrats and mostly any person with any sense that they don't want children to be taught pornography in school. They just throw everything off the wall, and some people get it, and whatever they say, they go along with it. But my thing is, Mr. Green, is this: okay, they don't want you to teach whatever they call it, theory something. I say to you, sir, I would hope that you would speak one day about having each state talk about their history in school from the age of 8th grade to 12th grade. Every state must teach the history of their state, good or bad. And let's just see what they say.
History of the state, good and bad.
Well, I think so. It would be great to do this, especially the state of Texas. The state of Texas is a state that was kicked out of Mexico, because it was a part of Mexico at one time, because they wouldn't give up slavery. They refused. So they had to leave Mexico, came into the Union. Left the Union because they wouldn't give up slavery. The only state twice because they wouldn't give up slavery. So yes, that needs to be taught. And it needs to be taught such that people understand the history, not because we are engaging in hate. The truth is what has to be told, because if the truth is told, we will do more to revere the foundational mothers and fathers, the enslaved people who laid the economic foundation upon which we stand today.
Laying that economic foundation, where are you, and we've talked about this before, on reparations right now?
I am supportive of reparations. I don't know that we are quite there yet. Obviously, my colleague Jackson Lee has a bill that would give us an opportunity to study this and come to conclusions as to what happened, how it happened, what should be done. I support that legislation. But I also believe that that legislation and legislation for a Truth and Justice Committee or Commission will have a better chance of getting done if we have a Department of Reconciliation. We've not reconciled in this country. We need to have a Department of Reconciliation.
To do what?
To assure us that we can have a clear look at these issues of concern related to our history and past transgressions. For example, what happened to the Native Americans during the Trail of Tears when they were just uprooted from where they lived and forced to move across country? We've not reconciled. We need to reconcile with slavery, as I've indicated. And to do that, just as we have a Department of Education to deal with issues related to education, a Department of Labor, we need a Department of Reconciliation.
At what point can we say we have reconciled? What needs to happen for reconciliation?
For reconciliation to take place, and especially as it relates to slavery, we need to get to a point where we revile the enslavers, not the enslaved, and we give them the honor that they deserve. There ought to be a Slavery Remembrance Day, just as we have a 9/11 remembrance, Pearl Harbor remembrance, Holocaust remembrance, just commemorated Holocaust remembrance. I was there. We need a Slavery Remembrance Day. And I appreciate this president for acknowledging slavery remembrance. So we need to get these things done, but to get them done, you need a department devoted to them. All of these things.
Are they being done now? The Fort Lee, the name Fort Lee is being changed this week.
Yes, and there are others across the country, but the name Richard Russell isn't. Richard Russell's name has to come off the building. We in Congress can change the name on forts, but we can't change the name on a building that we ingress and egress on a daily basis. Surely we can see the injustice in that. Surely we can. The public should at some point decide, well, you know what? I'm not going in the building either. I refuse to, and I give others the opportunity. One more thing on the Department of Reconciliation. You would have secretaries of reconciliation, just as you have secretaries, undersecretaries of labor, you have undersecretaries. It's a legitimate department with a secretary reporting to the President of the United States. Let's let the world know that our intentionality is to correct this injustice. There are no schools named after the heroes who tried their best, the liberators, to liberate black people from slavery. There's not a John Brown elementary school that I'm aware of. There may be someplace, but I'm not aware of it. Or a Nat Turner. These people were liberators. We have been taught to believe that they were some vile people who were, John Brown was out of his mind because he tried to liberate black people from slavery. The history has to be told, and that's what this Department of Reconciliation can help facilitate.
Gainesville, New York, Sean, line for Republicans. Good morning, you're on with Al Green.
Good morning, folks. Congressman,
Yes,
just a couple of points. Did you get a chance to hear Rand Paul's speech in the Senate at all about spending other people's money, about Davy Crockett and a constituent of his, Horatio Bunce?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, well, it's about how, the government spends money, and Horatio Bunce was saying that Congress wanted to appropriate money for some fire victims. But Horatio Bunce brought up the point that it wasn't constitutional, that, Congress is, and Davy Crockett said, well, maybe all of us congressmen could donate money out of our own, donate money out of our own salaries. And of course, Davy Crockett was the only one that was willing to do that. And another point, I know she mentioned reparations, and I wasn't going to talk about that, but I am of 90% Irish ancestry. And I don't know if you realize how the Irish were treated when they first came to this country. There were signs in businesses all over this country saying MENA. That means no Irish need apply. And we were discriminated against because of our faith, being Catholics. What do you think about maybe some reparations for the people of Irish heritage also?
Well, I think that was entirely wrong. I lived through segregation in this country, lawful segregation, I might add, state-sponsored. I went to the back doors. I drank from colored water fountains. I had to sit in the balcony of the movie if I was allowed into the movie. I had to sit in the back of the bus. So I've celebrated my 25th birthday for the third time. So the history that many people talk about, I lived. So I understand. So people of color suffered many of those things as well. But there is a distinction Slavery. For centuries, people were chained. Babies were born into slavery. They lived their lives as slaves. They died as slaves. For centuries, 240 years, we had this institution that denied people their human rights. It was one of the greatest crimes ever committed against humanity. That's an injustice that has to be corrected. People of color suffer the same injustices that you're talking about for the Irish. But we, in addition to that, suffered this thing called slavery. And I assure you, it was not something that we can sanitize. It was kidnapping, it was rape, it was murder, it was all of the horrific things that we don't like to talk about. Just as the Holocaust was something that's unlike any other thing that's ever happened. It was one of the greatest crimes against humanity. It was horrific. I've been to Yad Vashem, and I've seen the evidence of what was done to people, how they were tortured and mistreated and murdered. We tell the truth about the Holocaust. We've got to tell the truth about slavery.
Independence, Oregon. Dan, line for Democrats. Good morning.
Good morning. I just would like to talk about what the woke movement means to me. And as far as I can tell, in all the studying I've done, woke means truth. And so I'd like to say to Governor DeSantis, the truth comes to Florida. Thank you.
Talking about the issue of wokeism.
Well, people have distorted what the intentionality was. And it is to simply say, be aware of your circumstances. And also there's implicit in this, do something to correct it. Have a conscious agenda. Every person ought to have a conscious agenda with a moral imperative to do things that will help us to have a better society. I love my country. I don't do this because I hate America. Nobody can say that Al Green hates America. I sing the national anthem. I salute the flag. I say the Pledge of Allegiance. But the greatness of America will not be determined by whether Al Green will do these things. The greatness of America rests in whether Al Green will stand up for people who choose not to salute the flag, who choose not to sing the national anthem. That's the greatness. When we accept the fact that there are some people who do not choose to do what others consider the norm. That's the greatness. And I appreciate the greatness and I love it. But I also want to make sure that we correct an injustice that has dogged us since August 20th of 1619. And that's Slavery Remembrance Day, by the way. We should correct this. And the way to do it is with a Department of Reconciliation and take on all of these other injustices as well. I mentioned the Native Americans. Things happened to the Asian community in terms of how they were treated in constructing the railroads in this country. But then later on, when we had a war, they were placed in these camps, had property confiscated. These injustices have to be corrected. This is a great country, liberty and justice for all. That includes them too.
A few minutes left before the House comes in, and you'll be working again today on the looming debt ceiling crisis. I wonder how this ends in your mind.
Well, I hope it ends as President Biden has suggested, and that is we pass a clean debt ceiling and don't allow ourselves to be, pardon the French, pardon the language, blackmailed into doing something that is in addition to passing a clean debt ceiling. Because once we do this, and we've done it, you continue to do this, the list of things that can be required can only grow. It's not going to shrink. So we have a duty to do this, just pass a clean debt ceiling, and then we've got regular order to deal with all of these other things. The system is designed for us to be able to debate and vote and come to conclusions and hopefully build a consensus, to cooperate. This is what the system is designed to do. But we eschew that. We find a way to escape it and go around it. We need to get back to what many of the conservatives have said. I've heard them say it, that they want regular order. I'm for regular order too. And this is out of order. The whole notion that we're going to be forced to do things that, quite frankly, I don't agree with. I don't agree with the notion that we can force our country to now decide that we are going to take from the needy to satisfy the needs of the very wealthy and greedy. That's not America. And that's what this would do. This legislation that is proposed would cut food to people who need it. Air traffic controllers, it's been estimated by the Transportation Department that we might lose 375 air traffic controllers. When you look at the cuts, they can hurt. And we don't need the cuts at a time when the president is helping us to get back into normal. He's helping us to eliminate the inflation. It's down from the more than 9% that it was at one time to around 5% now. He's helping us with the gasoline prices that everybody complained about. Well, they're coming down. They fluctuate a little bit, but they're way down comparatively speaking. The president has got us moving in the right direction. We need to continue that, and I support the president. Until the House comes in, phone calls with Congressman Al Green. This is Philip, Jackson, Mississippi, independent. Good morning.
Good morning, young gentlemen. I wanted to address the point that Mr. Green made about the reparations and a group of people to come together and work on the facts of the history of this country's failure at race relations, including Native Americans as well as African Americans. I've been deeply interested in the subject for well over 25 years. I wrote a book called Running My Shoes to talk about the subject. However, I find that we don't look at the reality that Mr. Green suggested. It's like we just want to hide it or sweep it under the rug. But until we address the history of the rise of violence in this country, the taking of land from the people that were already occupying it, and the stealing of people to create the world, the illusion that everything was done by the hand of manifest destiny and all of those things that were the true essence of this country. I think it's just so important what you raised, and I hope you run with the ball on this subject, because it's like so many people are just unaware of the true history that made up what we are. And if we're going to be a more, let's say, a better nation, a nation that's going to get better and grow better, we need the truth. We need.
Philip, let me stop you there and let the congressman jump in.
Sure. I serve on the Financial Services Committee under the leadership of the Honorable Maxine Waters. And under her leadership, and I, as the chairperson of the subcommittee on oversight, we had the big banks to come in. And we found that they have a connectivity to slavery. These are the large banks. Their predecessor institutions would make loans so that people could buy other people. And if they defaulted on the payments, the bank could repossess people. That has to be corrected. The insurance companies would insure people. And if something happened to that property, this enslaved person, then the owner would get money. These things have to be corrected. This was through their predecessor institutions, and we got to correct them.
Congressman Al Green, out of time because the House is about to come in. I do always want to thank you for coming on, though. Democrat from Texas. That's going to do it for us on the Washington Journal this morning. We'll, of course, be back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's 4 a.m. Pacific. And now to the House floor, live coverage, gavel to gavel, of the House of Representatives.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by guest chaplain Pastor Greg Shipe from First Baptist Church from Bellefonte, Pennsylvania.
Let's pray together. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is your name in all the earth. We confess that your word is proven and you are a shield to all those who trust in you. We thank you for the freedoms, the blessings, and the responsibilities you have bestowed on this land. And Father, we humbly bow before you, asking you to guide this House as they debate, vote, and interact with one another and their constituents, and they would do so in a manner pleasing to you. We pray that you would grant them wisdom, a wisdom not derived from fallible man, but rather from you and your infallible word. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my pastor, Pastor Greg Shipe of the First Baptist Church in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, who offered today's opening prayer in the United States House of Representatives. Pastor Shipe was ordained into ministry in 2009 and has served the congregation of the First Baptist Church since 2011. I'm fortunate to be a member of the First Baptist Church congregation. When he's not behind the pulpit, Pastor Shipe serves as the chaplain to the Logan Firehouse Fire Company and coaches recreational youth, soccer, and baseball. Pastor Shipe and his wife Connie are also busy raising 6 children. They are active foster parents as well. They use their experience to mentor other foster parents in Center County and beyond. As a foster mentor, Pastor Shipe also serves on the board of Keystone Family Alliance, a bridge ministry helping to connect churches to foster agencies to equip them in caring for children and to provide resources to local agencies and foster families. Mr. Speaker, Pastor Shipe and his family continue to inspire those in our congregation as well as the entire community, and I'm thankful for my pastor and this mighty man of God. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Seek leave to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Dale Schneider, who passed away last week at the age of 76. Born in St. Cloud, Minnesota, Dale took over the family-owned Sal's Bar and Grill in St. Joseph, Minnesota, from his parents in 1971. Sal's is at a crossroads of St. John's University and the College of St. Benedict, where all things Johnny's and Benny's reign supreme. For over 50 years, Dale kept thirsty students, faculty, and community members well hydrated and fed. Dale had a steel trap of a memory that helped him to remember names of college alumni years after graduation. And in some cases, he also remembered their outstanding bar tabs. I had the pleasure of getting to know Dale during my many visits to Sal's over the years. No trip to a Johnny's football game was complete without a post-game beer at Sal's. There is some solace in the fact that the next time I'm at Sal's, I'll likely see his son Kyle tending bar just like his dad. To Dale's wife, Diane, and the rest of the family, we pray that Dale's lasting memory gives you comfort during this difficult time. Great life lived. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from the Bronx seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Harry Belafonte was a lifelong public servant and civil rights advocate who selflessly used the power of his voice to entertain us through songs, as well as to build awareness and bring attention to numerous social and political causes for vulnerable communities across the United States and the world. He was a hit maker and a change maker. From New York City to Hollywood, he broke barriers. His efforts helped propel the civil rights movement and created an appetite for justice across the country. Harry Belafonte was an entertainer, an ambassador for humanity, an advocate for goodwill across this planet. An alumni of George Washington High School in my district, Mr. Belafonte was a Harlem treasure, an ambassador for humanity, and he will never be forgotten. Today, I honor his life, his legacy, and the contributions he made to the global community. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the bill I will introduce today, the TEACH Act, Teachers Empowered Against Classroom Harm. This bill would ensure that those who choose to protect children from armed intruders have the opportunity to do so. We are all aware of the tragedy that took place at the Covenant School in my district a month ago. These types of tragedies are indicative of the evil that exists in our world. And while we'll never be able to ban the intentions of evil people, we can allow men and women to equip themselves in order to protect our children and to stop bad actors in their tracks. The TEACH Act would take money from the Education Secretary's slush fund, over $27.5 million, and use that money to provide defensive training programs designed to protect schools and our most precious asset, our children. There are untold numbers of humble, patriotic men and women serving in our schools that would take steps to protect our children. The Teachers Empowered Against Classroom Harm, the TEACH Act, would help make our students, our educators, and our classrooms safer. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of American Libraries Week. This is a perfect time to thank our local libraries and the employees that keep them open to the public to ensure access to reading and learning. While extreme MAGA Republicans are banning books and bashing librarians, House Democrats are protecting and recognizing their public libraries. We are putting people over politics. That's why I'm proud to honor my local library, the Houston Public Library. Mr. Speaker, they announced that with their local support, our library will no longer charge late fees on overdue books or other borrowed items. This is one of the many efforts that they're making to make sure that libraries are more accessible. And in honor of public libraries, I am reintroducing my bill, the More Social Workers in Libraries Act, today. Public libraries are vital community hubs, and this bill will reinforce America's social worker talent pipeline by creating a paid social worker internship at public libraries across the nation. Libraries are for learning. They're for seeking resources and finding job opportunities. We need to lift them up and not bash them. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from the Beehive State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you.
Today I rise with a profound sense of reverence and humility to honor the legacy of a true American hero, Mr. Ken Potts. Mr. Potts was one of the last two U.S. Arizona survivors who recently passed away at 102. On the morning of December 7th, 1941, Ken Potts answered the call of duty. As a crane operator, Mr. Potts had the responsibility of ferrying supplies to the USS Arizona. Upon reaching the harbor, he was confronted with a scene of devastation. Mr. Potts stood as a beacon of hope. With dauntless courage, he wielded his crane as an instrument of salvation, plucking survivors from the jaws of peril and guiding them to the sanctuary off Ford Island. To the Potts family, and especially Doris, Ken's beloved wife, our hearts are with you as you honor his memory today in this esteemed chamber. I'm profoundly privileged to pay homage to this indomitable spirit of Ken Potts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I see unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a proud adoptee, a son with 2 loving parents who provided me with all the love and support a child could ever ask for. But yet, I heard in this chamber a few days ago that someone saying my parents aren't real parents. Let me be clear, I am their child, they are my parents, and for bigoted, closed-minded reason, certain folks have decided that people who adopt their children are lesser than. But make no mistake, whether you adopted your child, had biological children, or found your chosen family in some other way, you are a parent. And because I haven't seen any of my Republican colleagues in this chamber condemn these disgusting comments, I hope that they don't also agree with it. Because I won't allow anyone in this chamber to disrespect my family or yours. And directly to the people who have opened up their hearts and homes to children ready for their embrace, don't let anyone ever diminish who you are. You are real parents, a parent and nothing less. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would remind members to direct their comments to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of National Park Week to highlight my bill, the Chiricahua National Park Act. From the Grand Canyon to the Petrified Forest in the Saguaro National Park, Arizona is lucky to have some of the most stunning parks in the world. In our own district, Chiricahua National Monument has drawn visitors from around the country and across the globe for almost 100 years. The Wonderlands of the Rocks showcases the unique beauty of our region through 12,000 acres of towering geological structure, 25 campsites, and over 17 miles of hiking trails. Local communities and leaders from both sides of the aisle have advocated for years to give this beloved landmark the national park designation it deserves. It's my honor to renew this long-awaited effort. Establishing Chiricahua National Park would create a profound impact on Cochise County by enhancing tourism, boosting local economy, and fueling opportunity at no additional cost. It's time to make this dream a reality and upgrade Chiricahua. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from the Keystone State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize World Autism Month and the efforts of North Central Pennsylvanians in supporting those with autism. In America today, 1 in 36 children will be diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder beginning in their first years of life. Although several factors may influence development of autism, each person with an autism diagnosis requires unique support. In Clarion and Venango Counties, Autism Tough Foundation works to raise awareness and support for autism through numerous sensory-free events each year. This month, more than 100 students at Keystone High School joined Autism Tough Foundation to raise awareness in their first Walk for Autism. Meanwhile, neighboring Potter County is one of the first in Pennsylvania to equip county agency with sensory kits to aid in communications and expressive language. Potter County is also home to Jasmine Floof, a service dog who specializes in assisting those with autism focus their attention and manage anxiety when accessing county services. This World Autism Month, I commend Potter County and Autism Tough Foundation for leading the state in supporting people with autism in their everyday lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 327, I call up Joint Resolution HJ Res 39, disapproving the rule submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation duties and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 24, House Joint Resolution 39, Joint Resolution disapproving the rules submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation, duties, and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414.
Pursuant to House Resolution 327, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we take a bipartisan step towards holding China accountable for its trade abuses. These trade abuses are well known to all of us in this chamber. Most recently, this past December, President Biden's Commerce Department found that China is circumventing tariffs on imports into the U.S. by shipping solar products through not one country, not 2 countries, not even 3 countries, in fact, 4 countries in Southeast Asia. These tariffs were put in place by President Obama since 2012 to provide a level playing field for American manufacturers who were facing unfair competition in the U.S. market from the solar products that China was subsidizing and selling at unfairly low prices. By circumventing these tariffs by shipping its products through Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, China has set up a solar panel export scheme that cheats American workers and consumers. So we know there's wrongdoing going on. We know China is cheating. And that's precisely why members of both parties were stunned and disappointed when the White House made the misguided decision to halt for 2 years additional tariffs on Chinese solar products being sent through these 4 countries. At a time when China has a dominant position in solar production, despite longstanding American innovation in this sector, should we really be telling the world that there will be less accountability for unfair trade practices? The answer is not just no. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely no. But the President's proclamation to halt any new countervailing duties and tariffs does just that. And what's worse, it establishes a lesser standard of accountability for China than the rest of the world. The legislation before us today, House Joint Resolution 39, Congressional Review Act legislation on solar tariffs, will stop President Biden's proclamation that has given a free pass for 2 years to unfair solar imports from China that circumvent our trade laws. The United States must maintain crucial protections for American workers and our economy as a whole. We cannot surrender to China or any other country and put American workers at a disadvantage. This resolution has bipartisan support. I want to thank Representative Posey for leading this initiative, and Ways and Means Committee members Dan Kildee of Michigan, Greg Murphy of North Carolina, Bill Pascrell of New Jersey, and Nicole Malliotakis of New York, and Claudia Tenney of New York. The fact that Democrats and Republicans on our committee are original co-sponsors of this resolution shows just how bipartisan the issue is. We have to confront the Chinese Communist Party's bad behavior. We have to hold it accountable. I urge you to vote in favor of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this resolution. My Republican friends continue to be in a state of denial for the climate crisis, the real and urgent sense that we have now. Last month in Houston, I had an opportunity to meet with 24 leaders of the renewable energy sector. They weren't concerned about rolling back the things that we've done. They wanted to accelerate it. The chairman and my Republican colleagues have spoken at length about the importance of increasing accountability for China's unfair trade practices and maintaining protection for American workers. It's interesting, though, that these same individuals voted against democratic provisions to strengthen our anti-dumping and circumvention laws and reauthorize the Trade Adjustment Assistance in the American Competes Act. They all voted against the Inflation Reduction Act's provision to incentivize clean energy domestic manufacturing. And in fact, 2 days ago, they voted to repeal these provisions. This resolution would undermine America's hard-fought wins in the Inflation Reduction Act. There are problems. No doubt the Chinese are likely cheating. But President Biden struck the right balance by instituting a temporary freeze on these solar tariffs. This approach is how we fix the long-term problem. Importantly, he has said that he does not intend to extend the freeze beyond June 2024, and that he will veto this resolution if it gets to his desk. My friends on the other side of the aisle are concerned about working men and women. I would point out that the president's position is consistent with the leaders in organized labor, from IBEW, from Luna, the carpenters and operating engineers, people who represent these hardworking Americans, as well as organizations in the environmental community and the National Taxpayers Union. This is a 2-year bridge that gives the solar industry the time needed to reorient supply chains away from China and produce panels domestically. We can't do that overnight, but we're committed to making that change. For too long, the United States has lacked a cohesive, renewable energy manufacturing policy. As a result, we've outsourced far too much of our production. In 2021, there are only 7 gigawatts of domestic manufacturing capacity. That's the reality. But the Inflation Reduction Act marks a significant departure from those flawed policies of the past. This legislation bakes in domestic content bonuses in clean energy credits to incentivize the industry to onshore production. But that takes time. It also revives the advanced manufacturing credit and created a new manufacturing production tax credit. The Inflation Reduction Act has already led to the announcement of more than 45 gigawatts of domestic solar manufacturing capacity. Again, my Republican colleagues voted to repeal all those incentives just 2 days ago. Ending the president's temporary initiative would immediately institute high retroactive tariffs in the hundreds of percent that would hurt solar development, increase energy costs, and lead to a supply reduction at exactly the moment when the climate crisis means that we need to ramp it up. Many of us in Congress worked for years to achieve the policy victories contained in the Inflation Reduction Act. The clean energy tax credits are projected to reduce carbon emissions 40% by 2030, giving us a legitimate chance to meet the goals contained in the Paris Climate Agreement. We should resist these efforts to undermine this hard-won victory for America. I would encourage my colleagues to take a hard look at this legislation and then reject it when it comes before us for a vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to highlight another member of the House Ways and Means Committee that is a co-sponsor and a supporter of this resolution, Ms. Terry Sewell from Alabama. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter from Oxen Solar founder and CEO thanking Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans for bringing this resolution to the House floor. Oxen is a small California company with 37 full-time employees that filed a petition last year asking the Department of Commerce to investigate whether Chinese firms were circumventing existing tariffs. Oxen strongly supports this resolution so that the company and its workers can get relief from unfair Chinese competition and end what it calls the get-out-of-jail-free card that President Biden gave to duty evaders. And I'd like to recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for 2 minutes, Mr. Murphy.
Before the gentleman is recognized, without objection, your request will be ordered for submission into the record. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.J. Resolution 39. We are here today because the Biden administration is hell-bent on making the United States energy dependent upon China. They are hell-bent on signing this nation's death warrant. In pursuit of everything green, the Biden administration has given a free pass for Chinese solar imports to flow into this country, by all means, using an emergency proclamation. The last time a president used an emergency proclamation was for lumber in 1946, when American World War II veterans were returning home and they needed homes. But today, President Biden, or whoever's running the White House, is using it to waive tariffs on Chinese solar panels coming from Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam for 2 years. Helping war heroes is an emergency, but speeding up total dependence on our greatest adversary is another. It's an absolute abuse of executive power. It is helping our greatest adversary take control of this country. Why on God's green earth are we handing this nation's keys to the nation of China? Chinese producers and the CCP are taking advantage of this system to circumnavigate the tariffs. They are cheating. But don't just take my word, take the President's own Commerce Department, who determined that this would happen even before President Biden did his emergency proclamation. This is simply un-American and a clear, crystal clear abuse of emergency power by the President. We need to prioritize American manufacturing, not Chinese manufacturing. We need to produce the energy here in the United States, not handing this to China, our greatest adversary. I urge my colleagues subsequently to support this bill, House H.J. Resolution 39. With that, I'll yield my time back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve?
Reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record statements from the Carpenters and Operating Engineers Union, who oppose legislation that eliminates thousands of jobs, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and Luna.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Here comes the sun. It's more than a great tune, it's about a great renewable future. But our Republican colleagues refuse to see through the dark smoke of fossil fuels and fossilized thinking. They just blindly follow Trump at every opportunity to try to reduce progress on addressing the very real climate crisis. President Biden is both enforcing our trade laws and maintaining our commitment for more solar power by giving American companies a reasonable time to adjust their supply chains away from China and without an unreasonable disruption of installing more solar panels all across this country. And this temporary tariff pause ends in only about a year. But that's just not soon enough for those who are determined to disrupt our move to a clean energy future. And I must say this is a truly anti-business move because it penalizes companies that have relied on, in good faith, on the president's order. And it also, as my colleague from Oregon has just shown, it will kill a number of good-paying union jobs across this country. Despite the ice mess in Greenland and Antarctica, melting at an average of about 420 billion tons every year, already raising sea levels in the Gulf of Mexico, Republican opposition in fighting climate change remains frozen in the past. Trading fossil fuel and fossil power for the power of the sun by getting as many solar panels as soon as possible is one way that more and more American families and American businesses can make their contribution to their own lower energy bills, but to help us respond to the climate crisis that is already engulfing America with wildfires and intensified weather like tornadoes and floods and droughts in different places, and of course, hotter and hotter and hotter. At this dawn of a new clean energy era, now is not the time to eclipse solar. In Texas, we are already number 2 in the country among the states for solar capacity, creating thousands of new jobs and providing clean energy and lower energy bills to thousands of families. Austinites know that solar power saves them on their energy bills and saves them when storms disrupt the grid. I hope my colleagues will see the light, will see the power of solar, and join us in voting no on this misguided proposal. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oregon reserve? Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the original sponsor of this resolution, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman, Chairman Smith, for yielding. Today, we are considering a historic bipartisan resolution to support American solar manufacturers and workers and hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for dodging our trade laws. H.J. Res. 39 will undo a Biden administration's rule that allowed Chinese solar manufacturers who use forced labor to dodge American trade laws and dump inferior product on the United States. They're doing this by slapping a new label on their products and exporting them to third-party countries like Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. The Department of Commerce, in a preliminary investigation, concluded that the Chinese solar companies are in fact sending their products through these 4 Southeastern Asian countries to avoid paying a higher tariff. If left in place, this rule will benefit the Chinese Communist Party. Make no mistake about that. They are not our friends. They are an enemy, at the detriment of American companies and workers. Unfortunately, some believe we must tolerate China's bad decisions and remain dependent on adversarial nations to create renewable energy. That's a false choice, so says the AFL-CIO. The United States can and should focus its resources into developing our own solar products and boosting American competitiveness around the world, rather than supporting China's quest to dominate the market and control energy supply. This bipartisan resolution is a critical step to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for everything from their human rights abuses to their unfair trade practices, all the while protecting American solar manufacturers and workers. Why not be an exporter of great American products rather than an importer of cheap Chinese products? And for those who say they're clean energy advocates, I'd like to remind them that the Chinese solar panels are built without any environmental protection or controls whatsoever. American solar panels have environmental protection requirements. Most are aware, and I hope everyone in this chamber for sure is aware, that through economic dominance, China hopes to achieve military superiority. And we need to stop helping China do that. How good is this resolution? As if the facts are not clear enough already, keep this in mind. This is a policy that President Obama and President Trump both agreed on. I know that's hard to believe, but you heard that right. It's a policy that President Obama and President Trump both agreed on. Additionally, we shouldn't sacrifice the Uyghur people at the altar of convenience. So I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting America and H.J. Res. 39, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' newfound concern for the environment and for the industry. I would like to enter into the record correspondence from the solar industry in the United States supporting opposing their resolution and supporting our position.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I would like to turn to the gentleman from California who played an instrumental role in crafting many of these energy provisions. I love the partnership with him. I'm going to recognize him for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for his leadership and for giving me the extra time to speak. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I share my colleague's goal of ensuring that our trade laws are fairly enforced. And I certainly share our collective goal of promoting domestic manufacturing and jobs. But let's be honest. The idea that our president wants to ship jobs to China and make us dependent on China for our energy, this may sound good, this political hyperbole may sound good, but it's flat out nonsense. Truth is, if this legislation were to become law, it would cost, not create, American jobs. And in the long run, it would make it harder, not easier, for our country to become energy independent. This bill would make it impossible to deploy solar energy quickly enough here in our country, here in the United States of America. It would undercut the climate change investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest investment in fighting climate change and creating green jobs in our history. This is an investment that we need. We've already heard from numerous speakers the impact that we've felt from climate change, fires, floods, drought, an increase in agricultural pests. This is at a point where we need to deploy everything we can to make sure we address the issue of climate change. We all want solar products manufactured right here at home, and that will happen. But in the short run, our domestic industry can't increase production fast enough to meet our demand or meet our climate goals. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Politico called Trio of Democrat Senators Back Resolution to Undo Biden's Solar Tariff Pause. This article notes that 3 Democrat senators, including the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Wyden, Senator Manchin from West Virginia, and Senator Brown from Ohio, have publicly supported rescinding President Biden's action to pause tariffs on Chinese solar panels even before the CRA has even passed the House. I understand that at least one more Democrat senator has also expressed support. I thank my Democrat colleagues in the House and in the Senate for joining me in standing up for American workers by supporting consistent enforcement of our trade laws against China's unfair trade practices.
And so ordered. And before we proceed, I would note that both sides have approximately 20 minutes, 30 seconds left of their allotted time. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes from the great gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
Well, thank you very much. I thank the gentleman, my friend, the chairman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.J. Res. 39, a bipartisan joint resolution of which I am proud to be an original co-sponsor. We are a nation of laws. It is not up to the president to determine which laws to enforce and which laws to ignore if they don't conform to that president's particular agenda. If we allow communist China to blatantly violate our trade laws with impunity, as the Commerce Department has concluded is occurring, how can we expect other nations to follow those laws and conduct business with us in a fair manner? Those who oppose this joint resolution will say the imposition of these tariffs will handicap renewable projects across this country that rely on a continuous supply of solar panels and materials. I understand this concern and am not opposed to the deployment of more renewable energy projects. However, I am opposed to the United States maintaining a supply chain reliant on communist China and their forced slave labor. We should instead be working to build up our own domestic solar manufacturing industry and send signals to industry that the time to shorten supply chains is long past due. Unfortunately, these domestic companies operate at a disadvantage when communist China gets to break the rules and undermine the markets with their cheap prices. I urge my colleagues to stand up for American workers and for American energy independence. Vote yes on H.J. Res. 39. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio was recognized, yields back his time. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Oregon for his leadership and for yielding. Mr. Speaker, solar energy is one form of electricity generation that is growing in the United States. Yet we do not have the economy of scale in manufacturing solar systems to meet supply and demand for industry or consumers. Solar energy accounts for 3.9% of total electricity generation in 2021, compared to 0.7% in 2014. Currently, domestic solar production is sold out for the next 2 to 3 years. In order to continue to address China's unfair trading policies, the United States, and allow America's solar industry to grow, President Biden's Proclamation 10414 declared an emergency with respect to U.S. electricity generation capacity by implementing a final rule that permits the importation of select sales or modulars without the payment of anti-dumping and countervailing duty temporary for 24 months. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a statement from the Uyghur Human Rights Project in support of H.J. Res. 39. The statement highlights the close connection between the CCP solar industry and the ongoing human rights abuses and forced labor being perpetrated against the Uyghurs. This is bipartisan consensus that these practices are unacceptable and must be stopped.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the state of New York, Ms. Tenney.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.J. Res. 39, critical legislation to undo the Biden administration's job-crushing solar policies. Last year, an American solar manufacturer petitioned the Commerce Department to investigate whether China was circumventing tariffs on solar products by sneaking them through countries in Southeast Asia. Before that investigation even finished, President Biden issued a proclamation to allow the imports of unfairly traded solar products from China. Later, just as we expected, it was discovered by the Commerce Department that China was indeed violating U.S. trade laws. President Biden's irresponsible proclamation is a slap in the face to American manufacturers. It allows Chinese solar companies to flood our market with their products tariff-free, hurting American jobs. It is the Green New Deal agenda at work. President Biden's proclamation also sends the message to trade cheats everywhere that U.S. trade laws don't matter. This invites even more cheating, and this is only the tip of the spear of the dangerous Green New Deal agenda. A recent report from the Coalition for Prosperous America revealed that the Chinese manufacturers could earn nearly $125 billion, and that's with a B, in U.S. renewable energy tax credits as a result of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. This would be a significant boon to Chinese solar manufacturers on top of the massive giveaway given to China by President Biden's proclamation. We must stand with American manufacturers and jobs, not the Chinese Communist Party, and pass this crucial legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the National Taxpayers Union opposing the proposal from our Republican friends to raise tariffs on solar goods.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'm honored to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, for a minute.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe almost all of us are here to make America stronger, to serve the people who sent us here. But this act will do exactly the opposite. It will hurt the 33,000 American solar installers who will lose their jobs. It will raise energy costs for families everywhere, but especially in the Sun Belt. It will hurt all Americans who hope to use the solar tax credit. And it will hurt the energy companies, the businesses who built major solar installations in the last 8 months, who will be subject to a retroactive tariff of 254%. And it will harm our endangered planet. It will handcuff us in our fight against climate change. And the act will not help our growing domestic solar panel manufacturers who are already sold out till the end of the pause. And it won't hurt China, who has abundant buyers than the rest of the world. This is the same China who ships 1 million packages a day duty-free to the United States because of our $800 de minimis exception. Mr. Speaker, this is an act with only creates losers. There are no winners, and I urge my friends to vote no.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a press release from President Biden's Department of Commerce that states the department determined in December 2022, after a thorough investigation, that Chinese solar companies are circumventing U.S. tariffs on solar products. The evidence is clear. Chinese companies have set up shop in Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam to get around U.S. tariffs that were put in place in 2012 by President Obama, yet the Biden administration is turning a blind eye on American workers, American manufacturers, by waiving additional tariffs, while it acknowledges cheating by Chinese companies. I reserve the balance.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, for a minute and a half.
The gentleman from California is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I rise in opposition to this resolution because American solar companies need the delay on solar tariffs so that they can keep up with the American demand for clean energy. If we repeal this delay with this CRA, American solar industry could be hit with more than $1 billion with a B, billion, in retroactive duties, taxes that would cause cancellations and supply chain issues, stall solar deployment, and set us back on our clean energy goals. Look, we've already seen, just with the threat of these tariffs, that's caused a 30% decrease in solar deployment just last year. Now, of course, we want to strategically decouple from China, I believe, especially with their solar pieces, parts, and equipment. However, American solar companies need more time to adapt, to adjust, and to reduce Chinese inputs in solar panels. I also realize that we need to do more to bolster our domestic solar manufacturing, but that's why we recently made significant investments for domestic credits. However, if we allow these retroactive tariffs to take place now, it would deprive our solar industry of the incentive to invest in our manufacturing projects at home. That's why we need this delay, and that's why this delay was the right call, not just by this administration. It's also the right call so that the American solar industry can catch up to our domestic demand, so that Americans can continue to speed up their solar deployment, and that America can continue to step up when it comes to the continued success of our economy and the future of our sustainability. That is why I urge a no vote on this CRA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri continues to reserve. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for a minute.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition to this resolution. Democrats successfully passed America's single largest investment in clean and renewable energy last year in the Inflation Reduction Act, which will quickly decarbonize our economy and shift manufacturing back here to the U.S. And that includes production of solar panels that will be critical to the clean energy transition. Last year, the Commerce Department made a thorough and data-driven determination that some companies in 4 Southeast Asian countries are circumventing U.S. tariffs on Chinese solar panels. But our trade policy requires balance, and the President's emergency order created a short-term bridge to secure the solar materials needed to protect jobs and meet our energy transition goods over the next year. While the emergency order is not perfect, it's necessary to give solar projects in the pipeline enough time to come into full compliance with our trade laws. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close if the other side has no further witnesses.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to enter the record a statement from the League of Conservation Voters, the Natural Resources Defense Council, the Sierra Club, Climate Action Campaign, the Environmental Law and Policy Center, Clean Energy for America, the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, Earth Justice, the Environmental Defense Fund, and the Union of Concerned Scientists that urge the rejection of the proposal that our Republican friends are making.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm prepared to close at this point.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you. The concern I have is that what is being missed here is the reality that we are dependent on a supply chain in which China plays a key role. We don't like it. My Republican friends don't like it. Unfortunately, they have undermined efforts that we have to try and reposition the supply chain. The energy proposals that we have offered up are an opportunity to grow and strengthen America's capacity. Just yesterday, they would repeal a number of those provisions. Their proposal would impose over $1 billion of retroactive tariffs on our solar industry at a time when we're trying to grow it. We want to give the industry time to reorient the supply chain. That takes time. It's already made clear on the floor right now that the current solar industry is at capacity. They need time to change the supply chains. Sadly, my Republican friends would reduce incentives to strengthen the American supply chain. The reality is, in the past, we've allowed China to have a dominant position. We don't want that. We've offered up a variety of proposals that would strengthen, incentivize American business. But this proposal, if enacted, would punish American workers, would punish American business, and set us back on our climate goals. That does not serve anybody well. Instead, the Biden administration has offered a reasonable compromise, extending for 2 years the ability to continue the course here while we reorient the supply chain. I have a whole host of proposals if my colleagues want to be tough on China. Mr. Beyer referenced the fact that we have, through the de minimis provisions, we are allowing over 2 million packages a day into the United States stream of commerce, often, no doubt, used by forced labor, uninspected, and not paying tariffs. But this is a simple common sense provision that we've offered up that would help change that. And we have others if people want to deal meaningfully with the Chinese challenge. But this doesn't. This doesn't change the reality of our current dependence on China for the supply chain. And indeed, it will complicate our ability to make the transition. I respectfully urge that we reject this resolution and allow the opportunity for our industry to get its footing and make the transition that we all want them to make. I appreciate the opportunity to share my opinions and a chance to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time under House Resolution 327. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, my grandfather always told me that actions speak louder than words. We've heard a lot of words about people standing up to China. this resolution will have every member in this body to have the opportunity to stand up to China. And this is the way to do it. I am so thankful that we have Democrat senators, including my counterpart, Senator Wyden on the other side of the aisle, that is willing to do the right thing for the American worker and to do what President Obama did in 2012 and to make sure that the solar industry works for America and not become beholden to China. Today, the U.S. Congress has the opportunity to send a direct message to China. And really, any country that thinks about violating trade policies or attempts to cheat American workers, that the U.S. will not tolerate such behavior. I appreciate the fact that this can be a bipartisan message. The White House made a very misguided decision when it chose to lift additional tariffs on China for 2 years. That action, in my view, sends the wrong message to the world, particularly when we know, based on findings by the President's own Commerce Department, that China is cheating American workers and consumers by circumventing tariffs right now. We have the opportunity today to act on bipartisan legislation that will turn out the lights on that decision and hold China accountable. To be clear, U.S. purchasers of fairly traded solar products will not pay a single penny of additional tariffs if this resolution is enacted. This is about protecting American workers, American jobs, and holding China accountable. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for introducing this resolution and fighting to protect American workers and American jobs. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 327, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Resolution disapproving the rules submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation duties and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes the gentleman seek
I demand
recognition?
the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are ordered. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
So the House is now holding its only roll call vote for today. This will be the last one for this week and for the month. Members voting here on final passage of a resolution repealing a Commerce Department rule waiving tariffs on solar parts, assembled in 4 Southeast Asian countries. That would include Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, or Vietnam, using parts from China. After today's session, the House will be out next week on a district work period. They'll be back for legislative business and votes on Tuesday, May 9th. Live coverage of the House here on C-SPAN.
Steve, then you can continue your tour of station and you can translate back inboard to the starboard CETA cart to retrieve an APFR, and you will retrieve your green hook on the way.
Retrieve my green hook, head back to the starboard CETA cart. My gloves are good.
Copy, good glove check. And nice work, Sultan. And we can head to the up the CETA spur when you're ready. Nice work.
Copy. Okay, stop and retrieve my green hook.
Copy, green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. Views from both of our spacewalkers, now 53 minutes into today's spacewalk.
To the starboard CETA with 4, which is the top right. And note as you translate, when you get there, there is 2 APFRs. There's one in the top right and the bottom right. We want the one in the top right that has the ingress aid.
All right, I understand.
Bowen and Al Nayati are heading out to relocate an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. It's often used during spacewalks to help astronauts secure themselves in one location as they work on a specific task.
Please stay together. Bring my translation.
We copy the green hook.
And translating under the empty.
Copy, Sultan. And Sultan, as you get out to the port CETA cart, you're going to be picking up the APFR that's on the bottom left. Bottom left with 2. And that will also have an ingress aid on it.
Copy, bottom left, left 2. The ingressing.
Ten seconds to a handover.
I hated to be like this. I think, oh.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are in a satellite handover with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station as they continue today's spacewalk. Again, they are heading out to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint. Following relocation of the APFR, they will begin moving out to route cables and modify some multi-layer insulation on one of the modification kits preparing for installation of future solar arrays.
Wait, after this,
We're back with you after the handover.
Passing the anchor hooks.
Copy. And Sultan, we see you at the APFR. When you have a second, we'd like you to double check that the pitch setting is Papa Papa, and then we want you to not change the pitch setting when you translate.
All right, we'll check for Papa Papa. We'll not change it.
Sultan, that was an impressive fix. You have surgeon's hands.
Thank you. All right, I am at the starboard speed cut. Get up on it.
Okay, copy, Steve. And you're looking for the top right, whiff 4. And we are going to have you keep that APFR in the whiff and adjust the pitch knob when you get there.
Understand. Outright whiff 4. Adjust the pitch knob while still in the whiff.
Yep, and for...
And I see Foxtrot on this APFR.
And Sultan, understand that you see Foxtrot.
That's affirmative.
Copy, Sultan. Standby 1. Steve, for yours in whiff 4, we're going to have you leaving the APFR in the whiff, adjust the pitch setting to Fox. And Sultan, we were expecting Papa Papa on yours, so we're talking about it for a second.
Fox News fired Tucker Carlson. It seems like it might have been Rupert Murdoch just not liking how religious Tucker Carlson pretends to be sometimes, which is really funny. Tucker Carlson apparently has an Oppo file held by Fox News corporate executives that they will release if he badmouths his former employers. So I don't expect him to go after Fox in any fashion in this video. It's 2 minutes and 16 seconds. You know, he's giving the face right away.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson.
It's not a good evening. It's the afternoon, you f***ing idiot. Already I'm winning this debate.
One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true. NL.
That's true. I do agree with that. It is kind of crazy that you can just go down to the South, the American South, and just chat with people and have a really good time talking to them. And you know for a fact that these guys are voting for candidates that will have you killed, you know? But still, that's how it is.
Bunch of hilarious people. Also, a
That's
lot
true.
of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing.
Yeah. Like, The M&M packaging, or like everything you've ever talked about. I agree. Yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah. Non-stop bullshit. Yeah, the Bud Light thing. Yeah. Your entire career.
In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated.
Yeah, we know. Your whole job. It's your main thing. Okay. Don't forget the Hershey's. How could I forget the Hershey's?
And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all.
That is not true. Obviously, we're not really having mainstream capitalism versus socialism debates, but there's plenty of discussion of like pivotal issues like immigration, economic stuff, tax rate. Yeah, I don't know what he's vague posting here. Tactical vague posting is a great way for fascists to signal that what they really mean is racial change, like racial differences, without them actually meaning it. You know what I mean?
War, civil liberty.
Now it begins. Life fades and evil smiles as humanity comes to an end. A demonic delight in slaughter, their wicked savagery. Before us, the armies of hell. Rise like a flood to condemn our hearts. From the abyss at the world's end.
From the abyss at the world's end. Our hearts rise like a flood to condemn. The armies of hell before us, their wicked savagery, a demonic delight in slaughter, comes to an end. As humanity smiles and evil fades, life, now it begins. Hellmade MMORPG, Mad World. Play now.
Hey, it's Floyd Money Mayweather. Do you need health insurance? Then you want to hear this $29 per month health insurance hack. It's called the Health Insurance Give Back Program. And 90% of uninsured Americans qualify.
The Health Insurance Give Back Program is awesome. I found a plan for only $29 a month that even includes my daughter's dental.
It covers pre-existing conditions, prescriptions, catastrophic, dental for your kids, and more.
Hey guys, the Health Insurance Give Back Program is awesome. I found a plan for only $29 a month. My daughter has type 1 diabetes. I can't be without insurance. These are the insulin costs alone without coverage. Then I saw on the news they were talking about how the Health Insurance Give Back Program can get you health insurance for the price of a Netflix subscription.
And that there are great health plans that can be had for close to $30. How?
Absolutely, that is correct. And thanks to the Health Insurance Give Back Program for uninsured Americans, there's a great health plan starting at only $29 a month that most people are completely unaware of. And these plans cover pre-existing conditions, prescriptions, catastrophic insurance, children's dental, emergency care, preventative care, home health.
I called right away. That call saved me thousands. They didn't even penalize us for my daughter's pre-existing condition. Don't wait. Give them a call today.
It takes only 15 minutes and can change your life. Make the 15-minute call right now.
We don't talk about war? Okay. I think we talk about civil liberties too. We talk about you trying to take them away. Yeah.
Emerging science.
I agree we could do to talk about emerging science more often.
Demographic change.
Oh, okay. My camera has a little lizard. There. Back to your perch. Well, that was quick.
Corporate power, natural resources.
I think we talk about all of these things, some of which we probably shouldn't be caring as much about as we do, like demographic change. Me when Vosh stops the video every half second. Yeah, it's just they densely pack the bullshit so thick, especially during like lists, right? But I'm glad I stopped at like demographic change.
When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues?
Well, over on youtube.com/Vosh, you can get quality content. I don't do debates anymore. I want to do more debates. It's really difficult to find good.
Now it begins. Life fades and evil smiles as humanity comes to an end. A demonic delight in slaughter, their wicked savagery. Before us, the armies of hell. Rise like a flood to condemn our hearts. From the abyss at the world's end.
From the abyss at the world's end. Our hearts rise like a flood to condemn. The armies of hell before us, their wicked savagery, a demonic delight in slaughter, comes to an end. As humanity smiles and evil fades. Life, now it begins. Hellmade MMORPG Mad World. Play now.
Hey, it's Floyd Money Mayweather. Do you need health insurance? Then you want to hear this $29 per month health insurance hack. It's called the Health Insurance Give Back Program. And 90% of uninsured Americans qualify.
The Health Insurance Give Back program is awesome. I found a plan for only $29 a month that even includes my daughter's dental.
It covers pre-existing conditions, prescriptions, catastrophic, dental for your kids, and more.
Hey guys, the Health Insurance Give Back program is awesome. I found a plan for only $29 a month. My daughter has type 1 diabetes. I can't be without insurance. These are the insulin costs alone without coverage. Then I saw on the news they were talking about how the Health Insurance Give Back program can get you health insurance for the price of a Netflix subscription.
That there are great health plans that can be had for close to $30. How?
Absolutely, that is correct. And thanks to the Health Insurance Give Back program for uninsured Americans, there's a great health plan starting at only $29 a month that most people are completely unaware of. And these plans cover pre-existing conditions, prescriptions, catastrophic insurance, children's dental, emergency care, preventative care, home health.
I called right away. That call saved me thousands. They didn't even penalize us for my daughter's pre-existing condition. Don't wait. Give them a call today.
It takes only 15 minutes and can change your life. Make the 15-minute call right now.
Ones. The funny thing is that Tucker Carlson actually used to have dissenting voices on all the time, and as time went on, he just stopped doing it. Like, as time went on, like years ago, he had so many people come on to argue with him, and then he just stopped having them. So, like, I agree we could do to talk about these issues more often. But I think I've had enough debates on demographic change, you know? It's seriously, I've talked to like 24 Nazis on the subject, and I haven't gotten a single one to defeat even my basic counter-arguments. It's really frustrating because I have two levels of counter-arguments here, right? Like, when they're being racist, I have like the tier 1 stuff, which is like, okay, well, what's wrong with demographic change? Why does this country only belong to white people? What about this? What about that? Why do you think there's not a precedent for this? Why do you think like this? But like, if they can counter those arguments, which they never have, I have a second secret layer of debate tactics, which is basically just, I did a lot of research on history and like race and IQ and demographic politics. But I'm never going to get to bring it up because they're fucking retarded. Yeah, you can't reason with gut hatred. They're too stupid to even get to like the underlying research. It's like basic. Like, I have people on here. Do you guys remember that one guy that I talked to from like the Discord call-in or Discord Q&A or something? Where he was like, yeah, you know, I don't like demographic change. I was like, okay, well, why? And he was like, well, you know, you've got a good point. Did that happen? I feel like I remember this happening. The spirit of that has happened.
It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media.
They are. Now we're doing the vague conspiracy posting.
Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it.
So the only subject on which this is actually true would probably be corporate power and capitalism. You know, this is like JQ signaling, the idea that there's like a nefarious greater power that's censoring good, honest white men like Tucker Carlson talking about real issues like demographic change. But in reality, the only issue that's like fully outside the Overton window right now is probably just like elements of corporate power, you know. And a lot of it has to do with like capitalist realism as well, because even if you had a debate on capitalism versus socialism, most Americans don't have the vocabulary to even understand what's at stake, right? I mean, imagine having a conversation on a national stage and expecting the average American to keep up with like surplus value. We're not educated.
Hey, it's Floyd Money Mayweather. Do you need health insurance? Then you want to hear this $29 per month health insurance hack. It's called the Health Insurance Give Back Program. And 90% of uninsured Americans qualify.
The Health Insurance Give Back Program is awesome. I found a plan for only $29 a month that even includes my daughter's dental.
It covers pre-existing conditions, prescriptions, catastrophic, dental for your kids, and more.
Hey guys. The Health Insurance Give Back Program is awesome. I found a plan for only $29 a month. My daughter has type 1.
Fox News fired Tucker. Secret layer of debate tactics, which is basically just, I did a lot of research on history and like race and IQ and demographic politics. But I'm never going to get to bring it up because they're fucking retarded. Yeah, you can't reason with gut hatred. They're too stupid to even get to like the underlying research. It's like basic. Like, I have people on here. Do you guys remember that one guy that I talked to from like the Discord call-in or Discord Q&A or something? Where he was like, yeah, you know, I don't like demographic change. I was like, okay, well, why? He was like, well, you know, you've got a good point. Did that happen? I feel like I remember this happening. The spirit of that has happened.
It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media.
They are. Now we're doing the vague conspiracy posting.
Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it.
So the only subject on which this is actually true would probably be corporate power and capitalism. You know, this is like JQ signaling, the idea that there's like a nefarious greater power that's censoring good, honest white men like Tucker Carlson talking about real issues like demographic change. But in reality, the only issue that's like fully outside the Overton window right now is probably just like elements of corporate power, you know. And a lot of it has to do with like capitalist realism as well, because even if you had a debate on capitalism versus socialism, most Americans don't have the vocabulary to even understand what's at stake, right? I mean, imagine having a conversation on a national stage and expecting the average American to keep up with like surplus value. We're not educated enough to even understand what we've lost.
Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state.
In a corporatocracy sense, I think there's some truth to that. Outside of that, no.
It's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them.
Notice again, we defer to conspiracism, how he refers to orthodoxies in a vague way. He's not like specifying what he's actually talking about. The reason for that is, again, because this is the same Tucker Carlson that it has always been. It's the same, like, be tactically vague so the most fascist constituency that you have can fill in their fascism, and the more moderate conservatives don't read into it as much, you know? He's not actually saying anything. I can hear Shu coming all over this video. Oh my God, you're right.
Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this. That's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid. They've given up persuasion. They're resorting to force.
It is so funny that he would say this. They're afraid of persuasion. They've resorted to force. When at the Heritage Foundation meeting that led Rupert Murdoch to fire Tucker Carlson, he was talking about how our enemies are beyond reason and we need force now, not persuasion. He literally said that in the Heritage Foundation speech that he gave that led to him being fired, where he said the literal exact diametric opposite. He doesn't believe anything. He doesn't believe anything. He does not believe anything. He is empty in a suit. That's it. He doesn't believe any of the stuff that he's saying. He is just carefully cultivating this to, well, I assume he's going to make his own program now, right? Like the way he's talking. So he's going to try. I'm just guessing from what he said, but he's probably going to try to redo like a Crossfire kind of thing, maybe with more of a pretense of professionalism. Here are like big, high stakes, high profile, big idea debates that we're going to have. Whether or not
on this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays
whether
are
or not he's
202. The joint resolution is passed. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Go ahead. California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered. The House will be in order.
There we go. Anything works. We never got to do that when we worked together.
House will be in order. Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Where is she? Where's the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I
The House will
rise.
be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman may proceed.
I rise today to commemorate the 48th anniversary of Black April. I am proud to represent Orange County's Little Saigon, which is home to the largest population of Vietnamese in the world outside of Vietnam itself. During Black April, we remember the fall of Saigon, those who served in Vietnam, and those who lost their lives fleeing communism. The fall of Republic of Vietnam is one of the greatest tragedies in modern history. It reminds us that freedom is not free. And it reminds us that we are blessed to live in the greatest country in the world. So today, I invite all of my colleagues to join me and stand with the Vietnamese community in Orange County and across the country during Black April. Thank you. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the importance of treating immigrants in a humane way. In a hearing at Homeland Security recently, we discussed an incredibly offensive collector's coin, or called a challenge coin, being sold online. It depicted a Border Patrol agent on horseback chasing a black Haitian migrant with a whip. The coin celebrated the incident and claimed to be circulating with Border Patrol agents. It disgusted almost everyone in the hearing, except for a prominent MAGA Republican who laughed about it. No one should find the abusive treatment of human beings funny. It is a national embarrassment. These migrants are trying to better their lives and the lives of their families. We need to have an effective immigration policy in this country, but we also need to make sure all migrants, regardless of the status, are treated humanely and fairly. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Its time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Gennaro Jewelers of Belmore, New York, as they celebrate 100 years of service to Long Islanders. This renowned local small business has been a cornerstone of the community for 1 century, helping generations of New York neighbors provide wonderful gifts to their loved ones during good times and unfortunately bad. But not only is Gennaro Jewelers known for its fine wares, but under the leadership of my good friend Gary Hughes, the business also continues to give back to the Belmore community and beyond. They are staunch supporters of law enforcement, of firefighters, of first responders, and they are dedicated to keeping those New Yorkers safe each and every day. With this long history of quality service in mind, I congratulate Gennaro Jewelers as they celebrate their 100th year serving the 4th Congressional District. New York's 4th Congressional District is enriched by presence of great businesses like Gennaro Jewelers, and I wish my good friend Gary Hughes and the entire team there much success in the future. Congratulations on 100 years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a mother myself. My children are now 27 and 30 years old, but I distinctly remember how challenging it was to have children in a two-parent working family. I was a lawyer before I came to Congress, and I distinctly remember the panic when I had to bring my very active toddler son to court with me because his preschool was suddenly closed. I really feel for people who have ongoing issues finding affordable, reliable childcare. More than 38,000 children in Pennsylvania are waitlisted, 1,600 classrooms have closed, and hundreds of childcare positions remain unfilled. In my district in the Lehigh Valley, more than 1,500 children are waitlisted, and Carbon County is classified as a childcare desert. But the child care crisis isn't just hard on parents, it's hard on child care providers too. Early child care workers in my district make just $28,000 to $32,000 compared with their elementary school peers making $52,000. The Child Care for Working Families Act, introduced yesterday on a bicameral basis, would help open more care providers and lower costs for parents, capping costs at 7% of a family's income. Putting money back in parents' pockets, raising wages for hardworking care providers, and giving kids more quality early childhood education,
time has expired.
That's working for people.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to thank and celebrate the 50th birthday and retirement of Ernesto Mendoza for his dedicated service to our community, to protect and to serve the people of Los Angeles. Ernesto served our great country in the United States Army, overseas in Germany, then came home to serve in the Los Angeles Police Department with a combined total of 30 years of service. He consistently operates with integrity and honesty and has established strong, trusted leadership, retiring as a Detective 3 through various LAPD departments, including 77th Division and most recently, South Bureau. Ernesto, thank you for all that you have done for our community, and thank you for your service to our country. Enjoy your 50th birthday with your family, and I wish you a joyful retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible work of the John Marshall High School's boys basketball head coach, Ty White. Coach White recently received the Naismith High School Boys Coach of the Year award after leading his team to an undefeated season and the state title in Virginia. The Naismith Awards are presented annually to the most outstanding men's and women's basketball players and coaches who have achieved tremendous success on and off the court. Coach White has spent 13 years coaching the boys basketball team and has served as an invaluable mentor and community leader in the John Marshall High School family. I commend Coach White on his determination, leadership, and grit. He and the John Marshall boys basketball team, the Justices, have made Richmond, our district, and their Congresswoman proud. Go Justices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Woman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The modern America wants flexibility and choice. However, President Biden and Washington Democrats would rather force their radical labor agenda on the American people. That's why Senator Tim Scott and I introduced the Employee Rights Act, which represents the Republican vision for the future of the American modern workforce. Our bill updates our nation's labor laws by expanding workforce protections for independent contractors, entrepreneurs, franchises, and anyone else looking to learn a living on their own terms and live the American dream. This bill also offers political protections to employees by preventing heavy-handed union leaders from abusing membership dues, as well as ensuring the union election process is conducted by secret ballot, a right guaranteed to every American, so that employees are not intimidated or harassed for the way they vote. Supported by dozens of national, state, and local organizations, I'm proud to introduce this common sense legislation that ensures workers' rights are protected from partisan union leaders and the heavy hand of this administration. Republicans stand with the 21st century worker, and it's time our labor policies do as well. Every American deserves the freedom to hold a job and not be forced to pay union dues. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise asking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Harry Belafonte, who passed away this week at age 96. This is a hole in the soul of goodness. He broke barriers in Hollywood, becoming one of the first black faces on screen. His unique sound led him to success in the music industry with classics like Day-O or the Banana Boat song and Jamaica Farewell. His artistry spoke to the soul of many black Americans who did not see themselves represented in music or screen. He touched the West Indies diaspora of New York and lent that island sound to his top hits. He had great success with his Calypso album when it topped the charts for 31 weeks straight before a man known as Elvis Presley came on the scene. He also took up the mantle on civil rights to work alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Stokely Carmichael, and others to promote racial equity. He will be remembered as a multi-talented entertainer who shattered barriers while continuing to battle racial justice and help clear the way for those who came after him. May we remember his powerful legacy and his remarkable efforts to progress justice, equality, and civil rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jenny Gentry, who has been selected as the 2023 recipient of the Legacy of Leadership Award from the Girl Scouts of Historic Georgia. The Legacy of Leadership Award honors a woman who is a Girl Scout alum and has made a significant impact in the local community. A native of Atlanta, Jenny made Savannah her home after graduating from college. She joined J.P. Morgan Chase in May of 2019 on the commercial banking team covering the Savannah area and surrounding communities. Since moving to Savannah, Jenny has been active in the community, serving on a number of civic and nonprofit boards. She is currently the board chair for Goodwill Southeast Georgia and has previously served as the board chair of the Savannah Area Chamber of Commerce, YMCA of the Coastal Empire, and United Way. Jenny also serves on the Savannah Community Foundation Board as well as the Chatham-Savannah Homeless Authority. Thank you, Jenny, for your continued dedication to the Savannah community, and congratulations on your well-deserved honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Green New Deal, which I'm proud to co-sponsor with Senator Markey and Representative Ocasio-Cortez. Now, we are in a climate emergency, and we must work together to fight back and build an economy for everyone. An economy that just doesn't meet the threats of climate change, but also directly invests in our communities. Everyone deserves safe water to drink, clean air to breathe, and a healthy place to live. And right now, we're not just failing the next generation, we're failing Americans today. This impacts all of us, from low-income communities who have been victims of environmental injustice to the millions of people whose livelihoods depend on agriculture. And we must be prepared to lead and understand the link between housing and climate justice. Our cities need active and green public transit and walkable neighborhoods. We can build a sustainable future and create good union jobs. Our country needs a Green New Deal, and I pledge to keep fighting for those values every single day. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Today I rise to recognize and to remember Patricia Sutherland McCree. Patricia Sutherland McCree, a 30-year resident of Vito and a constituent of mine, passed from us earlier this week. Patricia moved to the Space Coast in 1960 to teach at Melbourne High School, where she met a young Army officer who had been
Morning, everyone.
mobilized
Sorry
and sent to
for
Florida during the Cuban Missile
delay. This week, I was able to return from my first congressional delegation trip that I've led to Ghana and to Israel. It was a delegation that broadly reflected the House Democratic Caucus, including the top Democrat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the top Democrat on the Middle Eastern Subcommittee, the top Democrat on the Africa Subcommittee, as well as the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, several other members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and several Jewish members of the House Democratic Caucus, broadly reflecting the diversity of what House Democrats represent. We had a wonderful meeting with President Akufo-Addo in Ghana to talk about our shared commitment to democracy throughout the country and the challenges that democracies are confronting. We thanked the President for his close partnership with the United States on the UN Security Council. Also discussed several of the regional security concerns that exist with respect to coastal West Africa. We also, as a delegation, had an opportunity to visit the Cape Coast slave castles in Ghana, and it was a very moving opportunity to revisit some of the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, but also use it as an opportunity to have discussions with the people of Ghana about how we emerge from that history to build a better world for everyone. We also had an opportunity to have several substantive meetings in Israel with President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, opposition leader Lapid, and other members of the government, including the Speaker of the Knesset, about, one, our continued strong commitment to making sure that Israel remains a vibrant, safe, and secure Jewish democratic state, and our continued commitment to the shared values related to democracy and what that has represented in terms of the special relationship that we have between our two countries. We, of course, discussed issues such as stopping Iran from becoming nuclear capable, prospects for a two-state solution, building upon the Abraham Accords. How do we create a better environment for peace in a very difficult neighborhood? And we also discussed the judicial reform proposals that have created a lot of controversy in Israel. And we've simply said that we're hopeful that common ground can be found in a manner that respects and protects the independence of the judiciary as well as the rule of law. And these were principles that every single one of the leaders we met with agreed should be operating principles in terms of trying to find common ground. This week in Washington, D.C., we've seen House Republicans once again stake out an extreme position, which is to risk a catastrophic and dangerous default that would potentially trigger a job-killing recession and cost the American people millions of good-paying jobs, crash the stock market in a way that will hurt and undermine the retirement security of millions of older Americans, and also send costs skyrocketing through the roof in a way that will hurt the economic well-being of everyday Americans. America should always pay her bills, period, full stop. We've never defaulted in the history of this country, in a manner that is being contemplated by extreme MAGA Republicans in the House of Representatives that will hurt the economy, hurt industry, hurt small businesses, and hurt everyday Americans. House Democrats worked with former President Trump 3 times to make sure we avoided a default and raised the debt ceiling. Without partisanship, without showmanship, without gamesmanship. And that's what the extreme MAGA Republicans should be doing right now. And as we've indicated, we will have a conversation with House Republicans about the budget, about future spending priorities, about which type of investments should be made to continue to have a strong and robust American economy into the future. We are willing to have that conversation. President Biden has produced a budget. House Republicans produced a ransom note. That is what the Default on America Act is, and that is wildly irresponsible. Questions?
Mr. Lear, with that being said, I mean, despite your argument, it's not moving the needle with Republicans. So what is the path forward, and when does the president need to just sit down with the speaker?
When you say it's not moving the needle with Republicans, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, it seems neither side is blinking. Republicans have their plan. You guys want a clean debt ceiling increase, and nobody seems to be sitting down at the table with each other.
Well, our position will continue to be clear that the only responsible thing to do with respect to avoiding a catastrophic default on our debt is to do what has consistently been done under Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, which is to make sure that America pays her bills. That is the only responsible position at this particular point in time. Now, the Default on America Act was sent over to the Senate. The Senate will have to take steps to evaluate that legislation. What seems clear to everyone is that it's dead on arrival. It's not a serious proposal. It doesn't even have support from many of the Senate Republicans. That's the untenable position that exists in the Congress right now.
Serious or not serious, shouldn't the president engage?
The president has continued to make clear that he is willing to talk to anyone on Capitol Hill about the type of spending decisions, investment decisions, and revenue decisions that should be made to protect the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people. There is a process for that to occur. It's called the budget. President Biden has released his budget over a month ago. President Biden's budget will create an economy that works for everyday Americans. His budget will protect and strengthen Social Security. His budget will cut the deficit by $3 trillion. We are still waiting for House Republicans to produce a budget. They produced a ransom note and said, pass our irresponsible Default on America Act, or else we're going to default. That's not serious. That's not responsible.
Thank you. There are new provisions in the House now for members to get reimbursements for rent and utilities and meals and things. We understand how tough it is to pass a pay raise here, but is there a concern that some in the public might interpret this as a pay raise? Are members getting something extra on top of this, and is that politically appropriate?
No.
Why not?
It's a reimbursement.
But talk about that. Couldn't people perceive that as an issue? I know that was something you argued for back in the Senate.
The effort to make sure that members are reimbursed for housing expenses has been bipartisan in nature from the very beginning. It was a bipartisan recommendation from the House Modernization Committee. There was then a bipartisan unanimous vote taken by the House Administration Committee in late December of 2022. There was a bipartisan process working with the nonpartisan CAO to develop procedures for the reimbursement mechanism to be appropriately implemented. And then another bipartisan unanimous vote was taken at the end of March.
Mr. Jeffries.
Go back to this side.
Leader Jeffries, Basil John with Nexstar. While this is all going on with these discussions, I mean, GDP numbers are out this week showing a slowdown. So what do you have to say to those who say you and Democrats and even Republicans are slowing down this whole process as this cloud of economic worry hangs over people's heads?
Well, one of the reasons why it's important to continue the economic progress that has been made under the Biden administration, bringing unemployment down, wages on the way up, more than 12 million good-paying jobs being created, inflationary pressures beginning to slow. That's progress that has been made. We've emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic as a country stronger than any other developed country in the world in terms of the economy. But there are still concerns. And so what we should be doing is responsibly getting to work on behalf of everyday Americans, not engaging in a reckless, dangerous default to work showdown that risks a recession, risks a stock market crash, and risks adding to the inflationary pressures that currently exist.
Mr. Jeffries.
Well, second row, and then we'll come back.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffries. House Republicans are also planning to bring their immigration and border proposal out once you guys come back. Do you expect any of your members to support that? And what's your position on what and how the border may impact Democrats next year electorally?
Well, we have to make sure that there's order at the border, as President Biden has continued to do. I think some of the steps that have recently been indicated they will take in terms of in-process, in-country centers in order to deal with the tremendous inflow of migrants from certain countries is a responsible step. We're still waiting on additional information to be presented to us in terms of the comprehensive nature of the plan, but I have every confidence that President Biden and the administration are going to take the appropriate steps to address comprehensive immigration reform issues, as well as issues that exist on the border. In terms of the extreme MAGA Republican plan on immigration, that's just another dead-on-arrival bill catering to the far-right extreme of the Republican Party.
Mr. Leader.
Hello.
Thank you. Ashley Banks with the GRIO. This week, Hank Johnson, he held a presser on reintroducing the RAP Act to prohibit rappers' lyrics from being used against them in the courtroom, like what we're seeing in the case of rapper Young Thug. In your opinion, why is this bill essential?
Well, I've supported the RAP Act in the past. I don't think that art and creativity should be weaponized in the criminal justice system. And hopefully we'll be able to find some bipartisan support to move that legislation forward.
Mr. Jeffries, you had 2 Democratic absences this week. Are you disappointed that if you had full attendance here, you could have temporarily defeated this bill?
People who are members of Congress have things that happen in life that they have to address. We maximize the attendance possible. Catherine Clark is doing a great job. But there will always be circumstances, unfortunately, that because of life issues, members from time to time won't be present on the House floor. We were able to hold together Democratic unity in opposition to an extreme MAGA Republican default on America bill that is bad for everyday Americans, bad for the economy, and bad for the world and America's place in it. And that's where I think we should keep the focus.
Just to clarify your position on the no negotiated stance, if we're headed into a default, you are totally comfortable with the president saying no negotiations whatsoever with the speaker on the debt limit, even as we head off the cliff?
I think President Biden's position is very consistent with President Trump's position, with Speaker Paul Ryan's position, with President Ronald Reagan's position, which is simply that America should pay its bills and avoid a catastrophic and dangerous default. That's not a partisan position. That's not a Democratic position that President Biden is taking. That is the American position. It's the same position that Donald Trump took in 2019, same position that former President Reagan took during his administration around the debt ceiling, consistently. And it's also the position
that fiscal conservative Paul Ryan took as Speaker. And so I'm very comfortable with the notion that, yes, America should always pay its bills, while at the same time engaging in negotiations and discussions around the budget and the appropriations.
Mr. Leader.
Go back to the side, yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Leader. Can you just assess a little bit, how surprised were you that Republicans were able to hold together on this bill, that Speaker McCarthy, after many twists and turns to get to his job, was able to secure passage? And do you assess that as sort of a one-off, or do you think this is sort of a newfound energy among the House Republicans, seeing what they can do if they hold together?
Yeah, it did not surprise me at all. First of all, the only group that held together were House Democrats. All of us voted no. On the other side of the aisle, you had several House Republicans who voted against the Default on America Act because it wasn't extreme enough for the right wing. It was a very extreme bill that will hurt middle-class America, all those who aspire to be part of the middle class, working families, young people, seniors, veterans, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind. The Default on America Act will hurt everyday Americans. But we are not surprised that so-called Republican moderates who talk a good game, but at the end of the day, always vote with the extremists. That's been the case throughout the 118th Congress on bill after bill after bill. And that's going to be a decision at the end of the day for their constituents to make about why there are members of the House of Representatives who either at home or on TV talk like moderates and then always here in Washington, D.C., vote with the extreme MAGA Republicans. So I wasn't surprised at all, because just in the last several months, we've gotten used to people expressing concern about attacks on reproductive freedom and the effort to criminalize abortion care and then vote to criminalize abortion care. We've had so-called moderate Republicans express concerns with the effort to ban books and put politics over parents on TV and back at home, and then vote to ban books or to bully transgender children. And so we saw the same playbook back at home, so-called House moderates, Republicans, talk about concerns with the extreme nature of the cuts in the Default on America Act, go on TV and pretend as if they're concerned, and then come to the floor of the House of Representatives and vote with the extreme MAGA Republicans. Ultimately, they are going to have to answer for their hypocrisy.
A group of bipartisan senators have introduced a bill that would ban social media for kids under the age of 13, severely limit it for kids 13 to 17. Is that something you would support? Is it something you think Congress needs to look at? And if so, do you think there's a way for the government to enforce a ban like that?
Yeah, I haven't seen a specific bill. It obviously seems to be far-reaching, so it'd be inappropriate for me to comment at this particular point in time. Thanks.
Leader, many of the Republicans are making an issue about the migrant children and the missing migrant children and what they're dealing with as they're being held in this processing centers all across the country. What's your reaction to all of this and the migrant children and what needs to be done?
Well, I mean, I think that we need to ensure, as it relates to the migrant issue, that we are both anchoring ourselves in compassion, in kindness, in humanity, which are all values that are central to who we are as Americans, particularly as it relates to vulnerable children, while at the same time working to find a comprehensive bipartisan resolution to dealing with the migrant crisis that we've seen, not just over the last few months or last few years, but over the last few administrations, both Democratic and Republican. If the Republicans are really interested in finding a real solution to this challenge, we welcome that conversation. I'm just concerned that too many of the extreme MAGA Republicans have chosen to try and weaponize the immigration issue, not to solve the problem, but to try to maximize political advantage.
Weaponized meaning that blaming it on President Biden not doing enough to protect these children?
That's correct.
Are you concerned that Congress is leaving for a week without any clear pathway forward on debt?
Well, it's my understanding that the Senate is going to be in session next week, and we're going to have to find a way forward. Next week, we will hear, I think, from the Treasury Department as to when they will run out of extraordinary measures. And I think once we have that date with clarity, which will be based on an evaluation of the tax receipts that have now come into the Treasury, then we'll know with some urgency our time frame for dealing with this challenge. Understand, this is a manufactured crisis that extreme MAGA Republicans are trying to force on the American people. Again, Democrats raised the debt ceiling to avoid a dangerous default 3 times during the Trump presidency, even though we strongly disagreed with his spending priorities. And this country has been around for 247 years, yet 25% of America's debt was accumulated during the 4 years of the Trump presidency, but we still did not play games, threaten a default for political purposes, because it's just our position that the right thing to do is for America to always pay her bills. And as far as I'm concerned, that's never a position that we should waver from, whether it's a Democratic president or Republican president.
Last question.
Do you believe that Speaker...
Take this one and then this one, yeah.
Sure. Do you believe that Speaker McCarthy would put a debt deal on the floor that could pick up enough Democratic votes to pass, even if it meant, risking a motion to vacate on his part, from the right wing of this conference?
Well, that's probably a question that's best asked of Speaker McCarthy. At the end of the day, we are just going to have to do the right thing here, regardless of what political inconvenience may be presented. That's what all of us in the Congress are called upon to do, the right thing by the American people. And in this particular case, there is only one approach that is correct, which is to make sure that we avoid a default and that America pays its bills. Okay, I'll take this last question.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. I was wondering if you could speak on this solar policy that we have Senate Democrats coming out and saying that they think that this hurts American manufacturing of solar panels and enables China manufacturing of solar panels. Is that a fair sentiment? And why do you think it needs to stay in place?
Well, the League of Conservation Voters supported the House Democratic position,
as we did in 1950.
As overwhelmingly expressed in our opposition to the legislation that was on the floor this week. The overwhelming majority of organized labor are in sync with the House Democratic Caucus position in terms of supporting the temporary regulations that the Biden administration put in place with respect to the solar industry. And the solar industry supports the Biden administration position. Individual members of the House or the Senate may take a different approach, and often that is based on regional, local concerns, and that's understandable. But in terms of the right policy for the American people, I think President Biden is doing exactly the right thing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
One of the authors of the Southern Manifesto, Richard Russell. His name is on the Russell Senate Office building. That's the Richard Russell. His name ought not be there. The Richard Russell Office building, I will remove this momentarily, is a symbol of national shame. These are the enslaved persons who were brought here, a depiction of them in 1619. The Richard Russell building is a symbol of national shame. The Senate has been in the process of, along with this House, of taking the names of Confederate soldiers off of military bases. But that same Senate will not remove the name of Richard Russell from a building that it resides in. The Richard Russell Office building, a symbol of national shame. I do not enter the Richard Russell Office building. I have enough respect for myself. I'm not a perfect victim. I am a one-person protest. It is better to stand alone on some questions than not stand at all. And I don't have any problem with standing alone when it comes to this facility. Richard Russell has a rotunda in this facility devoted to him with a statue of Richard Russell. The Richard Russell, the self-proclaimed white supremacist, the same one that fought integration, the same Richard Russell who authored or co-authored the Southern Manifesto, a building named after a racist, bigot, self-proclaimed white supremacist. His name needs to come off of that building. It should revert to the name that it had before his name was placed on it, which was the old Senate Office building. And if we'd like to name it something more, we can. But the Senate is participating in the shaming of the nation by allowing this name to stay on this building. The Senate but only has to have the will to remove the name, the same will that it had when it decided that we would take the names of Confederate soldiers off of military bases. If the Senate can take the names of Confederate soldiers off of military bases, surely it can acquire the will to remove Richard Russell's name from a building that the Senate has control over. It's a symbol of national shame. So now to the update. Not only is Richard Russell's name on the Senate Office building, his name is also on legislation. I'm not the perfect victim. His name is on legislation. I have a piece of legislation in my hand that bears the name of Richard Russell. I will not single this piece of legislation out because there are other pieces. And the substance of the legislation I have no quarrel with. But I do take issue with having legislation named after a person, in honor of a person who is a self-proclaimed white supremacist, in honor of a person who fought anti-lynching legislation, same person who co-authored the Southern Manifesto. I refuse to allow it. I will not participate in it, and his name should be removed from the Russell Senate Office building. This piece of legislation, as I have indicated, bears his name. It is the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Program. His name shouldn't be on a school lunch program. It shouldn't. I can think of some other names that would be removed immediately, if not sooner, if they were on a school lunch program. I can. His name should be removed. So I'm filing legislation, this is the update, to have Richard Russell's name removed from all legislation that happens to bear it currently. All legislation. And to never have his name listed again. He is a symbol of national shame. His name should be removed. I refuse to be the perfect victim. The expectation that I don't respect myself enough to stand up for myself. And what's so ironic about this, and really it breaks my heart, to just know that there are people who know this. They know this. People of color, African ancestry, they know this. And they still frequent the Richard Russell Office Building, a symbol of national shame. At some point, my dear friends, we have to cease to be the perfect victim and allow others to expect and ourselves to participate in the shaming of our ancestors and the treatment that African Americans have received in this country by a Richard Russell having a building named in its honor. We have to remove his name. This agenda also includes some other things. That was the update, but let's go ahead and refresh memories now. We have another item on the agenda, and that is enacting the Securities and Exchange Atonement Act. Securities and Exchange Atonement Act. Friends, I had the honor, the singular honor, of serving as the chairperson of the Oversight Subcommittee on the Financial Services Full Committee. I did so under the leadership of the Honorable Maxine Waters. And under her leadership, we found that there are banks in this country, the big banks, the major banks. These banks, through their predecessor institutions, these banks literally made loans so that masters, as they were called, could buy slaves, enslaved people. So they would buy them. And if the master did not make the payments, defaulted, the bank repossessed the people, treated them as chattels. I refuse to be the perfect victim. This behavior necessitates atonement. We need to do what this legislation will call for, and that is, let's do the research. Let's find out which of these banks benefited from this institution of slavery because they made a profit when they made these loans, and they need to atone. That's what this legislation is all about. But we also found out that the major insurance companies, they insured human beings as chattels. And when the master's chattel, the human being that was enslaved, had some death that was one that would require the master to be compensated, the master received payment for the death of an enslaved person. This has to change. There has to be some atonement for this. That's what this Securities and Exchange Atonement Act is all about. And the last thing on the agenda currently is the establishing of the Department of Reconciliation. To get all of these things done requires reconciliation. But reconciliation is bigger than the institution of slavery. There are others who necessitate reconciliation as well. An example would be the indigenous population, the persons who were here when the Europeans arrived. The indigenous population, those persons who suffered what we call the Trail of Tears, literally uprooted from their homes, forced to move across country simply because others wanted their land. So they just took it, forced them to move. Many died along the way. We need to reconcile for this. And then there were the persons who were placed in these camps when we were at war with Japan. Their homes lost, property lost. We need to reconcile. There is reconciliation that must be had, and this department would help us do this. We have right now a Department of Labor to deal with labor issues, and we have a Secretary of Labor. The Secretary of Labor reports directly to the President. We have a Department of Commerce to deal with issues associated with commerce, and the Secretary of Commerce reports to the President. We need a Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation and Undersecretaries of Reconciliation to deal with all these various areas that need to be reconciled, and that person should report directly to the President. Reconciliation is not going to occur over one presidency. It's not going to occur in a few years. It may take decades, but we will have the department to get it done. Just as we are going to keep a Department of Commerce, we should have and maintain, keep, if you will, a Department of Reconciliation. It is absolutely necessary for us to do this. And if we should do so, we can also deal with some other issues that require reconciliation. This is the way a great nation should respond, a nation that requires liberty and justice for all. That is what is in our Pledge of Allegiance. A nation founded on the notion that all persons are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is what this nation was founded on. We have to live up to the promise in the pledge. Live up to the words in the Declaration of Independence. We have a duty and a responsibility to posterity to correct the injustices that were perpetrated. And I have a duty and a responsibility to myself, to decline to be the perfect victim. So I rise and I stand in this, the well of the house, not the perfect victim, but as a proud descendant of the enslaved people who helped construct this very facility. And I do so knowing that there will be resistance to what I do. But I do so knowing that that resistance cannot withstand the bending of the arc of the moral universe toward justice for the enslaved people who are the foundational mothers and fathers of this country. I am proud to be a descendant of these enslaved people. And I yield back the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, pardon me, with your consent and permission, I'd now like to yield such time as he may consume to Mr. Takano, a dear friend from the great state of California.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding. I certainly share his commitment, and I share your pride. I know you stand for justice. I know you stand for the cause of all folks who have been marginalized, and I know for your commitment to our service members during World War II. But Mr. Chairman, I would like to take, Mr. Speaker, at this moment, I'd like to take a moment to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs for his valued service to veterans, this Congress, and our country. Miguel Salazar joined our committee as our communications director in 2019 as Democrats took back the House, and was an integral part of the committee's efforts to deliver meaningful change for our nation's veterans. When my Honoring Our Pact Act was signed into law last year, Miguel worked tirelessly with our communications team to ensure that the 3.5 million newly eligible veterans became aware of the benefits they were entitled to. As a commissioned officer in the Marine Corps Reserve, Miguel has embodied the very best of public service. He has been a true leader and an invaluable member of my staff. The work of my committee and this legislative body have been made better by Miguel's contributions, and he will be deeply missed, and I yield back.
I compliment the gentleman for recognizing a staffer. This is what I would expect from you, to be quite honest. You have demonstrated in your years in Congress a desire to see that all people are treated fairly, and you have not only demonstrated a desire, but you've actually demonstrated it by way of a voting record that evidences the will to see that it's done. So I compliment you, and it's what I would expect you
Would
to
the
do.
gentleman yield?
Of course,
I was
I
trying to
yield.
remember your cause, which was the Merchant Marines.
Mariners, yes, sir.
Merchant Mariners during World War II. I was at an event with Senator McConnell, which commemorated the service of these Merchant Mariners who played such a critical role serving our nation during World War II. They weren't in uniform. But they died at tremendous numbers. And I share your concern, Mr. Green, that we need to do something for these surviving Merchant Mariners before they all die. They served our country in an incredible way.
Well, thank you for that, and I also would thank you for helping us to shepherd it through the House in the last Congress. We didn't get it through the Senate, but it got through the House because of your hands, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome,
Thank you
sir.
much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, before I yield the floor, following the example of my colleague, I would like to commend an employee, actually an intern, who has worked in our office and has been of great service to us. Because this is an intern, I won't give the full name, but her first name is quite similar to my name. My name is Alexander. Most people know me as Al. Hers is Alex. And Alex is with us today. She is a person that, quite frankly, has matured beyond her years and has rendered a great service to our country. So Alex, thank you very much for your service to your country. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the departure of Marty Walsh from the Labor Department, President Biden has nominated Deputy Secretary Julie Su to succeed him. For those of us in California, this decision was very hard to understand. Ms. Su's record as our state's labor secretary under Governor Gavin Newsom is well known because it had such negative consequences for so many people. Having seen my constituents suffer at the hands of Ms. Su's mismanagement and anti-worker agenda, I have felt compelled to make sure the facts come to light in the confirmation process. As chair of the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, I held a hearing last week highlighting the countless livelihoods she destroyed as Secretary of Labor in California. You see, I don't want the rest of the country to suffer in the way California has. Our state had the highest unemployment rate through much of the COVID era. We have the nation's highest poverty rate. In recent years, we have been last in the country in income growth and first in the country in U-Haul rentals. I'm joined today by several colleagues who don't want this for their states and for the rest of the country. So they've joined us here for this special order to discuss what a Julie Su-led Labor Department would mean for their constituents and to urge President Biden to withdraw this nomination. So I'd like to begin by yielding to my friend from Texas, Representative Moran.
Thank you to my friend, Mr. Kiley from California, for gathering us here today for something very important, to speak out against President Biden's nomination of Julie Su to be the next United States Secretary of Labor. As a former Republican member of the California legislature, Mr. Kiley knows all too well why this should not happen, and the rest of the country should take notice. As a former small business owner, I also understand why this should not happen because I understand both the needs of the employer and the employee, and have seen firsthand how empowering your employees is a leading factor in overall success of a business, and how managing with wise and prudent decision-making is the right way to go. That is something that Julie Su has not done, and has proven that during her time in California and here in Washington, D.C. During her time as Secretary of the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency, she repeatedly put big businesses and their wants ahead of the needs and concerns of workers. And in fact, she put unions ahead of the rights and the needs of workers. During this time, she championed California Assembly Bill 5, which reclassified independent contractors, harming them by considering them employees, and in fact taking that ability to be independent contractors away from many categories of workers that were intending to build their businesses and to build their lives. In doing so, it forced them into these formal employment relationships intended for no other purpose, and I want to pause there, for no other purpose than to drive up union enrollment. She's simply doing the bidding of big unions. On top of this, during the pandemic, Ms. Su's office facilitated the distribution of more than $30 billion in fraudulent claims, the largest exhibition of fraud in California's state history. When we look at what we want out of a labor secretary, we certainly want wisdom, and we want the ability to manage the department. And neither of those is present as characteristics in Ms. Su. I'm deeply concerned about the fate of hardworking Americans under the direction of Julie Su as Secretary of Labor. She does not understand the needs of workers, the responsibilities of employers, and has repeatedly demonstrated, as I mentioned, poor judgment in her official capacity. To try to dissolve the ability for workers to have that independent contractor relationship is simply misguided. Unfortunately, Julie Su is just another example of the Biden administration nominating someone who is neither qualified nor possessive of the right judgment to lead a department. Rather than work towards enacting meaningful policy that will benefit all Americans, the Biden administration continues to nominate individuals like Ms. Su, who are certain to enact the president's liberal agenda and propose policies, allowing him and his administration to bypass Congress and to bypass the American people. The misguided policies executed in California under Ms. Su when she was Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development there do not reflect the needs or the wishes of the East Texans that I represent, nor Americans as a whole. So I urge my colleagues in the Senate to reject the nomination of Julie Su for Labor Secretary. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Moran, and you really hit the nail on the head that if this nomination goes through, it is hardworking Americans, millions of American workers who will pay the price. I'd next like to yield to the representative from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Congressman Kiley, for hosting this special order. Julie Su has already auditioned for the job as Secretary of Labor, failing miserably and proving beyond a reasonable doubt that she is unfit for the position. For 2 years now, Ms. Su has been second in command at the Department of Labor, and all we need to do is look at the rules and regulations that have been issued under her watch. Her Department of Labor has incentivized and pressured retirement plans to focus on woke ESG guidelines instead of making investment decisions based on return on investment. Her DOL has undermined the right of religious organizations to hire according to their beliefs if they want to participate in federal contracts, discriminating against them and essentially violating their civil rights. Her DOL has redefined the definition of joint employers to harm the independence of franchisees. Her DOL has undercut independent contractors to make the federal government more like California. Yeah, that's what we want to do. That's the example we want to follow. And then maybe people will start fleeing the United States the way they're fleeing California today. Her DOL has raised the minimum wage for employers on federal contracts to $15 an hour. And while she was the labor secretary in California, she ignored the warnings from the United States Department of Labor to improve fraud protection against the jobless benefit payments she was issuing. And this is coming from the Biden administration, who wants to give as many benefits to as many individuals as possible with essentially no verification of qualifications. Of course, in this administration of failing forward, instead of being reprimanded, she's being considered for a promotion to the nation's top labor job. But we all know who Julie Su is. We know that she will take her orders from anti-American big labor and further assault right to work. So all senators who value small businesses and workers' rights should oppose her nomination. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Good. And, you know, your point about making the rest of the country like California, that is explicitly what they're trying to do here. President Biden has cited the labor law that Julie Su was in charge of enforcing in California as his model for labor relations nationwide. And in fact, the Labor Department is now trying to emulate it in order to cause the same harm for all American workers that California workers have already suffered. I'd next like to yield to the representative from Illinois, Congresswoman Miller.
Thank you, Congressman Kiley, for hosting the special order to oppose Deputy Secretary Su as the next Secretary of Labor. The Biden administration's radical Department of Labor attempted to unconstitutionally fire 84 million Americans unless they took the COVID vaccine and handed over their personal medical files to prove it. Under Joe Biden's leadership, the federal government has been weaponized to go after American workers, causing permanent damage to small businesses and the lives of working Americans. As vice chair of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, I support a full oversight investigation to hold the Biden administration and Deputy Secretary Su accountable over OSHA's unconstitutional and illegal COVID vaccine mandate. My constituents miss having a booming economy full of good jobs and a president who supports working families. In Congress, I will always defend hardworking Americans from leftists who want to strip away our freedoms and our ability to provide for our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Miller, and that brings up a very important point. And with everything that's been going on with the economy, everything that happened during COVID, it really is stunning that you had people in positions of power like Julie Su who are looking for reasons to deny people the opportunity to work. I'd next like to yield to my friend from Utah, also part of the Education and Workforce Committee, Representative Owens.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I rise today in opposition to the nomination of Julie Su for the U.S. Labor Secretary. I've always been told you can get some idea of a person's future judgment and skill based on their past judgments and skill. Ms. Su has a history that's very instructive. It was during her tenure as Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development Agency in California that put the Golden State on a fast track to bankruptcy and economic collapse. Because of Ms. Su's leadership, hundreds of business headquarters have fled the state. Between 2020 and 2022, over 500,000 Californians have left the state for greener pastures. As an executive, the primary responsibility for any state that you're representing is you should be growing it, not expelling your citizens. Ms. Su's reign has shown a failure in both judgment and skills. Under her watch, over $31 billion of California's COVID funds was delivered to bank accounts of fraudsters. At the same time, delays and red tape plagued legitimate COVID relief claims, those who desperately needed it. Caving to the demands of union bosses, Ms. Su has been and will continue to be totally tone deaf to business owners, never understanding Americans who build our nation's tax base, who power our middle class, who pays her salary, and who through robust employment is a source of union dues. She literally turned her back on the goose that lays the golden egg. to California's risk-taking business owners. At the behest of the union bosses, she instead launched an all-out assault on independent contractors critical to the success of the gig economy. At every government post, Ms. Sue, that Ms. Sue has been appointed to, she has prioritized non-revenue producers, the union bosses, and unelected bureaucrats. Her priority has always been with those who empty the government coffers instead of those small business owners who, through work, risk, expansion, paying their taxes, replenishes it. After forcing Californians who can't afford to leave, the Democratic-controlled legislation then figured a way to tax departing citizens several years after the taxpayer's departure. Sad that this wisdom and creativity wasn't used on the front end to keep them from leaving instead. Unsurprisingly, the Biden administration plans to continue its disastrous anti-growth, anti-small business policies under the leadership of Ms. Sue. American families and workforce are hurting from 40-year record inflation, supply chain disruptions, and high energy prices. Ms. Sue is not the right person to tackle Americans' pressing economic challenges. I call on the White House to withdraw Julie Sue from the confirmation process for Secretary of Labor and prioritize America's families, the workforce, and economic growth. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Owens, for those very on-point remarks. You said it very well, that this nominee is anti-business and anti-growth and anti-worker as well. And I think it's important for us to have a sense of perspective here, that this is such a vital moment, a moment of vital importance for the American workforce. We're coming out of an era of unprecedented upheaval, and we're heading towards an era of, in many ways, unpredictable transformation. So for the top labor position in America, we need a secretary who is competent and qualified, who is pro-worker and pro-small business, who will work with Democrats and Republicans alike, who is fair, and who understands what has made the American workforce the greatest engine for human progress the world has ever known. Simply put, Julie Sue is not that person. Her record in California makes that all too clear. Indeed, during the pandemic, Julie Sue and her Employment Development Department, known as the EDD, became the national poster child for government failure. I saw this firsthand as a state representative. Millions of Californians had their legitimate unemployment claims wrongfully withheld for weeks, months, or sometimes indefinitely under Sue's mismanagement. And you don't need to take my word for that. In July of 2020, 61 of the 80 members of the California Assembly, mostly Democrats, wrote the following: "In our 5th month of the pandemic, with so many constituents yet to receive a single unemployment payment, it's clear that EDD is failing California. Millions of our constituents have had no income for months. As Californians wait for answers from EDD, they have depleted their life savings, have gone into extreme debt, and are in deep panic as they figure out how to put food on the table and a roof over their heads." The lawmakers went on to explain how the EDD, under Sue's management, time and again failed to take responsibility and failed to correct its mistakes. They wrote that they had been met with long-winded excuses, fumbling non-answers, or unclear and inconsistent data, along with a lack of transparency and accountability, even, they said, obfuscation and dishonesty in their dealings with Sue's agency. "We have exhausted all avenues at our disposal," they said, as the agency had addressed only a few of the many issues we have highlighted for months and was only, quote, scratching the surface of the disaster that is EDD. The disaster. That's how the California Democrat supermajority characterized Julie Sue's agency. The frustrated legislators lamented how little has improved at EDD over the course of the pandemic. Independent reports confirmed the extent of mismanagement and deception from Sue's agency. Well, the EDD had said in July of 2020 that its claims backlog would be cleared by September. A report found 1.5 million claims remained unresolved, and the backlog was increasing by 10,000 each week. The Independent Legislative Analyst's Office likewise found the EDD mischaracterized the crisis. Even allies of the governor and Secretary Sue concluded that she was responsible for this. Democrat Assemblymember Cottie Petrie Norris, who is chairwoman of the Assembly Accountability and Administrative Review Committee responsible for overseeing the EDD, said that Sue, quote, has not done a good job at running the Unemployment Development Department, saying Sue's mismanagement, quote, caused heartache for millions of Californians. That is the top Democrat on the committee that oversaw her work in California, saying she did not do a good job at running the Employment Development Department. What reason is there to think she's going to do a good job then running the U.S. Labor Department? But it gets much worse. As so many hardworking citizens waited in vain for their checks in California after they were told they weren't allowed to work during the COVID shutdowns, as these folks who were entitled to their checks waited for them, one group seemed to have no trouble at all getting benefits, and that was people who were not entitled to them, who perpetrated a massive fraud against the state government of California. In fact, it was the largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in history. An estimated $32 billion was wrongfully paid out from the EDD to state prison inmates, international crime syndicates, and other criminals. Payments were made to murderers, rapists, child molesters. 133 death row inmates received over $400,000 alone. These hardened criminals didn't have to try hard. They used names like Dianne Feinstein and John Doe. The district attorney of Sacramento County called the scheme, quote, relatively easy. And the individual most responsible, once again, was Secretary Julie Su. She made the inexplicable decision to forego a basic fraud detection prevention system. She ignored the federal government's guidance that claims be cross-checked against the prison rolls, which was standard practice in other states. The agency sent hundreds of benefit cards to the same address, sent cards directly to correctional facilities, issued benefits to infants and centenarians. A January 2021 report from the California State Auditor notes that the EDD fraud occurred for three main reasons. First, EDD waited about 4 months to automate a key anti-fraud measure. Second, EDD allowed claimants to collect benefits even though they were using suspicious addresses. And third, EDD removed a key safeguard against improper payments without fully understanding the significance of the safeguard. But perhaps worst of all is that Julie Su has refused to accept responsibility. Just last week, at her Senate confirmation hearing, she said that as soon as we knew there was fraud happening, I shut the front door to that fraud. That's her testimony just last week. As soon as we knew there was fraud happening, I shut the front door to that fraud. And yet, California's independent state auditor has found that, quote, despite repeated warnings, EDD did not bolster its fraud detection efforts until months into the pandemic. There is no predicting what will happen to our country, to our workforce, if that level of mismanagement is brought to the U.S. Department of Labor. And I'd like to discuss one more facet of Ms. Su's tenure in California. But before doing so, I'd like to yield to my friend from Georgia, Representative McCormick.
Thank you to my colleague. I too have my major concerns about this nomination. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition of President Biden's nominee for Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. America's Labor Secretary should defend both American workers and understand the economy, which provides jobs, feeds families, and keeps our communities strong. Unfortunately, Ms. Su oversaw and distributed of about $32.6 billion in fraudulent unemployment claims paid out to death row inmates, international criminal syndicates, and other fraudsters. She has tried and failed to obscure this fact in front of the Senate committee. While she was doing this, Su also denied or delayed over 5 million legitimate unemployment insurance claims. She was also an architect and key enforcer in California law that effectively outlaws freelance work in California, destroying the livelihoods of thousands of families. Our nation's 1099 employees are just as important to this country as the liberal elite donors that are so set on destroying the American working class. The facts are clear. President Biden should pick someone else to be his labor secretary. I urge my colleagues in the United States Senate to stand with Americans' workers, to stand for American prosperity, and to stand for a better nominee for the Department of Labor. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. And indeed, the president should pick someone else, almost anyone else. That's what's so really puzzling, mind-boggling about this nomination. Is that the president has chosen to elevate the one person in the country who presided over a fraud on this scale. It's the single worst performing Secretary of Labor of any state in the country. And so why would he do that? And that brings us to the final facet of Ms. Sue's tenure that I wish to discuss and that Mr. McCormick touched upon as well, which is her ruthless enforcement of the labor law known as AB 5, which President Biden has cited as his model for the nation. So Sue's historic failure to deliver unemployment checks to millions of Californians, along with her allowance of this massive fraud, is disqualifying in its own right. But I actually think it is her mistreatment of California workers that is most concerning of all. So AB 5 was a law passed in California in 2019. It rendered countless independent professionals unable to earn a living in our state. Writers, interpreters, court reporters, musicians, language pathologists, photographers, forensic nurses, people in literally hundreds of other professions were told they were no longer allowed to practice their profession and serve their clients as they'd been doing their whole careers. Instead, their only option was to find a single hiring entity to monopolize their services and make them a W-2 employee. But for many, that simply was not possible, and so they lost everything. Take, for example, a woman named Jody, who said, "I worked years to gain my skills as an American Sign Language interpreter. It was my goal since I was 9 years old. After AB 5, I lost all 3 of my agencies. The dream I worked for is lost. I can't provide for my family, and thousands of California deaf won't be serviced." Or Andy, who said, "I work with underserved artists of color. None of my career as an artist, technician, designer, and producer would have been possible under AB 5. Artists of color will be less able to create their own work in a field that doesn't favor them." Jared said, "AB 5 forced me to shut down my business. I went from making $80,000 a year in home services to a minimum wage employee. My family trade is gone. I've gone from working 4 days a week to spend time with my kids to not knowing if I can make ends meet working 7 days." Kathy said, "I'm a 71-year-old transcriber. I raised 6 kids and went to work in my 40s, but I had to retire at 62 due to health issues. I depend on my at-home transcription pay to survive and pay my bills. For 8 years, I did okay until AB 5. Julie Su has been called an architect of this law, and she is supporting a federal version that is estimated to cost millions of American workers their livelihoods. After her enactment in California, and this is the important thing given that this is now percolating up into federal law, she used her position as labor secretary to broaden the destructive impact of the law by enforcing it as aggressively as possible. And in fact, and this is maybe the most, I think, concerning thing, is that she exploited the COVID-19 shutdowns to hammer the law in even more. She continued with harassing audits, trying to find businesses to hit with fines and penalties. I personally asked the EDD to stop doing this during the COVID shutdowns, and they refused to do so, continuing to target small businesses. And then she even defied the will of Congress in the process. Congress had provided benefits to independent contractors through the CARES Act, but put states in charge of distributing those benefits. Yet under Julie Su, the EDD wrongfully withheld those benefits as she aimed to exploit the sudden need that independent contractors had to interface with her department. She wanted them to go through the regular unemployment channel, which they weren't supposed to go through, so that she could get access to information that could be used then to conduct more audits and to go after more small businesses and to put more people out of work. And you don't need to take my word for this either. California Congressman Adam Schiff wrote a letter to Secretary Su in April of 2020 rebuking her for failing to release the benefits independent contractors were owed under the CARES Act and requesting urgently that she do so. Now, tellingly, with Julie Su's confirmation for Secretary of Labor now it appears in doubt, her backers are making a last-ditch attempt to save her nomination by absurdly trying to dissociate her from AB 5. None other than the author of AB 5 itself, a major Sioux backer who now leads the California Labor Federation, told the LA Times that Sioux, quote, was not involved with the bill at all. Yet Sioux, in her own words, after the law was passed, described in detail her plans for enforcing AB 5 as California Labor Secretary. We will be doing investigations and audits, she said, threatening fines and penalties, so that those who want to comply with the need to reclassify can do so, and those who don't will understand that's not the kind of economy we want in California. Not the kind of economy we want in California. Those are her words. Julie Sioux didn't want an economy in California where you can pursue your own calling, support your family on your own terms, and thrive. She doesn't want that for America either. That's why Joe Biden has selected her for Labor Secretary, to wage his war on independent contractors, and we simply cannot let that happen. Now, in closing, there are many, many organizations across the country who have expressed their opposition to the nomination and confirmation of Julie Sioux for Labor Secretary. I'll just list some of them. There's the Air Conditioning Contractors of America, America Hotel and Lodging Association, American Trucking Association, Americans for Tax Reform, Associated Builders and Contractors, Association of Bi-State Motor Carriers, Center for the Defense of Free Enterprise, Coalition of Franchisee Associations, Consumer Technology Association, Franchise Business Services, Flex Association, Heating, Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Distributors International, Independent Bakers Association, Independent Electrical Contractors, Institute for the American Worker, International Franchise Association, International Warehouse Logistics Association, Independent Professionals and Self-Employed, Association of Leading Builders of America, National Armored Car Association, National Association of Home Builders, National Association of Wholesaler Distributors, National Council of Chain Restaurants, National Federation of Independent Business, National Franchisee Association, International Franchise Association, National Grocers Association, National Ready Mixed Concrete Association, National Restaurant Association, Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, DoorDash, Lyft, Competitive Enterprise Institute, TechNet, Fight for Freelancers, Freelancers Against AB 5, California Business and Industrial Alliance, Workplace Policy Institute, Job Creators Network, Institute for the American Worker. You've also had state-level associations weigh in opposition. For example, in Arizona, the Builders Alliance, Construction Trades, Franchise Action Network, Lodging and Tourism Association, Restaurant Association, Small Business Association, Transportation Builders Association, Trucking Association, Independent Electrical Contractors. Or in West Virginia, you have the Associated Builders and Contractors, Independent Electrical Contractors of Chesapeake, the Franchise Action Network, the Hospitality and Travel Association, the Manufacturers Association, Oil Marketers and Grocers Association, Retailers Association, and Trucking Association. So I encourage members of the United States Senate to join this broad coalition of small businesses, of workers across the country who know that we deserve and need better in a Secretary of Labor. I urge members of the United States Senate to reject this nomination, and I urge the President to appoint a Secretary of Labor who will be on the side of American workers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman actually yield back?
Sorry, I yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
The gentleman yields.
That's what you call just making it just in time. I want to thank the gentleman from California for yielding just a little time in this special order hour in order for me to recognize a very special group of students down in Clinton, South Carolina. So, Mr. Speaker, I today want to recognize the Clinton High School and Clinton Middle School Olympiad teams for both bringing home the state championship in Charleston this past month and qualifying for the National Science Olympiad tournament in Kansas this May. Now, this Science Olympiad was founded in 1984 as a premier team STEM competition in the nation and provides standards-based challenges to 6,000 teams at 425 tournaments in all 50 states. Winning the State Olympiad is a tremendous accomplishment alone, but the fact that Clinton has a history of excellence in the Science Olympiad is even more impressive. Listen to this. Clinton's been involved in Olympiad since 1986, and I'm proud that Clinton's continued success in this competition. The Clinton Middle School, formerly Bell Street Middle School, where my sons went to middle school, has won the state Olympiad title 19 times in the last 21 years. 19 times in the last 21 years, and Clinton High School has won the state title 12 of the last 15 years. I'd like to congratulate the coaches and members of the Clinton State Championship Science Olympiad team for their win this year and applaud them for their wins over the years. This year's middle school team included Jackie Alcudia, Liam Bell, Madison Boiter, Lauren Ficklin, Sam Hunt, Salim Jenkins, Jacob King, Matthew King, Shane Kiselak, Hank Lanford, Landon Lohman, Kelly Nelson, Sydney Nelson, Arroyo Patel, Shrey Patel, Ada Tiller, Brian Phillips, Aubrey Watts, Ben Wiggins, and Marlene Williamson. Now, this year's high school team included Kaylin Bell, Jules Darden, Keegan Fortman, Julietta Garcia, Becca King, Anna Leitzenberger, Addison Lohman, Shane Nelson, Julia Nolan, Wes Ray, Helen Sarah, Bailey Suarez, and Rachel Vandergeest. Now, of course, we have to remember the coaches because the team is only as good as the leadership. So you got head coach Terry O'Shields and David O'Shields, who is our superintendent there in that district. They're both dear friends of mine. Kevin Cox, Michael Mack, Jason Smith, Amy Vaughn, Allison Lanford, Stan Walsh, Jimbo Langston, Scott Shiflett, Diane Summer, Sharon Lone, David Bell, Katie Scarlett, Maggie O'Shields, and Ashton Wilbanks. Clinton High School defeated 14 other high school teams to win, and they brought home the gold medal in astronomy, bridge building, chemistry lab, dynamic planning, environmental chemistry, forestry, and remote sensing, and the Wi-Fi lab. What great categories for STEM education. Clinton Middle School defeated all of its competition in each event. Congratulations to students of Clinton High School and Clinton Middle School for another Olympiad Science State Championship. Your success is a testament not only to your talent and the hard work that you put in and the dedication, but it's a testament to the leaders and the teachers and the coaches that really helped you navigate this success. South Carolina is rooting for you as you compete in the National Science Olympiad Tournament next month. You've got bright futures, and you are the innovators of tomorrow. The sky's the limit. Thank you for what you do. Congratulations on your win, and God bless you. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address an issue that will not affect us until the second half of this century, an issue that I first addressed 23 years ago, the first year of this century. It is the issue of engineered intelligence, the race that the engineers don't know that they're in. A race between the bioengineers and DNA and the computer engineers and artificial intelligence, AI, to create a new level of intelligence on this planet, in effect, to develop our successor species. Times they will make mistakes. They will invade privacy. They will deny loans to people who should get them for wrongful reasons. But these are issues that we have faced in the last 100 years, where this or that technology has invaded our privacy or discriminated. They will deny loans to people who should get them for wrongful reasons. But these are issues that we have faced in the last 100 years, where this or that technology has invaded our privacy or discriminated against people in this or that financial transaction. My focus is the second half of this century, when we will face issues far beyond that. As to artificial intelligence, Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak and others have asked for a 6-month delay. But we will not see a 6-month delay in our research. And frankly, a 6-month delay wouldn't accomplish much, because the issues surrounding AI are intractable, and we have squandered at least the last 23 years in failing to deal with them. Another 6 months will do us little good. I want to commend the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and I don't commend Kevin McCarthy all that often, for bringing the entire House together 2 days ago to focus on the artificial intelligence issue and to hear from Professors Torralba and Madry of MIT. The professors showed us that AI clearly has met the Turing test. The Turing test was set forward by Professor Turing many, many decades ago. Professor Turing was in the was the subject of the imitation game, one of the most brilliant computer professors we have ever had, or that the Western world has ever had. And that test was that you would have a text chat with a computer and not be able to tell whether you were talking to a human or to a computer, and at that point, computers would have reached human levels of intelligence. Well, we've clearly got to that level. We call it ChatGPT. The chat is right in the name. But today's computers cheat on the Turing test. It's no longer a valid test, because today's computers have something Professor Turing from the 1940s and 1950s could not have imagined, and that is the internet. And they're able to mimic a human response just by looking at every other human response to a similar statement or question by looking at the entire internet. As the MIT professors pointed out, it's kind of like a parrot, able to say something that under some circumstances might be the right response without understanding the words. But AI will not, therefore, probably be intelligent the way I would view it for decades. We will need a new test, not the Turing test. But for now, AI is a tool. It is a great tool, as was writing and fire and jet travel and the internet. And we will be able to deal with that tool. But the second half of this century will see an AI that is intelligent, that has, or might very well see this. It may very well be self-aware, aware that it exists and that it exists on a planet that can be affected by things outside of its own existence. An AI may have volition, will, and it may have ambition, the desire to survive, perhaps the desire to propagate, and in any case, a desire to affect the world so as to achieve its own survival. AI is a powerful tool. China's not going to stop developing it for the next 6 months. American corporations see big profits. They're not going to stop developing it. And the private sector isn't going to spend much of its money making sure that AI is trustworthy. They're going to try to make sure that AI is profitable. So we need to be concerned about an AI that is self-aware and ambitious. Such a AI will have risks that are beyond the apocalypse to the human race. Therefore, I propose that 10% of all the money we spend on AI research be used to prevent and monitor for self-awareness, volition, and ambition. And perhaps also to monitor for AI's awareness that we are monitoring it. Our children will be living in a science fiction movie. We just don't know which one. Let us not build Skynet. If you remember the Terminator movies, you'll remember that Skynet destroyed most of the human race just seconds before it thought correctly that it was going to be unplugged. Terminator was a great movie to watch, a terrible movie to live in, and I don't know if we can count on Sarah Connor. There are two advantages that the human race has in preventing self-aware and ambitious AI. First, we're designing the AI, and we may understand what we're doing while we're doing it. We might. And second, the machines are inherently, from our experience, not volitional, not ambitious. They'll go to the largest computer and say to the computer, I'm planning to unplug you, break you up, and sell you for parts. And that computer will help you calculate how much money you can get for the parts. Now let's look at genetic engineering, bioengineering. While the largest computer seems fine with being unplugged, the smallest insect does not. Try stepping on a cockroach and see whether it is okay with being unplugged. The DNA, which didn't care whether it survived, didn't care to propagate, didn't, and isn't with us. So we may see genetic engineers, DNA engineers, start with human DNA and create a 1,000-pound mammal with a 100-pound brain that's going to beat your kids on the law school admissions test. And that mammal, like every other mammal, will probably have a survival instinct. So today's big headlines are about ChatGPT and artificial intelligence. Last year's big headline was about CRISPR, a new technology for the DNA engineers to use, and those headlines may turn out to be more important. It will be hard to limit genetic engineering because initially it will help deal with human tragedy. We will use genetic engineering to help cure disease. Genetic engineering will help the impaired human, will help to decrease disease or syndromes. First we will see us create the non-impaired human, the repaired human, and only then will we go forward to the transhuman. There's a second issue, kind of something off to the side, and that is some world leaders, and I'm looking at you, Kim Jong-un, will seek to create submissive or subservient humans genetically. And third, also off to the side, there are animal rights advocates who have argued that animals have reached a point where they deserve constitutional rights. Well, when genetic engineers create a pet dog or a working dog with near human intelligence, those animal rights advocates may have a point. So let us return to the great race to create transhuman intelligence that is self-aware and ambitious. We need rules regarding genetic engineering that make it plain that while it is okay to seek to prevent intellectual disability, it is not okay to use genetic engineering to create intelligence beyond that of the average human. And of course, we need to prevent the use of genetic engineering to create animals of greater intelligence than that animal species, or humans of impaired will or impaired intelligence. We know one thing. Intelligence is the most powerful thing on the planet. It is intelligence that gave us fire. It is intelligence that gave us nuclear fusion. It is the intelligence that gives us a unstoppable supply of cat videos on our phone. Last time a new level of intelligence arose on this planet, It is when our ancestors said hello to Neanderthal. Didn't work out well for Neanderthal. So there's a race between the computer engineers and AI, the bioengineers and DNA, to develop the next level of intelligence, perhaps to create our successor species. Will the next dominant species on this planet be carbon-based or silicon-based? The product of genetic engineering or the product of computer engineering? Artificial intelligence is in the lead, creating an incredible level of intelligence that is useful to us now and is progressing at the speed of computing. But genetic engineering starts with a raw material that has a survival instinct and ambition. I don't know who will win this race. I'm old-fashioned. I'm rooting for Team Human, which may not even be in the race. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address recent events in Pakistan. In evaluating those events, some would say that America should root for whichever political leader styles themselves as more pro-American, has been easier for us to deal with on this or that bilateral issue. But I would say, and I think the State Department agrees, that what comes first is our dedication to democracy and the rule of law. Imran Khan was difficult for us to deal with. Prime Minister Sharif, somewhat easier. But the question is democracy and the rule of law. The Supreme Court of Pakistan has ruled that there should be provincial elections in Punjab and later on in another province. That is the rule of law. I believe that Supreme Court has ruled that its initial ruling is final and unappealable, and that the Supreme Court has ordered that the funds be released as are necessary to hold those provincial elections. America stands not with this policy or that policy or a government that will agree with us on this issue or that issue. America stands for democracy and the rule of law. And we also stand for human rights, and the right of free speech and the right to express one's opinions. And I, of course, have been concerned about some of the terrible disappearances, some of the abuses of human rights, some of the substantial evidence of torture. So we need human rights and democracy in Pakistan. We need the rule of law, and America stands not with its short-term bilateral concerns, but with our dedication to democracy and human rights. And most important of all, Pakistan has national elections set forth in October, and nothing is more important for Pakistan than that those elections be timely, legitimate, fair, and that whoever wins the elections be allowed to govern. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention to an issue that too many in Washington didn't pay attention to, as over 600,000 people died, and now some are not paying attention to on the theory that the problem is over. I speak of northern Ethiopia, Tigray. While the cessation of hostilities agreement was signed in November, the Tigrayan people continue to face ethnic violence and discrimination. Earlier this month, AP reported that Amhara forces have renewed their campaign of ethnic cleansing against Tigrayan civilians and have uprooted roughly 47,000 Tigrayans from areas in southern Tigray just since March. Amhara forces are carrying out this campaign of ethnic cleansing through forced evictions, harassments, and murder. And throughout all history, ethnic cleansing and genocide have gone together. This is not a standalone event, but rather follows a horrific campaign of ethnic cleansing by Tigrayan civilians by Amhara regional forces that began in the year 2020. Last year, Secretary Blinken publicly recognized that members of the Amharan forces have committed crimes against humanity of the deportation and forcible transfer, committed ethnic cleansing in Western Tigray, in addition to war crimes and crimes against humanity, including murder, rape, and other forms of sexual violence. This is on top of the involvement of Eritrean forces in Tigray. Eritrea is a separate country. It has no business having its troops anywhere in Ethiopia. The determination made by our State Department on what is happening in Tigray follows extensive reporting by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International just in April of 2022, which documented the systematic expulsion of several 100,000 Tigrayan civilians from their homes using threats, unlawful killings, sexual violence, mass arbitrary detention, pillage, forcible transfer, and the denial of humanitarian assistance. We have many things going on in the world. I know that most of our foreign policy, or a very large chunk of it, is focused on events in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. But Washington cannot turn away from this issue, nor can we assume that the cessation of hostilities agreement solves the problem. The people of Tigray deserve our attention and engagement of the United States and the entire international community, and our leaders in Washington need to focus on what has been the most deadly event of the last several years. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Except to say, I wish to yield 1 minute to Mr. Arlington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the anniversary of a West Texas treasure. 100 years ago today, Governor Pat Neff signed Senate Bill 103 that created what would become my proud alma mater, Texas Tech University. Today, Texas Tech's student population consists of 40,000 of the best and brightest young men and women from around the country and the world. I love Texas Tech and everything it represents. Our first president, Paul Horn, said it best. Everything that's done in these West Texas plains ought to be done on a big scale. Let our thoughts be big thoughts and broad thoughts. Let our thinking be in worldwide terms. Texas Tech has embodied that vision. Its students and alumni have lived up to that calling for an entire century. I am so proud to bear our banner far and wide on behalf of Red Raider Nation as we strive for honor evermore. Happy 100th birthday to Texas Tech. Wreck 'em, get your guns up, and God bless West Texas. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for Texas. Seeing no one else who wishes me to yield them time, I yield back to the chair. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think the next 2.5 months of this institution are going to be consumed with the budget and the amount of spending. I don't think the press has done an adequate job of alerting to the public to the crisis we currently have. As we've talked before, we are headed towards the federal debt of $31 trillion being 100% of GDP. And of course, over time, as the value of the dollar changes, it sometimes makes it difficult to see exactly how bad that is. But the last time the debt was as great as the gross national product was the end of World War II. Now, at the end of World War II, America was very economically strong because Japan and Europe were flattened by the end of World War II. But even more, We knew at the end of World War II that we were going to lay off hundreds of thousands of military personnel. We know that the factories would stop building the ships and the planes and the tanks that were necessary for World War II, and therefore we knew we were heading into a time of dramatically decreased spending. And that's exactly what happened. At the end of World War II, slowly we dropped from 100% of GDP, debt equal to down to a little over 20%. Things were really getting under control. We were a little bit over 20% during the presidency of Richard Nixon. Then things began to slowly rise again, but recently, in part with COVID and in part the completely reckless spending under President Biden, we're headed back to 100% again. But the American public has to stop and think. Well, we knew at the end of World War II spending was inevitably going to drop. We live at a time of an aging population in which the amount of money we're spending on Medicare and Social Security is going to continue to go up if we do nothing else. Now, we sure should never, ever cut Social Security. I will not do that. And we should not be reducing any Medicare benefits, which means we have to look at the rest of the budget. And what do we see in President Biden's vision for America is? Let's look at the budget that he's already proposed for the calendar year beginning October 1st. Line after line after line does not show the cuts that are necessary and the Republican Party is prepared to make. Department of Agriculture, up 14%. Department of Commerce.
Going to have like actual ideological diversity on the program, or whether he's going to, you know, just have yes men on, I can't really say.
But it won't work. When honest people say what's true,
it's okay, Rex,
calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink and they become weaker.
Vague, vague, vague. This is how, again, you can tell when a person doesn't believe in anything. If a socialist news host got fired randomly from their job and wanted to create their own platform, they would be specific in what values they wanted to promote with their future projects. They would not go, the orthodoxy is full of people who don't believe the system, but we can defeat it by speaking truth. And the truth we speak to big ideas. Well, no, they would be like, yeah, we want to challenge corporate power. We want to do this. We want to do that. Like, we're here to talk about these issues because we care about them. This affected neutrality is just a way for fascists to keep it close to the vest. But, you know, honest to God, I don't even know if Tucker Carlson's a fascist. Ideologically, I mean. He says fascism. He does fascism in his own head. I don't know if he believes anything. I think he's an empty suit, you know.
That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail.
That is absolutely not the iron law of the universe.
Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words.
It's like nothing. I can't believe people think that this guy is some kind of like truth. Listen to how vapid this statement is. Like, it's unbelievable how it's like a joke. Like an SNL writer would write this to make fun of like a hippy dippy kind of like woo-woo spiritualism person.
True things. There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words, there is hope.
Oh my God.
See you soon.
Oh my God. It's so dumb. Well, whatever he does next, it probably won't have anywhere near as much of a platform as the Fox News platform he had previously. We'll see how things go. So did that mean anything? It means he's going to make his own show. It doesn't mean anything else. This whole video is basically him admitting he was a lying grifter during his whole career with Fox. That's true. He is literally like, yeah, I have participated in decades of vapid, dishonest discourse, and now I'm going to make my own platform where I won't do that.
Outlier there being defense and homeland security. Now, we should comment a little bit more on the Equity Advisory Board at Treasury. Not only does the Department of Treasury have new bureaucrats designed to determine how we are going to treat people by race or sex or sexual preference, these new boards or commissions are put throughout the new budget. And the function of these boards, I feel, is to divide America. Rather than being the America, a meritocracy that our forefathers envisioned, in which everybody is being treated equal, the Biden administration, in the name of diversity, is including bureaucrats everywhere to determine who gets hired, who gets promoted, and who gets the relevant grants. This is something that people are afraid to talk about, and I don't like to talk about. But do we want to head into a country, which other countries have gone down this path, in which they say X number of people of this background have to be government employees here, or grants have to go there? It always results in very hard feelings, and when you begin to hire people by that, you're not always hiring the best people. And I think Americans have to ask themselves, as we train the new generation of doctors, as we train the new generation of air traffic controllers, as we train the new generations of engineers, which determine the viability of our manufacturing as we compete with companies abroad, are we going to continue to hire the best, allow the best to be promoted, or are we going to fall back into some sort of third world country in which we divide our nation by what other countries would call tribes, might be religious, whatever. I'll repeat an anecdote I talked about last week, which I don't think the National Press Corps has picked up on, but they should pick up on. Not long after President Biden took office, two Democrat senators, Tammy Duckworth and Mazie Hirono, one from Illinois and one from Hawaii, said that they would not vote for any more President Biden's appointees if they were white men unless they were gay. Now, that's an awkward thing to talk about. It's kind of scary that we had two U.S. senators taking such a divisive position. But then we had a legal journal, did a little bit of research a couple months ago on the judicial appointments by President Biden. 97 judicial appointments. The author of this article, I talked to her, was not even for or against this. She really had no opinions on what she found. But of the 97 new judges, only 5 were white men. And at least 2 of those 5, might be more, were gay. So at least when it comes to judicial appointments, President Biden is following the path of a kind of a dislike, almost hatred, for people who used to make up the majority of this country. I hope more studies are done along those lines, and I hope there's a little bit of outrage, because I have a feeling President Biden may be following down the same path when it comes to other appointees, and quite frankly doing all he can to get the same sort of ratios when it comes to government spending, or trying to do this when it comes to businesses that do business with the government. We recently heard as well that the Biden administration is doing what they can to penalize frugal borrowers. And what they want to do is, if you want to borrow money from a bank and you're a good credit risk because you're not a spendthrift, they feel that you ought to have to pay a higher interest rate, because they want to subsidize people who spend all their money and don't save money, and they feel those people should get a lower interest rate. I think this diversity has come out of control. There's a huge cost related to it. We have heard in a committee that I'm on that there are bureaucratic diversity professionals who are making $200,000 a year in our universities. More of these people are going to have to be hired by private business. It's first of all at a time when we have a labor shortage. Insofar as there are people looking for new jobs, those jobs should be in manufacturing, in construction, in agriculture, even in tourism. Wherever you look, we need more people, not more highly paid bureaucrats who, when they look at people, solely view people by race or gender or sexual preference. In any event, I hope the press does a better job of going through President Biden's recommendations line by line in the budget and see whether they are the type of things we would like to see for a country that is in deep danger, by the overall amount of debt we have, and particularly, I hope the press corps hones in on these new bureaucrats as to exactly what they are doing, since their job is not to do anything productive, but just make sure that everybody in the federal government looks at people as a token of race or gender or sexual preference. Thank you. I'm told here I should yield another 2 minutes to Congressman Arrington. Yes, he thought of something else to say.
How much time is remaining?
Lots of time. You got lots of time. I assure you.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from...
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Wisconsin and my fellow Budget Committee member for his passion to save this country from a sovereign debt crisis and protect our nation's next generation from reaping the whirlwind of this reckless spending and this unsustainable debt path that we're on. We must fight for the future of our country. And all the things that are talked about in this great chamber, and all the great ideas, and all the threats that are posed to this country of ours and its future will all be undermined and jeopardized because we will have failed to simply steward the taxpayers' resources and our children's future. So thank you for that, Mr. Grothman, for your leadership and your passion. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of a true American hero and a very dear friend, General Bernard Mittermeier, who passed away this January after 92 rich, full, extraordinary years. He was a first-generation immigrant from South America who really lived the American dream. 28 years in the military. He rose to the rank of general. He served as Surgeon General of the Army under President Reagan, and he received a number of awards and recognitions, including the Distinguished Flying Cross, which is the highest award, peacetime award in the military. I worked with him at Texas Tech, where he was a physician, he was the dean of the medical school, and he was the president of the Health Sciences Center. And he had an indomitable spirit, he had an infectious optimism, and all of those things helped culminate in his leadership efforts to create the super clinic for treating and servicing our wounded warriors in West Texas in partnership with Texas Tech, and it has been a phenomenal asset for veterans in the western part of Texas. And that is going to be one of many, but I'm sure for him, it was the most special legacy that he left for the people of West Texas. I just want to say it was an honor to know him. I'm a better man for having come alongside of him in my time at Texas Tech. I also want to say to his wife, Mary Beth, we love you, and the Mittermeier family, we're praying for you, and we know that the general has gone to the great commander-in-chief in heaven, and he's in a great place, and he's as alive as he's ever been, and we will be with General Mittermeier once again, and I take great hope and joy in that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin, and I'm grateful for the indulgence.
Does the gentleman from Wisconsin have a motion?
Yes, I move that we now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023.
The U.S. House today voted to repeal a Commerce Department rule waiving tariffs on solar parts assembled in 4 Southeast Asian countries, including Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, or Vietnam, using parts from China. The House will be out next week for a district work period. They'll next return for legislative business and votes on Tuesday, May 9th. Live coverage of the House here on C-SPAN. Watch video on demand anytime online at cspan.org and try our Points of Interest feature, a timeline tool that uses markers to quickly guide you to newsworthy and interesting highlights of our key coverage. Use Points of Interest anytime online at cspan.org.
Order your copy of the 118th Congressional Directory, now available at cspanshop.org. It's your access to the federal government, with bio and contact information for every House and Senate member, and important information on congressional committees, the President's Cabinet, federal agencies, and state governors. Scan the code at the right to order your copy today, or go to cspanshop.org. It's $29.95 plus shipping and handling, and every purchase helps support our nonprofit operations.
Fridays, C-SPAN brings you Afterwards from Book TV, a program where nonfiction authors are interviewed by journalists, legislators, and others on their latest books. Tonight, Ava Chin, author of Mott Street, reflects on her family's American experience across 5 generations and the impact the Chinese Exclusion Act had on her family and community. She's interviewed by Yale University American Studies and History professor Mary Liu. Watch Afterwards tonight at 8 Eastern on C-SPAN.
The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner, Washington's premier black tie event, is Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Watch C-SPAN's live coverage from the Washington Hilton Hotel, with this year's headliner, The Daily Show's Roy Wood Jr., and President Biden is expected to speak. Also, join us for red carpet arrivals of journalists, politicians, and celebrities at 6 p.m. Eastern on our free C-SPAN Now mobile video app. Also online at cspan.org. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, live Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN.
C-SPAN is your unfiltered view of government. We're funded by these television companies and more, including Sparklight.
The greatest town on earth is the place you call home. At Sparklight, it's our home too. And right now, we're all facing our greatest challenge. That's why Sparklight is working round the clock to keep you connected. We're doing our part, so it's a little easier to do yours.
Sparklight supports C-SPAN as a public service, along with these other television providers, giving you a front row seat to democracy.
Up next, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He spoke to reporters on Capitol Hill about this week's passage of the Republicans' legislation tying an increase in the nation's debt limit to federal spending cuts. He called it a messaging bill that would not go anywhere in the Senate, and he said he expects the Treasury Department next week to announce a new debt limit deadline date. This briefing is 25 minutes.
Doing everything off camera. Right. To fill all those big screens. Yeah. So like, then they require that. But other than that, it hasn't changed. So, yes, exactly.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. This week, I was able to return from my first congressional delegation trip that I've led to Ghana and to Israel. It was a delegation that broadly reflected the House Democratic Caucus, including the top Democrat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the top Democrat on the Middle Eastern Subcommittee, the top Democrat on the Africa Subcommittee, as well as the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, several other members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and several Jewish members of the House Democratic Caucus, broadly reflecting the diversity of what House Democrats represent We had a wonderful meeting with President Akufo-Addo in Ghana to talk about our shared commitment to democracy throughout the country and the challenges that democracies are confronting. We thanked the President for his close partnership with the United States on the UN Security Council. Also discussed several of the regional security concerns that exist with respect to coastal West Africa. We also, as a delegation, had an opportunity to visit the Cape Coast slave castles in Ghana, and it was a very moving opportunity to revisit some of the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, but also use it as an opportunity to have discussions with the people of Ghana about how we emerge from that history to build a better world for everyone. We also had an opportunity to have several substantive meetings in Israel with President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, opposition leader Lapid, and other members of the government, including the Speaker of the Knesset, about, one, our continued strong commitment to making sure that Israel remains a vibrant, safe, and secure Jewish democratic state, and our continued commitment to the shared values related to democracy and what that has represented in terms of the special relationship that we have between our two countries. We, of course, discussed issues such as stopping Iran from becoming nuclear capable, prospects for a two-state solution, building upon the Abraham Accords. How do we create a better environment for peace in a very difficult neighborhood? And we also discussed the judicial reform proposals that have created a lot of controversy in Israel. And we've simply said that we're hopeful that common ground can be found in a manner that respects and protects the independence of the judiciary as well as the rule of law. And these were principles that every single one of the leaders we met with agreed should be operating principles in terms of trying to find common ground. This week in Washington, D.C., we've seen House Republicans once again stake out an extreme position, which is to risk a catastrophic and dangerous default that would potentially trigger a job-killing recession and cost the American people millions of good-paying jobs, crash the stock market in a way that will hurt and undermine the retirement security of millions of older Americans, and also send costs skyrocketing through the roof in a way that will hurt the economic well-being of everyday Americans. America should always pay her bills, period, full stop. We've never defaulted in the history of this country in a manner that is being contemplated by extreme MAGA Republicans in the House of Representatives that will hurt the economy, hurt industry, hurt small businesses, and hurt everyday Americans. House Democrats worked with former President Trump 3 times to make sure we avoided a default and raised the debt ceiling. Without partisanship, without showmanship, without gamesmanship. And that's what the extreme MAGA Republicans should be doing right now. And as we've indicated, we will have a conversation with House Republicans about the budget, about future spending priorities, about which type of investments should be made to continue to have a strong and robust American economy into the future. We are willing to have that conversation. President Biden has produced a budget. House Republicans produced a ransom note. That is what the Default on America Act is, and that is wildly irresponsible. Questions?
Mr. Lear, with that being said, I mean, despite your argument, it's not moving the needle with Republicans. So what is the path forward, and when does the president need to just sit down with the speaker?
When you say it's not moving the needle with Republicans, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, it seems neither side is blinking. Republicans have their plan. You guys want a clean debt ceiling increase, and nobody seems to be sitting down at the table with each other.
Well, our position will continue to be clear that the only responsible thing to do with respect to avoiding a catastrophic default on our debt is to do what has consistently been done under Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, which is to make sure that America pays her bills. That is the only responsible position at this particular point in time. Now, the Default on America Act was sent over to the Senate. The Senate will have to take steps to evaluate that legislation. What seems clear to everyone is that it's dead on arrival. It's not a serious proposal. It doesn't even have support from many of the Senate Republicans. That's the untenable position that exists in the Congress right now.
Serious or not serious, shouldn't the president engage?
The president has continued to make clear that he is willing to talk to anyone on Capitol Hill about the type of spending decisions, investment decisions, and revenue decisions that should be made to protect the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people. There is a process for that to occur. It's called the budget. President Biden has released his budget over a month ago. President Biden's budget will create an economy that works for everyday Americans. His budget will protect and strengthen Social Security. His budget will cut the deficit by $3 trillion. We are still waiting for House Republicans to produce a budget. They produced a ransom note and said, pass our irresponsible Default on America Act, or else we're going to default. That's not serious. That's not responsible.
Thank you. There are new provisions in the House now for members to get reimbursements for rent and utilities and meals and things. We understand how tough it is to pass a pay raise here, but is there a concern that some in the public might interpret this as a pay raise? Are members getting something extra on top of this, and is that politically a problem?
No.
Why not?
It's a reimbursement.
But talk about that. Couldn't people perceive that as an issue? I know that was something you argued for back in the Senate.
The effort to make sure that members are reimbursed for housing expenses has been bipartisan in nature from the very beginning. It was a bipartisan recommendation from the House Modernization Committee. There was then a bipartisan unanimous vote taken by the House Administration Committee in late December of 2022. There was a bipartisan process working with the nonpartisan CAO to develop procedures for the reimbursement mechanism to be appropriately implemented. And then another bipartisan unanimous vote was taken at the end of March.
Mr. Jeffries.
Back to the side.
Leader Jeffries, Basil John with Nexstar. While this is all going on with these discussions, I mean, GDP numbers are out this week showing a slowdown. So what do you have to say to those who say you and Democrats and even Republicans are slowing down this whole process as this cloud of economic worry hangs over people's heads?
Well, one of the reasons why it's important to continue the economic progress that has been made under the Biden administration, bringing unemployment down, wages on the way up, more than 12 million good-paying jobs being created, inflationary pressures beginning to slow. That's progress that has been made. We've emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic as a country stronger than any other developed country in the world in terms of the economy. But there are still concerns. And so what we should be doing is responsibly getting to work on behalf of everyday Americans, not engaging in a reckless, dangerous default showdown that risks a recession, risks a stock market crash, and risk adding to the inflationary pressures that currently exist.
Mr. Jeffries.
Second row, and then we'll come back.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffries. House Republicans are also planning to bring their immigration and border proposal out once you guys come back. Do you expect any of your members to support that? And what's your position on what and how the border may impact Democrats next year electorally?
Well, we have to make sure that there's order at the border, as President Biden has continued to do. I think some of the steps that have recently been indicated they will take in terms of in-process, in-country centers in order to deal with the tremendous inflow of migrants from certain countries is a responsible step. We're still waiting on additional information to be presented to us in terms of the comprehensive nature of the plan, but I have every confidence that President Biden and the administration are going to take the appropriate steps to address comprehensive immigration reform issues, as well as issues that exist on the border. In terms of the extreme MAGA Republican plan on immigration, that's just another dead-on-arrival bill catering to the far-right extreme of the Republican Party.
Mr. Leader.
Hello.
Thank you. Ashley Banks with the GRIO. This week, Hank Johnson, he held a presser on reintroducing the RAP Act to prohibit rappers' lyrics from being used against them in the courtroom, like what we're seeing in the case of rapper Young Thug. In your opinion, why is this bill essential?
Well, I've supported the RAP Act in the past. I don't think that art and creativity should be weaponized in the criminal justice system. And hopefully we'll be able to find some bipartisan support to move that legislation forward.
Mr. Jeffries, you had 2 Democratic absences this week. Are you disappointed that if you had full attendance here, you could have temporarily defeated this bill?
People who are members of Congress have things that happen in life that they have to address. We maximize the attendance possible. Catherine Clark is doing a great job. But there will always be circumstances, unfortunately, that because of life issues, members from time to time won't be present on the House floor. We were able to hold together Democratic unity in opposition to an extreme MAGA Republican default on America bill that is bad for everyday Americans, bad for the economy, and bad for the world and America's place in it. And that's where I think we should keep the focus.
And just to clarify your position on the no negotiating stance, if we're headed into a default, you are totally comfortable with the president saying no negotiations whatsoever with the speaker on the debt limit, even as we head off the cliff?
I think President Biden's position is very consistent with President Trump's position, with Speaker Paul Ryan's position, with President Ronald Reagan's position, which is simply that America should pay its bills and avoid a catastrophic and dangerous default. That's not a partisan position. That's not a Democratic position that President Biden is taking. That is the American position. It's the same position that Donald Trump took in 2019, same position that former President Reagan took during his administration around the debt ceiling, consistently. And it's also the position that fiscal conservative Paul Ryan took as Speaker. And so I'm very comfortable with the notion that, yes, America should always pay its bills, while at the same time engaging in negotiations and discussions around the budget and the appropriations.
Mr. Leader.
Go back to the side, yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Leader. Can you just assess a little bit, how surprised were you that Republicans were able to hold together on this bill, that Speaker McCarthy, after many twists and turns to get to his job, was able to secure passage? And do you assess that as sort of a one-off, or do you think this is sort of a newfound energy among the House Republicans, seeing what they can do if they hold together?
Yeah, it did not surprise me at all. First of all, the only group that held together were House Democrats. All of us voted no. On the other side of the aisle, you had several House Republicans who voted against the Default on America Act because it wasn't extreme enough for the right wing. It was a very extreme bill that will hurt middle-class America, all those who aspire to be part of the middle class, working families, young people, seniors, veterans, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind. The Default on America Act will hurt everyday Americans. But we are not surprised that so-called Republican moderates who talk a good game, but at the end of the day, always vote with the extremists. That's been the case throughout the 118th Congress on bill after bill after bill. And that's going to be a decision at the end of the day for their constituents to make about why there are members of the House of Representatives who either at home or on TV talk like moderates and then always here in Washington, D.C., vote with the extreme MAGA Republicans. So I wasn't surprised at all, because just in the last several months, we've gotten used to people expressing concern about attacks on reproductive freedom and the effort to criminalize abortion care, and then vote to criminalize abortion care. We've had so-called moderate Republicans express concerns with the effort to ban books and put politics over parents on TV and back at home, and then vote to ban books or to bully transgender children. And so we saw the same playbook back at home. So-called House moderates, Republicans, talk about concerns with the extreme nature of the cuts in the Default on America Act, go on TV and pretend as if they're concerned, and then come to the floor of the House of Representatives and vote with the extreme MAGA Republicans. Ultimately, they are going to have to answer for their hypocrisy.
A group of bipartisan senators have introduced a bill that would ban social media for kids under the age of 13, severely limit it for kids 13 to 17. Is that something you would support? Is it something you think Congress needs to look at? And if so, do you think there's a way for the government to enforce a ban like that?
Yeah, I haven't seen a specific bill. It obviously seems to be far-reaching, so it'd be inappropriate for me to comment at this particular point in time. Thanks.
Leader, many of the Republicans are making an issue about the migrant children and the missing migrant children and what they're dealing with as they're being held in this processing centers all across the country. What's your reaction to all of this and the migrant children and what needs to be done?
Well, I mean, I think that we need to ensure, as it relates to the migrant issue, that we are both anchoring ourselves in compassion, in kindness, in humanity, which are all values that are central to who we are as Americans, particularly as it relates to vulnerable children, while at the same time working to find a comprehensive bipartisan resolution to dealing with the migrant crisis that we've seen, not just over the last few months or last few years, but over the last few administrations, both Democratic and Republican. If the Republicans are really interested in finding a real solution to this challenge, we welcome that conversation. I'm just concerned that too many of the extreme MAGA Republicans have chosen to try and weaponize the immigration issue, not to solve the problem, but to try to maximize political advantage.
Weaponized meaning that blaming it on President Biden not doing enough to protect these children?
That's correct.
Are you concerned that Congress is leaving for a week without any clear pathway forward on debt?
Well, it's my understanding that the Senate is going to be in session next week, and we're going to have to find a way forward. Next week, we will hear, I think, from the Treasury Department as to when they will run out of extraordinary measures. And I think once we have that date with clarity, which will be based on an evaluation of the tax receipts that have now come into the Treasury, then we'll know with some urgency our time frame for dealing with this challenge. Understand, this is a manufactured crisis that extreme MAGA Republicans are trying to force on the American people. Again, Democrats raised the debt ceiling to avoid a dangerous default 3 times during the Trump presidency, even though we strongly disagreed with his spending priorities. And this country has been around for 247 years, yet 25% of America's debt was accumulated during the 4 years of the Trump presidency, but we still did not play games, threaten a default for political purposes, because it's just our position that the right thing to do is for America to always pay her bills. And as far as I'm concerned, that's never a position that we should waver from, whether it's a Democratic president or Republican president.
Last question.
Do you believe that Speaker...
Take this one and then this one, yeah.
Do you believe that Speaker McCarthy would put a debt deal on the floor that could pick up enough Democratic votes to pass, even if it meant, risking a motion to vacate on his part, from the right wing of this conference?
Well, that's probably a question that's best asked of Speaker McCarthy. At the end of the day, we are just going to have to do the right thing here, regardless of what political inconvenience may be presented. That's what all of us in the Congress are called upon to do, the right thing by the American people. And in this particular case, there is only one approach that is correct, which is to make sure that we avoid a default and that America pays its bills. Okay, I'll take this last question.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. I was wondering if you could speak on this solar policy that we have Senate Democrats coming out and saying that they think that this hurts American manufacturing of solar panels and enables China manufacturing of solar panels. Is that a fair sentiment? And why do you think it needs to stay in place?
Well, the League of Conservation Voters supported the House Democratic position as overwhelmingly expressed in our opposition to the legislation that was on the floor this week. The overwhelming majority of organized labor are in sync with the House Democratic Caucus position in terms of supporting the temporary regulations that the Biden administration put in place with respect to the solar industry. And the solar industry supports the Biden administration position. Individual members of the House or the Senate may take a different approach, and often that is based on regional, local concerns, and that's understandable. But in terms of the right policy for the American people, I think President Biden is doing exactly the right thing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Order your copy of the 118th Congressional Directory, now available at cspanshop.org. It's your access to the federal government with bio and contact information for every House and Senate member, and important information on congressional committees, the President's Cabinet, federal agencies, and state governors. Scan the code at the right to order your copy today, or go to cspanshop.org. It's $29.95 plus shipping and handling, and every purchase helps support our nonprofit operations.
Fridays, C-SPAN brings you Afterwards from Book TV, a program where nonfiction authors are interviewed by journalists, legislators, and others on their latest books. Tonight, Ava Chin, author of Mott Street, reflects on her family's American experience across 5 generations and the impact the Chinese Exclusion Act had on her family and community. She's interviewed by Yale University American Studies and History professor Mary Lou. Watch Afterwards tonight at 8 Eastern on C-SPAN.
The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner, Washington's premier black tie event, is Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Watch C-SPAN's live coverage from the Washington Hilton Hotel, with this year's headliner, The Daily Show's Roy Wood Jr., and President Biden is expected to speak. Also, join us for red carpet arrivals of journalists, politicians, and celebrities at 6 p.m. Eastern on our free C-SPAN Now mobile video app. Also online at cspan.org. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, live Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN.
Sunday night on Q&A, presidential historian Richard Norton Smith shares his biography of President Gerald Ford, titled An Ordinary Man. He talks about Ford's personal life, anti-establishment politics, as well as his efforts to heal the country following the Watergate scandal, and his controversial decision to pardon Richard Nixon.
Fellow Americans, our long national nightmare is over.
The irony, of course, about the whole phrase, whoever wrote it, is Ford didn't want to use it. Typical, again, Ford thought it was kicking a man when he was down. Don't you think that's a little harsh? And Hartman made the case, no, in fact, you don't understand, Mr. Vice President. People need to hear this. They need to hear it from you. The final surprise, of course, is that our long national nightmare was far from over.
Richard Norton Smith with his book, An Ordinary Man. Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN's Q&A. You can listen to Q&A and all of our podcasts on our free C-SPAN Now app. Former President Donald Trump highlighted what he saw as the failures of the Biden administration during a campaign stop in New Hampshire. He also fielded questions from the audience about transgender rights, the military, and inflation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. What a group this is. Ooh. And we want to thank the fire marshals because they had a lot of work to do to get this crowd. We got a lot of people outside, thousands, and this is really great. We're very, very honored to be here in Manchester, a place that I've gotten to know very well on the political trail and love, and in particular to be in the great state of New Hampshire. As I promised you, and as you know from the beginning, I fought to protect and defend New Hampshire's beloved first in the nation primary, and you got it. You got it. And next year, we're going to make history together when we win New Hampshire primary for the third straight time. We've had a lot of success here. Today, I'm deeply honored to receive the endorsements of more than 50 New Hampshire state legislators, many of whom are on stage with us and some of whom are in the audience because I think structurally maybe the stage couldn't take it. But I just want to introduce them, if I could, quickly. They're great people. They went out there right from the beginning. Most of them have been with us right from the beginning, and we love them, and they're just special people. Representatives Kimberly Iber, Louis Andrus, Glenn Bailey, Harry Bean, Jacob Brouillard, Claudine Burnham, hello Claudine, Tim Cahill, Jose Cambrils, Brian Cole, Deborah DeSimone, Ron Dunn, Tracy Emmerich, thank you, Tracy. Keith Erf, Larry Gagne, Ted Gorski, Gerald Griffin, Tina Harley, Juliet Harvey Bolia, Gregory Hill, thank you, Gregory. Thomas Kuczynski, Diane Kelly, Stephen Kennedy, Abul Khan, John Levitt, Nikki McCarter, Valerie McDonald, Charles Melvin, Dane Nagel, thank you, Dane, Christine Perez, Joseph Petre, Tom Plausage, John Puderstick, Kevin Pratt, Arlene Quartiello, Andrew Renzolo, Jennifer Rhodes, Terry Roy, John Sellers, thank you, John, Vanessa Sheehan, Lisa Smart. Look, these are endorsements. How good is this? Lisa Smart. Thank you. These are endorsements. James Spillane, Jonathan Stone, James Summers, Jeffrey Tenzar, Paul Terry, Dick Thaxton, Jordan Urlili, Jordan, thank you, Lily Walsh, Kenneth Weiler, Robert Wary, and Clayton Wood. And somebody said, do you think I should introduce them? It's 51. Should I do? I said, you know what? They were out there at the front. Many of them were here from the beginning. I said, I'll take the time. You know, I'm not sure if television's too thrilled. Look at all these people. I don't know if television's thrilled, but we're thrilled, right? We're thrilled. I also want to introduce Bruce Breton and Lou Gargiulo, who have been with us for a long time, right from the beginning. Thank you both. Right from the beginning. Thank you, Lou. Thank you. And I want to thank President of the New Hampshire Federation of College Republicans, Harrison Spalthorf. Harrison, wherever you may be. Thank you, Harrison. New Hampshire Federation of Republican Women President, Elizabeth Girard. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. The founder of the 603 Alliance, Fran Windolbo. And also my New Hampshire senior advisor, who's been with me for a long time, Steve Stepanek. Thank you very much, Steve. Stand up. Great job. Great job from day one. My state director, Trevor Nuclearly. Trevor, thank you very much. As well as somebody who really did a great job, ran for office, did very well, Caroline Levitt. Thank you. Thank you. Did a great job. And a very good friend of mine is here today, and he lives here, and he loves this state very much, and he was the first person that was with me. He said, you'll do it. This was a long time ago, in 2015, maybe before that, but he's been a friend of mine for a long time, loves this state, and he's a political pro, Corey Lewandowski. Where is he? Where is he? He's such a good guy. Thank you, Corey. And by the way, we will take a few questions if you want after we're finished. Is that okay? So I do that early so you can think. Otherwise, if I do it right at the end, that's the better way to do it. I'll finish and then I say, any questions? Okay, let's get out of here. Now you have a whole little time to think about it, but we'll take a few questions, okay? You think Biden takes questions? I don't think so. I don't think so. You saw yesterday, he had the cue card. He said, call this one. This is what she's going to ask, and here's the answer. They never did that with me in the White House, I can tell you. On Tuesday, Joe Biden officially announced that he will seek 4 more disastrous years in the White House. As you know, I've done very well against crooked Hillary Clinton, but today I'm going to do this, and I think this could be maybe the most important part of what I'm going to say, because this is going to be a major announcement. Are you ready? Is everybody ready? I will be retiring the name Crooked from Hillary Clinton and her moniker. And I'm going to give her a new name, I don't know, like maybe Lovely Hillary or Beautiful Hillary. But I'm going to retire the name Crooked so that we can use the name for Joe Biden, because he'll be known from now on as Crooked Joe Biden. You would think that Hillary would be very happy today. She's out there someplace celebrating. Because there's never been anyone in the history of American politics so crooked or dishonest as Joe Biden. And the press absolutely refuses to report it, all that press back there. Because frankly, they're just as crooked as he is, and they are. They're just as crooked. The choice in this election is now between strength and weakness, between success or failure, between safety or anarchy, between peace or conflict, and prosperity or catastrophe. We are living in a catastrophe. With your vote on November 5th, 2024, we're going to crush Joe Biden and the White House, that gorgeous, beautiful White House. We have to take it back. We're going to beat him at the ballot box, and we're going to settle our unfinished business. It's unfinished. Biden announced his presidential campaign by, get this, a prepackaged video. I was going to do that for you today. I'll do a little video, send it up to New Hampshire. You wouldn't have been very happy about that. But when you're running for president, you think at least one time you'd get up and say, I'm running for president. Where am I going? Where the hell am I going? I want to get out. Oh, no, over there, over there. A prepackaged video that took supposedly 7 takes to get it right, if right is what you want to call it. In it, he says he's running because Trump and MAGA pose a threat to democracy. Can you believe it? Got to explain. MAGA is Make America Great Again, right? No threat there. No, it's Biden who poses the threat to democracy because he is grossly incompetent, has no idea what he's doing, and basically he doesn't have a clue, and that's a very bad position to put our country in. Our country is in a very dangerous position right now. Very, very dangerous. We're now in a nation, and we are a nation in serious decline, a nation that has lost its way. We're led by a hopeless person, but we will win in 2024 and make America great again. We can do it. It's not too late. It's not too late. But we've got a year and a half to go. That's a long time with what's happening to our country. That's a long time still. With such a calamitous presidency, it's almost inconceivable that Biden would have even thought of running for re-election. He's destroyed our country, and yet he says in his recorded piece that he wants to finish the job. That's right, he wants to finish the job of destroying our country. But on that, he's actually very close. He is very close to finishing the job, unfortunately. One of the most important issues in this campaign will be which candidate can rescue. And this country needs a rescuing. We have to rescue America from the wreckage of the Biden economy. Under my leadership, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. In fact, we actually did it twice because that horrible gift from China came over. COVID, or the China virus, as many people say. Actually, in New Hampshire, you say China virus, pretty much. But now we will do it again. We will do it again. We passed the largest tax cuts and reforms in American history. We cut more job-killing regulations than any administration ever, also in history. We achieved American energy independence, and we were about set to do American energy dominance, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia combined, ×2. And we slashed the price of gasoline down all the way down to $1.87 a gallon. Doesn't that sound good? That's why you have this horrible inflation, because of what happened to your energy. Now everything's up. Now it's happening to everything. Thank you. Thanks to our policies, the typical New Hampshire family saw their annual income rise by $6,000, the largest increase in recorded history, the largest. Nobody's ever seen that, by $6,000. Everybody was happy. For decades, the corrupt globalist establishment savagely betrayed New Hampshire workers. You know that better than most. I see those beautiful factory buildings. Some are now apartment houses, and some are now senior citizens. But the factories, that's what you had to do. The factories, there's so many gone. Your state lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs after the NAFTA disaster and China's entrance into the World Trade Organization. But after years of cruel sellouts by past leaders, I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. That was the worst trade deal ever made, what they did to us for so many decades, and replaced it with the incredible USMCA, Mexico, Canada. That's considered now the best trade deal ever made. So good, in fact, that Mexico and Canada are now trying to renegotiate the deal with the Biden administration, I say, don't do it, don't talk about it, don't do it. Somebody over there told me it's unfair. I said, you know what? We lived with unfair for decades. Now they say it's unfair. No, we made a great deal, and you're all manufacturers, farmers, everybody is benefiting. USMCA, we're very proud of that. Don't let them renegotiate. I withdrew from the job-crushing Trans-Pacific Partnership. That would have totally destroyed this country. They were all set to sign. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, they were all set to sign it. And I stood up to China like no administration has ever done before. Bringing in hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, pouring into our treasury from China when no other president had gotten even 10 cents. Not one president got, and I literally mean not 10 cents. We got hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't think they like me too much, but that's okay. Well, everybody else is paid off by China, including, by the way, our president, okay? It's a big problem. You wonder why he does nothing about China, why he doesn't do what he's supposed to be doing, because he got millions of dollars from China. You see it. I made big promises to the people of New Hampshire, and as your president, I kept every single promise. When China unfairly targeted our lobstermen, I gave them hundreds of millions of dollars in relief straight from the money we were taking in from China. We took a little bit out, like a little bit's hundreds of millions of dollars, by the way, but that's a lot to a lobsterman. And we brought it back. I made a deal with the European Union to completely eliminate tariffs on American lobster. You know that. They were charging us big tariffs so that we couldn't sell to them. The first EU tariff reduction on any product in over 20 years. Nobody ever asked the EU, or if they did, they didn't get it, because they're very difficult people to deal with. I want to tell you that. They don't care about us, they care about them. And maybe that's the way it's supposed to be, right? I also opened up 5,000 square miles of ocean that Barack Obama closed to New England fishermen. You know about that. But you also know I opened them up totally. Nobody could even tell me why they closed. Think of miles and miles of beautiful ocean front, and now I understand that they want to close it up again. Is that true? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Yeah, let Canada do all. You know, Canada's the one that wanted it closed because they want to do the business. And I gave our farmers $28 billion out of the tariffs that we took in from China because they were treated very unfairly. I said, how much would it be? They said, approximately $28 billion. I said, I'm going to take it from China. China paid them $28 billion. Who else is going to do that one, okay? Tell that one to President Xi. You mind giving our farmers $28 billion? Actually, better than that, we signed an incredible trade deal with China, but once COVID came in, I didn't care about trade deals so much, but it's a tremendous trade deal, $50 billion, and it was an amazing deal, but once COVID came in, I didn't even talk about it. In everything I did, I put New Hampshire first, and I put America first, everything. When I left office, we handed Joe Biden the fastest economic recovery ever recorded, all with no inflation. We didn't have inflation. We had low energy prices that kept it down. When he stopped the energy, stopped the drilling, you know, I have a sign, drill we must, right? They have a sign, don't drill. We won't, they won't do it. They won't do it. What they're doing is crazy. And what it's done is raised everything. And now everything's so high, and now they've taken on their own inflationary trend. It's not just energy anymore. But they did that with energy. They destroyed our economy with the high prices. All electric cars. Oh, that's wonderful. Everybody. They don't have enough electric to turn on the lights. And now they're going to say, let's do all electric. I love electric cars. They go for about an hour and a half. Then you're in the middle of nowhere. You're saying, how do I get this thing charged up? He took that booming economy and he promptly blew it to shreds. He took the greatest economy in history. It was just announced that in the first quarter of 2023, GDP growth was a very weak 1.1%, and the forecasts show it's going to be getting much, much worse. So we're at 1% and getting worse. That doesn't sound too prosperous, does it? Look at these other countries that are eating our lunch. I had them. They were doing anything they could. They respected your leader. They respected your country, I want to tell you. They saw me coming. They weren't happy. They weren't happy. Every time France, or one of the countries, but France in particular, they were a little difficult. I really like their leader, but he's a very difficult guy. And whenever he got cute and wanted to tax our people or our companies, I just say, that's okay. We're going to put a 100% tariff on all wine and champagne coming into the United States. They would say, no, 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 we will not do it. We have decided we won't do it. No, but I don't think they do that. I don't think they do that in this group here. We should have tremendous power. We have tremendous economic power that we don't use. But, you know, we better be smart, because soon we're not going to have economic power. We're not going to have anything. Since Joe Biden took office, the typical family has lost over $7,400 in annual income. Think of that. Inflation is out of control. Banks are collapsing. Banks are going bad. That's a bad sign. You remember 1929, it started with the banks. Real wages are down 24 months in a row, the longest losing streak ever in our country. Think of that, real wages. That's what it's all about, is real wages. The trade deficit has surged to a record $1 trillion. Household wealth has declined by $4 trillion. These are numbers that nobody's ever seen before. You know, they stand up and they say, no, the economy is good. The economy is horrible. After Biden shut down the Keystone XL pipeline that I started and passed a $20 billion tax hike on American energy, gas prices in New Hampshire are up 53%. And your state, congratulations, you did have one good thing from this administration. You set a record, if you like records, but not like this. Your state has the highest electricity costs in the entire nation. Tell your governor he ought to work on that a little bit. You know that, Steve? You have the highest cost in the entire nation. I will quickly be able to cut that number in half or more than that. I'll do that. Nobody knew that. New Hampshire has the highest electricity cost, I think the highest energy cost, but highest electricity cost in the nation. Let's go to all electric cars. How does that sound, right? You have the highest electric cost in the nation. They don't want to give you, they don't want you driving, like, how about driving for about an hour and 15 minutes and then say, it's time to get a charge. Joe Biden cares only about enriching his own family. I care about enriching your family and you. A Biden victory will be bad for you, good for China, and truly great for these globalists. We got a lot of globalists. A Trump victory will be bad for the globalists, the rhinos, the communists, the Marxists, but it will be great for the hardworking people of New Hampshire. Within hours of my inauguration, I will begin the process of terminating every Biden policy that is brutalizing New Hampshire and all U.S. workers. I will restore my famously successful executive order requiring that for every one new regulation, 2 old regulations must be eliminated. That was so successful. You remember that, when I did that? And I was actually getting 12, 13, 14 cut down. It was amazing, actually. But they put many of them back. But they haven't been able to up your taxes yet because we have a very strong bill. We went through everything to make sure that nobody could tamper with it. But they're trying to raise your taxes very greatly. Instead of growing the size and scope of the federal government every year, we will shrink it every year with aggressive cost reduction targets for each federal department. But we'll take care of our military. We have to. We have no choice. A lot of bad actors out there looking to do harm. We will take care of our military. You know, I rebuilt our entire military. They gave $85 billion of it to Afghanistan, but in probably the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, $85 billion worth of brand new military equipment. I will create a true national trade policy like the kind that made New Hampshire a manufacturing and industrial powerhouse in the old days. Remember the old days? You see those buildings all over and you say, wow. I did a great job in renegotiating trade deals with other countries. They were the worst, the most horrible deals I've ever seen. I'd often wondered to myself, who the hell negotiated these deals? They were so bad. You'd say they were either like very, very stupid people or they hated our country. It could only be one of two. I think both. Yeah, I think probably. I think maybe both. No, the worst deals I've ever seen with Japan and with South Korea, Mexico, Canada, China, all of these countries, it was just amazing how bad they were. And, you know, like South Korea, we take care of their economy, we take care of everything, we take care of the military. They're right next door to Kim Jong-un. He and I have a very good relationship. People would say, it's not good to have a good relationship. Yeah, it's very good to have a good relationship. It really is. But he's not so happy with Biden. He says bad things about Biden. But what I really wanted to do, the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, you know what that is? That will go along with the Trump tax cuts, which they haven't been able to terminate because we've drawn them so powerfully under the Reciprocal Trade Act. This is, think of this, every country, do we have any children here? No. Couple. Close, that's such a good-looking guy. Put your hands over your ears. Every country, he'll hear it soon enough. Every country is screwing us, right? So they've all charged us taxes and trade barriers, India, China, everyone. Europe, by the way, all over Europe. Under the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, if India, as an example, or China, Europe, any place, any country charges us, let's say 100% or 200%, that's what they do. You could ask Harley Davidson, you could ask a lot of companies that are unable to put their product into these countries because what they do, they make it impossible. We immediately charge them the exact same thing. It's called reciprocal. Reciprocal. So if India charges our companies 100, we charge their companies 100. It's very simple. And yet we have people in Congress that say, no, I don't think that's good. Anybody that says that's no good, very interesting, Lindsey Graham, the progressive from South Carolina. No, he's a progressive, but he's got some good things too, okay? But Lindsey Graham, I said to him, Lindsey, you got to go along with this. We were all set to get it done. You got to go along with this. He says, so let me get this straight. If they charge us, we charge them the same thing. He said it's not his strength. Other things are his strength. He said, so they charge us, we charge them, same thing, right? Yeah, you got my vote. That's so easy. But, you know, you have guys in there that I guess campaign contributions are much worse than that. Maybe campaign contributions that aren't recorded. But can you imagine? But we were close to getting that done, and then the election was rigged. But we would have had that done. And done very, very quickly. One of two things will happen. They will get rid of the tariffs on us. They'll most likely get rid of them if you start doing this, because we have countries that it's so imbalanced, so unfair. The deficits are massive. As an example, with China, $600 billion we lose every year. I got it down, way down. And then we had a little surprise on an election, and they're way up now. They're doing better than they've ever done. But they'll leave them. The United States will make a fortune on this. The United States will make an absolute fortune, get rid of your deficits, and other countries won't go around saying we're stupid people, because that's what they say right now. We're stupid people to allow this to happen, where they charge us and we don't charge them. Cars, as an example. In China, you make a car in America, send it to China, you have to pay a fortune to get it in. You have to, like, 9 different tax structures. They can make cars and send them into us. We did put some taxes on, though, I will tell you that. I was ready to get all of this passed, and we had great support when we got hit with the election and we got hit with the COVID and we got hit with everything you could get hit with, and then we rebuilt it and we had the stock market actually higher than it was just prior to COVID. When you think of it, pretty amazing. Regeneron, so many different things we did. We did a great job. We never got credit for that one. They give Biden credit. He doesn't know he's alive. I mean, jeez. Under the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, companies, factories, and jobs will come roaring back into our country, and massive deficits that we've been paying for decades and decades, it's going to disappear. The deficits will disappear almost overnight. I will also revoke China's most favored nation trade status. Do you believe it? They were given a most favored nation because they say they're a growing nation. Well, we're a growing nation also, okay? If they're a growing nation, then we're a growing nation. I will gain total independence from China economically. I'll hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. And nobody can pay the cost of what that costs. The lives, number one, the lives, all of the millions and millions of lives. But you're talking about $50 to $60 trillion. China doesn't have it. Nobody has that. But something will happen. There's going to be something happening. Just like I got $28 billion for the farmers, something's going to happen, because what took place there is disgraceful. And it did come from the Wuhan labs, as I said, from day one. Biden is proposing a $4.7 trillion tax hike. Congratulations. I, on the other hand, will deliver tax cuts, energy price cuts, and interest rates cuts, the likes of which you have never seen before. Your interest rates are so high, your housing values are going down, and the economy is doing terribly. Unlike Ron DeSantis, the Bushes, the Ryans, the Roves, Karl Rove, he's another beauty, the Rhinos, and the Democrats, I will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy and immediately begin the process of expediting construction of new natural gas pipelines to New England. Again, you pay the highest prices in the country. You know, for a long time, the Democrats in New York would not allow a pipeline to go through from where they were coming through New York State, where they could really use the jobs, really use the jobs, into New England. You know where you get a lot of your energy from? Is Russia. They have Russian ships out there. For years, they've had Russian ships. And if they did a pipeline going through a place in New York State that needs it so badly, they need the jobs, this would be a positive. And you don't see it. It's underground, and the environmentalists and the governors. And once you get that done, I'll tell you, and I will do it. We'll do whatever you have to do. I'll get it done. It's a simple pipeline. New York has fought it off for years. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Your prices will drop in half and much more than that. You're paying so much higher than anybody else. That's the reason. But we love New York other than that, right? Okay, other than that. But no, they have to do that. They have to do that. We're all part of a team. And if you want to buy a car powered by an internal combustion engine or a hybrid, or if you want to buy an electric car, some people like an electric car, like what, 4% of the people? You'll be able to do it long into the future. We're going to put it all back. And if you want to have a gas stove, you're going to be able to have a gas stove too. Can you imagine them saying you can only buy electric cars when they don't go far enough, they don't drive long enough, when some people don't like them, and when the batteries are all made 100% in China or in areas that China controls? Who is coming up when we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country, including Saudi Arabia and Russia? But we're not allowed to use it. The electric car takes so much energy to create the battery that they won't break even environmentally. If you're a believer in that, the making of the battery throws off more, let's call it dirt, into the air, dirt. into the air than anything you're going to do by driving one of our very beautiful cars around for a long period of time. So they don't say it. But very importantly, China has all the minerals, has everything you need to make the batteries. They're going to make them. We don't have that. We have everything. We don't have that. This is opposition research. This is really incredible. When you look at it, you know, I started saying about a month ago, I realized how crazy the borders, ridiculous. We don't want to open borders. April Fools, right? Remember, it's like everything's April Fool's Day. All electric cars, April Fool's Day. I don't mind electric cars. You should have everything. Some people might like electric. Some people might like something else. Some people might like a motor scooter. Let them get whatever the hell they want. But to force them, when we don't have enough electricity for ourselves, you go out to California, they want all electric cars, and yet they have brownouts during the summer and blackouts. The whole state goes out, and then they say, oh, let's hook up another couple of million cars. The whole thing is crazy. It's crazy. And that's why I say April Fools. Everything, they don't want voter ID. How simple is voter ID? We don't want voter ID. Why don't they want voter ID? Because they want it cheap. That's all. Our opponents know that no one can match us on the economy, and that's the reason that we're way up in the polls. We have polls. I'm going to show you a couple of them. So today, a very respected poll came out. Emerson, big poll. It has Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I love you too. That's why I'm doing this. I had a nice life. I didn't have to go before grand juries every time I fly over a state. If I fly over a state that happens to be Democrat-run, they send me a subpoena to go before a grand jury. These people are sick. They're weaponizing that stuff. But, you know, these polls are amazing. So today's very, very important and big Emerson poll came out. So it has Trump at 62%, DeSantis at 16%, Mike Pence at 7%. Obviously, people are dreaming of energy independence, a strong military like you had, and borders and low taxes that are strong. We want strong borders. We want low taxes. We want low interest rates. We want to be respected throughout the world, not laughed at. We're laughed at. You know, I said in a speech recently, somebody said, what do you think about Xi? I said, he's a very powerful, strong man. He's at the top of his game. The fake news media said, how dare they say that? I said, what am I going to say? He controls 1.5 billion people. No, he's not at the top of his game. The same thing with other leaders. They're sharp. They're smart. They're at the top of their game. We're the only one that has one that's not. And he's not close. And he never really had a top of the game if you go back 25 years. In this week's big morning consult poll, that's another big one, Trump is leading by 37 points. And last week's, I don't know if you've seen these, Steve. These are good numbers. Make Steve's job easy. Don't assume that, Steve. Just keep working, because under the Clarity campaign poll, a big one, I lead by 45 points at 65, with DeSantis being at 20%, Pence at 4%, Nikki Haley at 4%, and sloppy Chris Christie at less than 1%. Which, by the way, is substantially better than he did 7 years ago on the same stage against me right here in New Hampshire. Remember, he was less than 1%, so now he's still less than 1%. But he's doing much better, you know. He's got a big mouth, that's all he's got. In Massachusetts, your neighbor, 70% for Trump. And in the Florida Voice poll, this is Florida we're talking about, 80% for Trump, 80. In a great place, South Carolina, we have a 22-point lead. In the victory poll of Iowa, it's Trump 54, DeSantis at 24. And in the new JL poll of New Hampshire, we're 33 points Think of that one. 33 points up. I just saw that. That's pretty good. You're doing a good job, Steve. You're doing a good job. We're at 51% with all these people running, all these people. 51, we're up 33 points, but we will not play prevent defense. You ever see the NFL? They hold a team scoreless for almost 4 quarters. They just have to do it one more time, one more series, and they say, we're going to go prevent. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. We don't play prevent defense. It prevents you from winning. Prevent defense prevents you from winning. That's the worst defense. I don't like it. When I see if you're with a team and they go prevent, say, bet on the opponent. And then they want to do something on the debates. Think of this. They want to debate. They want to have, I have people at 1/2 of 1%, 1/4 of 1%, 1%, 3%, 2%, 4%, 7%, and DeSantis is very low and crashing. He's crashing and burning. Don't forget, when he came to me, he was at 3%. So he failed in his campaign. Then I endorsed him, which I could have done without, but I endorsed him and he went up a lot. But he went up and he won. But when he campaigned for a long time, he failed. And now he's failing again because now he's getting a chance to campaign without Trump, to put it mildly. To put it mildly. But so these debates, you know, Nixon and Reagan and Bush #1, others. No, they didn't debate in the primaries. They didn't debate. I mean, seriously, you look at the boards and you see these things, 1%, 1%, 2%, 1%, 3%, and you're looking at these numbers and we're at 60 and 70%. Why would you do that? You want intelligent people, don't you, to be running your country? But I do look forward to the debate with Joe. No, corrupt. With Crooked Joe. No, I look forward to that. Remember last time I said, where and why did you accept $3.5 million? Remember that? Why did you accept, on the debate stage, I had that guy, Chris Wallace. How's he doing? How's his career going? Not too good. He always wanted to be his father, Mike, but somehow it didn't work out. It's called lack of talent. But think of this. Think of this. Remember on the debate stage? I said to Biden, I said, why did you accept $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace, he didn't know how to answer the question. Chris Wallace said, you shouldn't be asking that question. I said, has a lot to do. Why did he get $3.5 million from Moscow? He didn't do anything for it. And Chris Wallace stopped him from giving an answer, which he didn't have, by the way. Saved him. They want me to go to the Reagan Library, as an example, which is, nobody knew this until I brought it up yesterday, which is run by a guy named Fred Ryan. He is the chairman and CEO of the Washington Post. Can you believe it? This could only happen. The Washington Post, the enemy of the people, the Washington Post, think of this, is running the Reagan Library. I think Ronald Reagan would be spinning in his grave, okay? But you say, how did that happen? But they want me to go. And sadly, your Governor Sununu doesn't register. No, sort of a nasty, isn't he a nasty guy? You know, it's funny, his father was very, very tough. But when I won, he became one of my best supporters. He really was. He really was great. But he was really tough. This guy doesn't have the same qualities. But you know what? You think of it. He could have run. He could have had a Senate seat. Would have helped so much. You know, he's playing games. But Sununu, if you take a look at what he's done, it's crazy. We're leading him, I guess, 58% to 7 in your state. You saw the poll. 58 to 7. And now if he ran for the Senate, he probably couldn't win even, you know, if you put him back in that same position. But he could have really made an impact. He could have run for the Senate, would have probably easily won because of the family name, would have won. And that would have been a tremendous thing. Instead, he wants to play games with running for president where he's registered at less than 1%. I don't think he's going to make it. If he made it, it would be the biggest upset in the history of politics. Any country will include every single country all over the world. And he should stop being a nasty guy and telling people that I won't win in the general election, which I will. Remember? Speaking of which, we're leading Biden by 7 points in Rasmussen poll. We're leading him by 7 points in the Harvard poll, Harvard-Harris, and by 11 points in another poll. And by the way, the same people that said the same thing in 2016, well, maybe he'll win here, but he's not going to win in the general election. They love that. That's the only narrative they have left. But we're winning against everybody, and we're doing just as well in the general election. But it was the same people. I went in and I said, boy, I get killed in this. They say, he's not going to win in the election. And then I won. And then I won a second time by far more votes, but it was a rigged election. So, you know, what are you going to do? And that's the thing I asked Steve and all the people up here, because these are incredible people. I don't even care if you help me campaign. You don't have to help me. What I want you to do is help me on election evening, which is no longer election evening. It's election period. Because these people have like a month and 2 months to look around and play around with the votes. How people let this happen. We got to go to all paper ballots, voter ID, same day voting, one day. How about some of these guys? The votes aren't final until 2 weeks after the election. You say, how do you tabulate the result? What do everybody wait? The nation waits? It's a disgrace what's happened. And I asked the people on stage, and we have a lot of people in the audience that are great politicians and very important for your state, I don't want help. I don't even want help with the vote. I just want help on making sure the vote is cast and counted fairly. You know, Lenin, did anyone ever hear of Lenin? He said, the vote counter is far more important than the candidate. Has anyone ever heard that? Lenin, as they say in Russia. But no, the vote counter is far more important. It's very sad. We did so unbelievable. We got more votes than any sitting president by far. We got millions of more votes than Barack Hussein Obama. I was told if we got the same number, we can't lose. We got millions more, millions and millions more. And, well, we thought we won until about 10:15 in the evening. Then all of a sudden we said, what's going on here? Now we got to straighten out our borders. We got to straighten out our elections, because we're like a third world country. These incredible poll numbers are one of the main reasons that the Marxist left is coming after us, using the criminal justice system for massive election interference. That's what they're doing. They want to weaponize law enforcement to interfere with our elections through the use of the DOJ and the FBI, attorney generals, and local district attorneys who actually, you know, the district attorney we have in New York, he's reporting into Washington. They sent one of the top guys from Washington to help him run his office. That's beautiful. Isn't it a wonderful life? But in the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way. I'm just standing. I will always stand in their way. But we can't let that happen, because that's going to a lower level even than what happened in 2020. That's going, in my opinion, to a lower level that even happened in 2020. And they're working on, I got more DAs and local people nobody ever heard of. We want the president in to testify. On what? I have nothing to do with it. Well, we want him in anyway to testify. Maybe he'll make a mistake. Maybe he'll do something. It's a disgrace. What's happening with our country is a disgrace, and it's a laughingstock all over the world. As the endless witch hunts and persecutions reveal, our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know we are the only ones who can stop them. They know that. There's never been a movement like this. By the way, in the history of our country, there's never been a movement like MAGA, Make America Great Again. There's never been a movement. We've never had a movement. And with all of the, I'm looking, it's a lot of fake news. With all of the news back there, nobody's ever questioned it. You know, if I say something
What's up guys, Streamer TV, and first up in the news we have Amaranth and Destiny. Now in my last video I covered that Adriana exposed Amaranth, calling her a fake bee and that all of her OnlyFans and streams are fake, and that she doesn't like her anymore after the podcast that she had and once she got to know her. Now if you guys missed out on this video yesterday, the link is in the description or pinned comment. After this blew up on Reddit, today during a live stream Destiny exposes Amaranth for lying about what she said and the massive argument she had with her boyfriend saying he was controlling her live streams and making her stream in bikinis, sexualising the streams. After Amaranth claimed of her boyfriend breakup, she went on the live stream to say that she's free and now she can wear fully clothing on stream. But after the breakup, she went back to streaming doing the exact same thing, sexualising the streams. Here is Destiny's reaction.
I'm about to go get food. That's what I should do, you guys.
And I don't have to wear cleavage every day. I can wear clothes. Just giving Dobby a sock. Dobby is free. And
You guys
don't
are-
have to wear cleavage every day.
You guys are suckers. I can't believe you guys bought this shit. You guys are actual suckers. I'm the only one that saw through this cuck shit. I'm the only one. All of you guys.
Sasha Grey on streaming being inherently parasocial and the importance of creating boundaries.
Is parasocial. We can't, the creators cannot deny that. And to do so would be ignorant. We depend on our communities, and in turn, our communities depend on us for certain things. And I think that's the key phrase to take away from here. Certain things. And that's just to say that I put up boundaries within my own community while I'm live. I put up boundaries on Discord, no matter how friendly I am with you guys, no matter how friendly I am on Discord, there is always a boundary set. There is always a mod reading my DMs, so don't forget it, because they keep receipts.
Streamer's teammate breaks his finger in the quali.
Yeah, I cannot stress, I've literally done what you just saw as practice. So this race is just a fun race. I'm not gonna... There's very minimal chance I can get a victory here or something, but
We have some light damage at the rear of the car.
Oh!
Slow car ahead.
Oh my god, my f***ing hand!
Be careful.
Oh! Oh my f***ing god! I might have broke my finger. Oh my f***ing god!
in the chicane. Look for the call.
I'll be right back.
Streamer confronted by a drunk woman.
Funny, isn't it?
What? Your hat's funny. I like it. Why don't you wear it? Too
Why
funny
do you
here.
wear it?
I would
You're
love
so
to.
white. You're so white. Like
I'm so white?
Do you know like how many people
No.
benefited? No. Can I just say? Can I just say something?
Absolutely.
You can like record me. I don't care. But do you know how much you benefited from being white?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay. I'm not white.
Sorry, you can't
Okay.
film her on this.
Yeah.
But why is she talking to me then? I was just walking down the street and she just started talking to me.
Sorry. You cannot film her on this. At all. It is not acceptable.
Then you should walk away because I was just walking down the street and she stopped me.
That's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Please.
Oh, that's fine?
Are you from a third world country?
What I'm saying is, please, can you stop filming us? Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening, ladies.
Ludwig's insane plan to kill Esfand.
Ludwig wanted to do a bit where he covers Esfand in honey and then hires a live bear. I don't know, like streamer brain, whatever, that part doesn't really matter, but there are like bears in Hollywood for hire. Okay? There are bears for hire in Hollywood. And he sent me the link and he was like, I wanted to do this bit, but I want to run this by you first. And he was like, is this bad? And I was like, yes. The site was the craziest red flag I've ever seen. You know what? I'm just gonna show you.
Sodapoppin discovers his issues.
Reduced sex drive, reduced erectile function, loss of body hair, less beard growth, loss of lean muscle mass, feeling very tired all the time, obesity, and symptoms of depression.
Oh
Those are
my
the top
god, you're low T. Like, I wasn't sure, but then you said like the depression thing, and I was like, oh my god.
E-Rob gets destroyed.
That's gonna be
It's gonna be
Boston. I got a question for you, Boston. I'm a Cowboys fan, right? So I always wanted to know this. Do you
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Why are you still talking?
Okay, now listen.
Why are you still talking, bro?
Okay.
Boston, I gotta tell you, he is a Cowboys fan, and when this pick went through, his body language changed on a dime. He looked like a kid who just found out he had to put a dog down. He is sad.
I'm laughing so hard, man. But yeah, man. Hey, look, hey, I'm just gonna let you know, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got a lot of respect, you know, for.
Squeaks with the warm welcome to the show.
I mean, you could be 40, but you could also be like younger. I don't know.
You know what?
You're so old.
Speech. How old do you think he is? Just guess.
I'm gonna say 37.
I have a Reddit shelf behind me. Like, I'm trying so hard.
Wait, how old are you?
You could be 40 and still a man-child.
Yeah.
Why are you saying man-child? What are you talking about?
It doesn't reflect your age at all what you have behind you.
What are you talking about?
You are literally.
Quinn literally roasted by a dono.
Some shit.
Burned.
Okay, dude. It's guy, dude. Holy.
Ginny signs her goals back.
Okay.
拍照一下，等一下我把那个声音。This is our leader.
Really?
Two.
Okay, two.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Me too. Really? Oh, this is funny.
Your face.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drink for you.
I have a lot of water.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Bye-bye. That was funny.
He robs in punishment to S-Fan.
So I actually owe the league, our fantasy football league, a punishment.
This is true. Wait, you got last place?
I got last place because I forgot to set my
I got
roster.
the perfect punishment. You gotta go to a women's basketball game.
Give it to us.
Okay. Stop.
Train says his goodbyes to Nick and Milena.
That is. Okay, well,
Thanks for the heads
I'll
up.
be lurking.
All
Miss
right.
you guys, and it was good, being in the presence of you two.
Yeah, it's
Milena
good talking to
and
you,
Nick.
man.
I was going to say talking, but I didn't talk to Milena. I only talked to you, so
He
presence
can't hear
is
me.
better, I
She
think.
can hear you, though.
Okay, cool. Well, see you guys. I'll be lurking in the background, and the PG-13 virtues signaling pussies.
Okay, see you, Train.
I'm just kidding.
All right,
Okay, love
bye.
you guys. Peace.
Bye, man.
Later.
Rest in peace.
It's been quite a week out there in the media landscape. We've got updates on Tucker Carlson. We've got Magic the Gathering hiring a paramilitary force to take down a gamer's card collection. We've got Ron DeSantis being a weirdo around the world while also getting sued by Disney in the one place he should be focusing on. There's a Hard R Christopher Robin series coming out, and just so much more, including whatever the hell this is.
Should I do it? I'm gonna do it.
He's back. He's back, baby. But let's start out with some updates on that whole Tucker Carlson situation. It's now been a few days since Fox News unceremoniously fired its primetime talking head, and we do have a few more things that have come to light regarding why he may have been pushed out. But the results are in, folks. That time slot has already started losing ground to its competitors. The Tucker Carlson Tonight time slot on Fox has dominated the ratings for quite some time. And as of this week, it has fallen behind even MSNBC in the ratings.
Who's on at that hour? Maddow?
No, it's Chris, all in with Chris Hayes.
Oh, he's all right, actually.
Yeah, but it's like...
Out of all of them, Chris Hayes is okay.
Sure. It's just crazy that the ratings shifted so quick and so dramatically.
But like, are these people that they're like, oh, well, Tucker's not on, I guess I'll just switch over to my second favorite channel, MSNBC. Like, what?
No, I
don't think that's what's happening here.
I think really they're probably just turning it off entirely or going over to Newsmax or something.
All right.
So yeah, there's really no better time than now to snap your parents and grandparents out of their hypnosis. Just, I don't know, take them out for a walk or something. Maybe ask them to go fishing.
The old people love fishing.
They do.
Or bingo.
Yeah, you could do bingo.
Zumba.
Pickleball.
Yeah, pickleball.
Take them out, get them active, get those hips moving before you have to replace them.
Get those joints moving. Come on, and take them to dinner at 4 p.m. Come on. There's all sorts of things.
Take them down to the claim jumper for dinner.
That's right.
Yeah.
One thing is for sure, though, you have precious little time to wake your doddering boomer parents from the trance, because Tucker himself has already uploaded a response to his firing and has started gathering emails and phone numbers so that he can barge right back into people's lives in what you would assume to be a much more extreme style of show. Although Bill O'Reilly did the same thing, and he is basically a non-entity outside of his core dead enders.
Yeah.
He has a paywalled podcast, and I can't imagine the viewership is anywhere even approaching what he was at the top of his game, but he's making money off people who are willing to pay $20 a month.
That's the thing. It is almost certainly going to be a smaller audience, but will he take things to a level that we haven't seen before? Although from the reporting and behind the scenes sources, like, one of the reasons that he was pushed out was he kind of just did whatever the fuck he wanted at Fox, which
All done,
ran
folks.
afoul of executives.
I just put everything like in the fridge, but it's gonna take like 4 or 5 hours. I couldn't have like fucking all that shit fucking just like all over the fucking kitchen and the dining room table.
And actually very pro-vaccine, but you know, for business purposes, he has to.
Well, he's fucking ancient, obviously.
His business has to take an anti-authoritarian, anti-vaccine stance, but he was always like, hey, so maybe chill out a little bit.
Me and all my friends are dying.
I am 150 years old, and the vaccine is actually very important to my survival.
He keeps young women around to suck the life force out of them until he's all done, and then he, gets rid of them.
But regardless of where Tucker ends up, it will be much harder for the core of his audience to find him, because they can barely figure out how to operate a Roku or reset the Wi-Fi.
True.
You know, how do I download PDF?
Yeah.
They will have to rely on us to do it for them. And I can't think of a better time for you to accidentally subscribe the elders in your life to our channel instead.
Yeah, it would be a fun prank.
Oh my god, Tucker's coming back, but I wonder where. I really do wonder, like, Newsmax can afford him too.
Not display Fox News at all, using the parental controls feature that they will never find.
Parental controls has a brand new meaning.
Yeah.
Maybe he dies a very slow death.
Yeah, while you're in the midst of that, dark of night,
not a literal one.
Log into their YouTube account.
The television
kind.
kind.
Watch our videos so it happens naturally.
Get the algorithm going.
Yeah.
Anyways, we have no idea where Tucker's going to end up, or if he's just going to go completely independent. That does seem like the most likely move. Punished Tucker Carlson.
All of the Bluebies on Twitter, they all seem to think that he's going Twitter exclusive because he uploaded that one clip to Twitter and it did really well. So they're like, he's making a statement that he's going, Elon is brilliant because he knew that this was going to happen and Tucker was going to bring his entire show just to Twitter.
That room he filmed that weird little video in, that was his set from his house. I assume Fox is going to be banging at the door to pack that up at some point.
Maybe.
But yeah, we don't know a lot of things. We do, however, have more info and plenty of rampant speculation about the reasons behind his abrupt firing from Fox News, although, as I said previously, I mean, maybe it was just the sum of all of these. It was death by 1,000 cuts, but it still just doesn't quite compute for me. I feel like there's still something missing that we haven't heard about. But yeah, he had pissed a lot of people off, and
there is a lot
Yes.
of
people a lot of money. So
Vanity Fair and Washington,
with him behind the scenes than was
Wall Street Journal
previously
article
thought,
goes into
because
depth
up
about
until,
it.
You know, last week everyone's like, well, he is kind of untouchable.
Yeah,
he
he's the
dominates.
golden boy.
He dominates that time slot, and he gets the most amount of eyeballs on him than anyone in cable news. So it's like, yeah, maybe there was something huge, but it does kind of seem like it's the culmination of a bunch of different things. Now, one of the theories that we floated earlier this week was that the Dominion trial was going to expose something far worse than was already made public. And what was made public at that point was all pretty damning stuff, at least for someone who works for Fox News. Basically calling all your coworkers morons, mocking guests, calling Trump's representatives deranged, and claiming that he also hated Donald Trump himself, calling some of Donald Trump's actions disgusting, and at one point referring to him as a demonic force. But apparently it was worse than any of that. And if Fox News hadn't settled with Dominion for over $700 million, we all could have found out a whole lot more. And Tucker would have had to testify.
That would have been so sweet.
Which makes the reasoning behind Fox's last-minute settlement way more clear. Makes a little bit more sense.
They were going to lose.
Some things are coming to light, though, after the fact, like how Tucker apparently referred to, we're well past the 30-second mark. Tucker apparently referred to a female Fox executive as a cunt.
And not in the Australian way.
Yeah, in the American way, where it actually hurts.
Yeah.
And was also apparently pretty stoked that people were going to hear that he had said such a thing. Because they were like, don't worry, we're going to get that stricken from the record. And he's like, what? Why? Everyone should know that. Here's the Wall Street Journal with more.
Several weeks ago, as Fox News lawyers prepared for a courtroom showdown with Dominion voting systems, they presented Tucker Carlson with what they thought was good news. They had persuaded the court to redact from a legal filing the time he called a senior Fox News executive the C word, according to people familiar with the matter. Mr. Carlson, Fox News' most watched primetime host, wasn't impressed. He told his colleagues that he wanted the world to know what he had said about the executive in a private message, the people said. On Monday, Mr. Carlson's famously combative stance towards members of Fox News management and other colleagues caught up with him. The private messages in which Mr. Carlson showed disregard for management and colleagues were a major factor in that decision, according to other people familiar with the matter. Although many portions of the Dominion court documents are redacted, there is concern among Fox Corp executives that if the redacted material were to become public, it would lead to further embarrassment for the network and parent company.
And their reporting goes on to say that even the people at Fox News had started to become nervous at how extreme his show became. Their article uses terms like thinly veiled racism, but I mean, anyone who's seen clips of him touting great replacement theory, white nationalism, or any of his other various segments attacking minorities are aware that thinly veiled is putting it quite nicely.
No, anything that isn't just straight up saying the N-word and burning a cross while wearing a white hood, that's racism. Anything else, it's like, up for interpretation. Who knows?
Yeah. So this is all without even mentioning the other marginalized groups that he's repeatedly attacked. But here's how they put it in their reporting. On air, Mr. Carlson had turned up the volume on commentary that had expanded beyond a conservative viewpoint on politics into more of an attack on marginalized groups. His show, more than those of his primetime colleagues Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham, frequently landed the network in hot water, particularly with advertisers. Mr. Carlson sometimes trafficked in what critics, including some higher-ups within Fox, felt was thinly veiled racism on his show, such as when he recently suggested a Tennessee lawmaker got into a good college only because of his skin color, some of the people said.
Yep.
Seems pretty blatant, but also seems like the kind of thing they'd all be cool with. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, seems, I don't know.
They do mention in that article that he did have advertisers, obviously, but a majority of the what they call blue chip advertisers had pulled off of his show in recent years and moved to things like The Five or Fox and Friends and stuff like that. So they had shifted all of their advertising dollars around, and he was kind of just getting the ads that are, invest in gold, silver, and Mike Lindell's pillows.
It was a couple months ago when someone, I think at probably Media Matters, whose job is to hate watch Fox News, they posted on Twitter, they're like, so this entire hour of Tucker, there's only been 5 ads all for the same weird, food buckets company or something like that. He just has no fucking advertisers.
When you add that into the equation, that yes, while he was pulling in a massive amount of views, he wasn't making the company money the same way that he had before with less views, but less insane content. So he was really appealing to a base, and there's other articles that go into the fact that Fox was providing him with minute-by-minute ratings, so he could literally see what words he was using and where the spikes would come in and all this kind of stuff and what topics were really getting people to tune in. So he was leaning into that really hard, despite what was happening behind the scenes.
Told me not to, but I did anyway. this be?
Haven, running around the house with a pickle in my mouth.
He was doing a lot more than that.
Yes, he was.
So Carlson's actions behind the scenes were allegedly so bad that according to Rolling Stone, the company had files, complaints, and conversations with him.
They had Oppo research already on the guy.
Of the company, or attempted.
If you don't know, for like the uninitiated, if you don't know what like Oppo means, it's opposition. Generally, in the political context, you do opposition research against your opponent for like ads, counter ads, and things like that too, and maybe they'll leak something bad out to the press. But the fact that your own company had an Oppo file on you means you pissed off all the wrong people in that company.
Against them. They kept a fucking blackmail folder on this guy.
Yes, they did.
From their reporting at Rolling Stone, Fox News executives have in their possession a dossier of alleged dirt on Tucker Carlson should he attack the network in the wake of his departure.
Yep.
8 sources at and close to the network tell Rolling Stone.
Everybody wants to talk right now.
When Fox announced Carlson's departure on Monday, the network presented the separation as amicable. But according to one former on-air Fox personality, the anchor and some of the channel's top executives are parting ways on the worst and messiest possible terms. If Carlson attempts to torch the network he's leaving, Fox is prepared, the sources say.
It continues, adding that 8 people familiar with the situation tell Rolling Stone that Fox News and its communications department, long led by the notoriously aggressive Irina Briganti, had assembled damaging information about Carlson. One source with knowledge calls it an Oppo file. 2 sources add that Fox is prepared to disclose some of its contents if execs suspect that Carlson is coming after the network. The file includes internal complaints regarding workplace conduct, disparaging comments about management and colleagues, and allegations that the now former primetime host created a toxic work environment, 3 of the sources say. Over the years, Briganti and Fox PR's tactics have been turned against its own most prominent talent. Those methods for keeping personnel in line are an open secret among current and former Fox News staff. 4 former Fox News personalities confirmed Briganti likes to keep dirt files on Fox News talent, including one on Carlson. An ex-Fox News anchor laments, Irina tries to keep a file on everybody. Any talent like Tucker would have a lot of things, other people complaining. They encourage it and then just keep it on file. It's just a classic dirty trick. Briganti keeps files on everybody to screw with them, a departed Fox News host adds. It's classic Fox.
Heartwarming. The worst people you know are all fighting.
Including old anchors. And then, look, this is what's
That's
crazy too.
nuts,
is like,
dude.
You know who was probably doing great advertising wise and was like the one person who was somewhat level-headed there was Shepard Smith. And remember when Shepard and Tucker got into an actual fight on air? Like they were bickering back and forth between their 2 shows, and that led to Shepard Smith quitting Fox, retiring early, and going to CNBC.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
he was one of the last ones. Him and Chris Wallace.
And then
were like
Chris
the
Wallace
only
left
sane
too.
people at this network.
Chris Wallace left too. So Tucker drove out like 2 long-standing anchors who were probably doing quite well as far as advertising went.
Like they were like the 2 like really like mainstay like conservative anchors there that actually like they're kind of like old school conservatives, like borderline like libertarians. You know what I mean? Like they're just like, yeah, like tiny government, like free markets, you know, things like that. And they actually believe this stuff. They didn't give a shit about the trans stuff, the gay stuff like that. If anything, they were like, let people just live their lives like the way they want. But those were those guys too. I long for those conservatives. Fucking, you know, you can actually have like intellectual debates with those guys to a certain extent. But like now they're just like far off the cliff.
Yeah.
So look, all that adds up.
So yeah, first of all, you know, the fact that Fox's executives and you would assume their HR department decided not to act on anything in that big old blackmail file, all the complaints and whatnot against Carlson, didn't act on it and decided to instead just gather it all up to use against him sometime in the future. That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Seems to confirm what many say about how networks operate behind the scenes. Especially Fox News.
Yeah.
It also adds more fuel to the fire that we spoke about earlier in the week. The lawsuits filed by former Tucker Carlson Tonight and Maria Bartiromo staffer Abby Grossberg, who claimed that Tucker and his producers were openly sexist, misogynistic, and in some cases, racist off air. Not surprising considering what he says on the air, but there seems to be a clear pattern here.
Did you see the Newsmax clip where he was talking, basically what we just said, but in a conservative way? He was just like, Well, she's saying that Tucker says all this stuff behind the scenes, but he's saying it on there. What are they, maybe he is just who he is, and we should be proud of that.
Wait, he was the same off air as he was on air. In other words, he was genuine. It wasn't an act. And in the minds of some, that's out of bounds.
These people live in a very interesting reality.
Yeah.
But yeah, for her part, Grossberg has done interviews since Tucker's firing and has reiterated her claims, confirming to various outlets that she has around 90 audio tapes and that those tapes have now been handed over to law enforcement.
Yeah.
Insinuating crimes?
No, this is related to Smartmatic and Dominion because these tapes have more info on them that wasn't revealed because of the settlement.
So, okay, yeah, the scope of those tapes, they go far beyond the abuse from Tucker and reportedly include conversations between Trump representatives and other Fox hosts where they admit that they had no evidence regarding stolen election narrative. Oh, big surprise. Apparently, there are also some damning texts immediately following the 2020 election as well. Quote, at one point, Grossberg said she received a text message from her boss that she paraphrased as saying, "You can let Maria know there will be no fact-checking today. She can do what she wants. Go wild. Let this dog off the leash."
All that stuff aside, though, it is time now to focus on one of the funnier theories regarding Tucker's departure, and it has to do with Rupert Murdoch himself and his now ex-fiancée, and her view of Tucker as the potential second coming of Jesus Christ himself. Going back to reporting from the Wall Street
I want
Journal,
this to
they
be true
indicate
so
that
badly.
Mr. Carlson's fall from grace in the eyes of the Murdochs was swift. Just a few weeks ago, Rupert Murdoch invited Mr. Carlson to his Bel Air, California home to dine with his then fiancée, Anne Leslie Smith, according to people familiar with the gathering. And you may or may not be aware, because honestly, who gives a shit, but Rupert Murdoch abruptly called off his engagement to this woman very recently. And if some of the claims are correct, Tucker and Murdoch's ex might have been torched for the same reason. Here's Vanity Fair.
According to this source, Fox Corp chair Rupert Murdoch removed Carlson over remarks Carlson made during a speech at the Heritage Foundation's 50th anniversary gala on Friday night. Carlson laced his speech with religious overtones that even Murdoch found too extreme, the source, who was briefed on Murdoch's decision-making, said. Carlson told the Heritage audience that national politics has become a Manichean battle between good and evil. Carlson said that people advocating for transgender rights and DEI programs want to destroy America, and they could not be persuaded with facts. We should say that and stop engaging in these totally fraudulent debates. I've tried. That doesn't work, he said. The answer, Carlson suggested, was prayer. I have concluded it might be worth taking just 10 minutes out of your busy schedule to say a prayer for the future, and I hope you will, he said. That stuff freaks Rupert out. He doesn't like all the spiritual talk, the source said.
Here's where it gets crazy.
Tucker Carlson does not pray. He is not a religious man.
Well, he went to like Trinity College or whatever.
No, there's no fucking way. No.
He definitely does come across as a person who uses religion to get whatever he wants.
Yes.
But
no,
he went to like Trinity College now. He went to like
it's controlling.
But yeah, it's not. He doesn't have a fucking personal relationship with the Lord.
He gives him power to control people.
He speaks to God every night when he looks at his bank account.
To trust him and follow what he says if he is
Let's see.
Preaching the gospel or whatever. So yes, you're correct.
Yeah, he went to Trinity College. Oh shit!
Said,
It's a private liberal arts college.
But here's where it gets crazier, though. And again, this is just
so
speculation,
you know,
but here you go.
Private liberal arts college in Connecticut.
Because it echoed the end times worldview of Murdoch's ex-fiancée, Anne Leslie Smith, the source said. In his May cover story, the journalist reported
oh my
that
God.
Murdoch and Smith
You gotta love this shit, dude. I love this shit so much.
Told people Carlson was a, quote, messenger from God. Murdoch had seen Carlson and Smith discuss religion firsthand. In late March,
don't worry, it's gonna be video gaming later on, folks.
Murdoch and Smith,
I
according to the
promise.
source. During dinner,
Not
Smith
like too
pulled
crazy
out a
though.
Bible and started reading
Just do some
passages from
Lost
the
Sector
book of
runs.
Exodus, the source said. Quote, Rupert just sat there and stared. A few days after the dinner, Murdoch and Smith called off the wedding. By taking Carlson off the air, Murdoch was also taking away his ex's favorite show.
I mean, that is just the kind of petty that you'd expect from the real life Logan Roy.
Especially, yeah, someone who, just like that, is sundowning and is willing to make just brash decisions at the spur of the moment. So yeah, I want to believe. I really want to believe that Rupert Murdoch personally ordered Tucker's firing because he realized his fiance was a crazy-ass religious person who saw Tucker Carlson as a messenger from God himself, sent to save this dumbass country or kick off a holy war.
Like, bitch, we're trying to make money over here. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, can you just sit there and look pretty? I'm not saying that that's what you should say, but that's what Rupert Murdoch clearly wants out of his girlfriends.
I wonder if she was gonna get married to him because, like, you know, the apocalypse is coming any second now. So.
Yeah, she has to like get. Yeah, well, we mentioned it, you know, when we talked about this originally, I don't know, a month ago or so, but clearly a problematic age gap considering Rupert Murdoch is 90 something and she is only 66 years young.
Wow.
Yeah.
Robbing the cradle.
From the cradle to the grave.
Yeah.
Anyways, we joked about the fact that Chuds would start claiming that Fox News is woke now, and that's actually happened.
They've gone woke.
It's not just Twitter blue check saying it either. Newsmax had a chyron on screen during their recent coverage that explicitly stated Fox News is run by libs.
I mean, it is, but not the definition of lib that you have.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Good take, comrade.
Yeah, there we go. Let them fight. Enjoy.
Yep.
Anyway, that's the last we talk about Tucker for a little while, hopefully. And since we're getting things out of the way, let's check in on Ron DeSantis. Let's see how that guy's doing. What's he up to these days?
Governor, old show you falling behind Trump. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
Wow, a new fucking soy jack just dropped. Like, what the fuck is that? What is he doing?
Yeah, just he was like, you know, when Trump gets all amped up and it's definitely not prescription drugs. I've already got the hand movements down. What if I started acting like that too?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
I don't like that. So yeah, it's also strange that he's flying all over the world instead of governing the state that he is a governor of, especially since he still has yet to actually announce any presidential run. He's visiting Japan, Korea, the
that's
UK,
kind of weird, dude.
Israel
What is
in
he
order
doing?
to raise his diplomatic profile. And also for some kind of trade talks. What?
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any reason to be doing either of those things because he refuses to announce his intentions to run for president.
It's weird.
He's
I don't really get the
state.
strategy.
He can't.
Also,
Oh my God.
right before he filmed this, he had like a freak out angry moment at the Museum of Tolerance in Israel.
Because someone asked him about the time that he worked at Guantanamo Bay and participated allegedly in torture, which almost certainly is true.
He got big mad, literally standing in front of a logo for the Museum of Tolerance in Israel.
He's washed.
Yeah, he's done.
But yeah, he's sinking in the polls. It's really looking like his campaign.
He should just like not announce at this point and just go back to Florida.
Yeah, easy.
I just
got plenty of time.
bro,
Ron.
it's.
Dude,
Do you remember when like I watched? I wish I streamed it. I watched the last gubernatorial debate in Florida against him and Charlie Crist, the former governor of Florida, who was a former Republican. Dude, Crist destroyed him. Crist isn't like a great debater either. And he just gave him a little bit of pushback here and there, and like DeSantis was crumbling. Could you imagine if he got on the debate stage with like Donald Trump? Now, Trump said he's not going to debate, right? But could you imagine if Donald in the last second was like, yeah, you know what, I'll debate if putting Ron is there. My favorite one of all the nicknames Ron DeSantis has. Could you imagine if Donald Trump he would destroy him. Donald Trump would destroy Ron DeSantis on the debate stage, and he wouldn't even have to like do anything, really. It would be crazy. He should just like not announce at this point. Just like go back to Florida and govern there and wait another 4 years, because then Joe Biden's gonna win again. I'm confident he's gonna win again. So then I don't know how the Senate and House map look after 2024. I don't have to look into that. But then you might have a shot, because then there's going to be a large Democratic pool, because it's probably going to be Whitmer, it's probably going to be Newsom, and it's probably going to be like a dark horse candidate like after that. But those two are like my top two in the Democratic primary, and that's going to be a slugfest. And then for the Republicans, Youngkin, I don't know if he needs to raise his national profile, and the anti-woke stuff just doesn't like play that much anymore. So because it's not helping DeSantis. So maybe going back into the middle and being like the calm, even guy in the middle, you know, the moderate Republican might work. But then your party's filled with a bunch of like Marjorie Taylor Greens who want blood. And if you're not willing to cancel Disney and like attack trans kids in your own state then and make it impossible to get any sort of gender affirming care, then you're not going to get any pull by the far right. They'll just like stay home. They're not going to vote for a Democrat. They're just going to withhold their votes. So if they're withholding their votes the entire time, you're not going to win your primary. Right? And then the moderates and the independents, they might just move over and they might just actually vote for a Democrat. So at this point, he should just like not announce and just go back to Florida and just, it's because he should have announced by now. He was the fucking front runner for all these years until Donald Trump got indicted. There's another, I'm telling you, that Georgia indictment's going to happen probably in July. I think she said between July and September. It's probably going to be late July when that Georgia indictment's going to go down. I think the Jack Smith indictment, the federal indictment's coming soon thereafter. I don't know which one's going to come first. I think the Georgia one's probably going to come first before the Jack Smith one. But apparently Pence is the linchpin in the federal indictment. So Jack Smith might want to get the first bite of the apple and get that done, and then the Georgia indictment's going to have to wait. So and Trump's numbers are going to go shoot through the roof. He's going to run through like multiple indictments. You have the E.G. Carroll case, you got the New York Alvin Bragg indictment, you have for the fraudulent documents, you have the Jack Smith indictment, you got the Georgia indictment, and then that's the ones that I know off the top of my head. If there's more, if there's other ones I don't know, you guys in chat can like tell me, but there's multiple indictments like going down, and I just think that DeSantis is just gonna like flop through the polls. So you might just wait, just go back to Florida. And he like, look at the little pushback that he gets on like the littlest things, and like he falters. Dude, you can't do that at the national level. You can't avoid the national press. You just can't. They're all over the place. They're going to be following you. What are you going to do? You're going to tell me you're not going to talk to them? Bro, they're going to rip you apart in the press. This isn't Florida. You can't like just like shove Democrats to the side and do it. You can't. Donald Trump like fought with the press at every angle when he was first running throughout the Republican primary and when he became the nominee, and people loved him for it, especially like moderates and independents. They loved him for it. It's at Dave Chappelle. I wish I could show it to you, but I'm gonna get clapped on YouTube for copyright for whoever owns Saturday Night Live for NBC. But Dave Chappelle said it. He literally said it during campaign speech. He said, "We are doing exactly what you think we're doing in this house back here." And then he literally went back into the house and he said, "I benefit from what happens in this house. And if you want change, vote for me." Now, nothing changed except for the rich got richer during his presidency. But he said that to him, and it resonated with a lot of people who were unhappy with the system. So they voted for the guy. DeSantis is not him. He doesn't have the charisma. If you remember his time as a rep when he was in the House, he was very isolated. He kept to himself more often than not. He doesn't do retail politics well, or if at all, he doesn't. And Donald Trump will call you. He'll send you gifts. He'll shake your hand. He understands that because he's a businessman. He understands like you got to grease the wheels a little bit too. So from that side of the politics side, from that side, he understands it too. It's just from like the policy side and actually governing. He doesn't really give a shit about that. He gets people to do it, and they fucking enact these crazy ass policies that go against the majority of the country. But from the retail politics side, when you got to schmooze with people, when you got to garner favors from people, extract things from people, he gets that. DeSantis doesn't get that. And that's why he shouldn't run. And that's why if he does run, he's going to lose. He's going to lose badly.
It's being normal. But like we said, he certainly has more important things to worry about back home in Florida, where he is now being sued by Mickey Mouse.
This is hilarious. And there's a chance that he's going to lose, too.
That's right, folks. It has come to this. Disney.
I think you guys saw the meme too. I think you guys legitimately saw like the meme
and claiming that DeSantis
with like
has
Goofy. Did I show you
government
the? I don't think I saved it on Twitter. Please tell me I bookmarked it. I'll show it to you right now. I thought it was hilarious. It was from The Onion. I don't think I did, but I saved the actual image though. Fuck it, I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna take like the minute to show it to you. Hold on. Where's my meme folder? I literally have a meme folder of all the memes. The few times I actually do a display capture. That's the meme right there. Goofy just murders like Ron DeSantis was like the headline right there, folks. Enjoy. It's fucking nuts, man. If I look up like The Onion, it'll probably like come up too, because I want the like, they pump it. This one I'm gonna save too. If I find it, it's here. All right, here it is, right here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and bookmark this too. Goofy beats Ron DeSantis to death with crowbar. Oh man, fucking savage, man.
The federal lawsuit alleges that
motherfuckers
DeSantis
are fucking
orchestrated at every
savage,
step
dude.
a campaign to punish Disney that now threatens the company's business. The move dramatically escalates the drawn-out feud between DeSantis and Disney, which is among Florida's largest employers. The lawsuit was filed on the same.
There's like there's three companies. I remember watching something earlier in the morning on C-SPAN. It's Disney's number one, it's Walmart, and it's Publix. Those are the three companies that basically employ all of Florida. When I say employ all of Florida, it's about 80% of the state. 80% of the state, it's mostly like low wage to medium wage jobs. Those three companies employ about 80% of the state. That's nuts to me.
Same day that the district's board of supervisors, which DeSantis had picked to take control over Disney's Orlando area parks, moved to undo a development deal that it says Disney struck to thwart its power. They made fools of us, and we won't stand for it. No, we won't. The panel unanimously voted to declare void and unenforceable that development.
I couldn't even like do like a voice of a Disney character.
The Disney-approved board with his preferred supervisors. What does Goofy have to say about all this?
We're gonna sue him. I'm gonna beat his ass. We've got the best lawyers in all the world.
I can't do Donald Duck right.
Have you ever noticed that the state of Texas looks a lot like my head?
I'm taking over Florida, Texas, every goddamn state. He's right back there, folks. He's already done it.
Yeah.
The United States of Goofy.
I forgot he got the.
So
this Goofy,
this lawsuit
folks.
has called
I can't even
action,
do.
the latest
I
strike,
can't even
saying
destroy
that
my
the
voice.
development contracts laid the foundation for billions of Disney's investment dollars and thousands of jobs. The company noted its plans to invest.
Don't fuck with the mouse,
$17
man. The mouse got a lot of
in Walt
money.
Disney World over the next decade.
Don't fuck with the mouse. Yo, could you imagine? I remember Nikki Haley came out and said that we don't. We're not gonna kick you out of our state if you go woke. We'll just make sure like you agree with our values. We don't like kick businesses out because they want to go woke. Some shit like that too. It was a direct shot at DeSantis for doing that too.
New jobs on top of its more than 75,000.
I fucking love when the cons fight, man.
Cast members.
Let the cons fight.
Although based on this week's news, probably a few less than that.
Yeah.
They're firing people like crazy over there.
Now Nate Silver's gone. Another.
Did he work for Disney?
Well, ABC. 538 or whatever. Yeah, it's all they own everything.
R.I.P. Bozo. The government action was patently retaliatory, patently anti-business.
I sat on Nate Silver like recently too.
Disney alleged in the civil complaint in U.S. District Court in Tallahassee, Florida. In the wake of the filing, notable Republicans have come out to ever so slightly nudge DeSantis to back off Mickey Mouse.
A thinly veiled nudge.
Ron. Yeah. Ron. Florida Senator Marco Rubio.
The mouse
said the following
endorses
during an interview on
Joe
Fox News.
Biden, baby.
I think where it gets problematic in the eyes of some people is when you start creating the idea, and I'm not saying we're there yet as a state, but the idea that somehow, like if you run crossways with us politically, whoever's in charge, then, you know, you may wind up in the crosshairs of the legislature for political purposes to make a statement at you. And that I do worry that if this happens too many times, businesses that are thinking about coming to Florida are saying, maybe we don't want to go there, because if we get into a firestorm with them politically, they're going to come after our business. And he's, you know, you hate to see it. Marco Rubio, little Marco,
yeah,
in his big chair, he's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're going to let him ride one of those rides that he's too short for now.
That's right.
Yeah.
Little Marco.
We'll strap you in,
Before
Marco.
this, he could only ride the teacups, folks. Now he's on Space Mountain and he is cheering.
You're going to get a
House
gold
Speaker
plate
Kevin
at
McCarthy
Mar-a-Lago,
said pretty
too.
much the same thing during an appearance on CNBC. This is a big employer inside Florida. I think the governor should sit down with them. I don't think the idea of building a prison next to a place that you bring your family is the best idea.
Is that Kevin
I think
McCarthy?
It'd be much better
Yeah.
if you sat down and solved the problems. So yeah, it seems like this stupid Disney feud is going to
Kevin
continue,
McCarthy, like,
blowing up in
told
DeSantis'
DeSantis, like, to
face.
fix this.
And that's alongside his already dwindling and pathetic poll numbers. I mean, this is incredible. Just 2 months ago, I was convinced that Trump was washed and that he was in a bad place politically, and that DeSantis had all the weight of Florida and therefore the world behind him.
I was never fooled. I was never taken in by this bullshit. I knew that Trump was going to mop the floor with this pretender.
I was going to call my dad this week to ask, because now Tucker's off the air and I don't want to waste too much time for my dad to like inadvertently become deprogrammed. I want to get the hot takes now.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe I'm interested to see what he's switched to.
Dang,
as
I keep
well.
forgetting
So
that
I'll have to do
Ricky's
some
from the
research
good old
behind the scenes.
Sunshine
Start watching the
State.
show, Steven Crowder, louder with Crowder. It's pretty
He's
weird.
got gigantic pectoral muscles.
Yeah, he's fucking ripped.
Yeah.
He's got a great looking sternum.
And no other issues. I haven't looked any further into this.
Just a perfect sternum on his chest. I wonder how he achieved that.
Yeah.
Wonder what he gave up to achieve that sternum.
Anyways, it's
Apparently
great
his
seeing
wife.
Ron DeSantis, among many other things, get dunked on by Disney.
Don't worry.
and this
I think there's a
fucking
video about like Steven Crowder and his divorce. Look at this charisma.
Anyway, before we get to the rest of the news from this week, let's take a quick second to thank today's sponsor, Factor.
Yeah.
This spring, you need nutritious, convenient meals to energize you for warmer, active
Listen,
days and keep you on
There's
track.
only one sponsor this stream needs, and that's, ladies and gentlemen, high protein, keto friendly, 0 grams of sugar. It's Magic Spoon grain-free cereal. That's right, folks. Magic Spoon grain-free cereal. No, I'm kidding. I actually legitimately got some like a while back. I need to get back too. But look at all these flavors, folks. And Magic Spoon. If you want to sponsor the most roguish of heels right here on Kick.com and on YouTube, hit me up. I'll show you cereal. As long as I get a free box. Honestly, peanut butter is I gotta tell you, peanut butter is like delicious, and like their frost is like delicious too. Those two, Fruity's actually really good. 1, 2, and 3 are like my favorite too. I have not tried their birthday cake or their maple waffle, because they usually have a couple like they're in like rotation. 2 cereal. Oh, they got bars now too. Yeah, boy. Maple waffle, cinnamon roll. I usually take a variety pack, but I didn't know they had bars. Huge. How many bars? 16. There you go. Cream, 16. I love it. Okay. There you go. All right. Back to the boys. These people should not be in charge of watching themselves. What's going on with Justin Verlander? He's on my Mets team. My God. My God, he's finishing up, bro. We need him back so badly. good. Yeah. Oh, saving this photo, baby. You gotta love it. Ronnie. Hey, listen, good for Bryce Young, man. The Panthers didn't overthink it too. Damn, man. If he just weighed like 25 more pounds and he put like another inch or two on him, this kid, no question. I just saw him at Alabama and he's got all the tools. He does need to put on like more weight though, but he's shifting the pocket. But like, if he can put the type of career Drew Brees gets, the Panthers are gonna be so happy. This guy's a fucking piece of shit, by the way. Fuck this guy. He's just like a fucking right-wing troll. Team. Okay. We'll get back to Ricky and the Boys. Okay, this is Steam Deck. Yeah, it's not bad. How easy is it for North Carolina Republicans to gerrymander Dems into oblivion? The current court drawn map left, split 7D7R and 20. I draw a hypothetical 11R in about 7 minutes. Holy shit, dude. This would be nuts. This would have to violate the state constitution. That's why you need independent commissions to draw these maps. Even this map is insane. Look at this. Look at these like districts. Look how uneven these districts are. Oh. I'll leave it in there for like 5 more minutes. Yeah. Well, don't worry. That video's up. I think Chud Logic probably has that video up too. He always has some good commentary. I get the leech content on for Chud.
Reaching your goals. Factor. Back to the news now, though. And when you think about the word Pinkerton, well, if you're our age, you probably just think of Weezer's best album.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah.
And if you disagree, you're wrong. But everyone else probably thinks about the characters from Red Dead Redemption, which are actually not characters. They're based off of a real detective agency that was established in the late 1800s. The Pinkertons were, I guess, the nice way to put it would be they were armed guards.
Strike busters.
A protective service.
Nice way to say they were strike busters that beat the shit out of people.
In the olden days where
they were strike busters. They made sure the unions didn't step out of line, you know.
But yeah, at one point they were the biggest private law enforcement agency in the world. And they were the ones that you would call if you needed some outlaws maybe captured or killed, and you didn't want to bring the government into it. You wanted to handle this internally.
A lot of places didn't have any kind of actual police force. Right. So they were like, okay, handle this.
Sure, but this was often not exactly crimes.
After a certain point in time, they were just union busters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, they were doing literal like Old West wanted poster type shit. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, the Pinkertons they did what we call in the business community a bit of a pivot.
Yeah.
From armed security to just straight up union busting. They were involved in causing chaos and mayhem at multiple picket lines, including a strike that turned violent, leading to the deaths of 3 Pinkerton agents and 9 steelworkers. And surprisingly, and I'm always surprised when this comes up because they still exist. The business just kept on going. It's incredibly hard to shake the name.
The name is so, you would have thought that they would have changed it by now. It's been acquired and sold a couple times too, but they're like, no, that Pinkerton name is strong.
Like Blackwater has changed their name like 5 times in the last 15 years.
Yeah, because it has a negative connotation.
It's a toxic brand.
Yeah.
But not for the Pinkertons, no. We want people to know what they're signing up for.
Uh-huh. How could it be? How could it be harmful? It's a wonderful album by the band Weezer.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's weird that they use that name for that reason, and also it kind of just sounds like someone with a big mustache and a 6-shooter coming to rustle some feathers. It's just, it's odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, these days they just do boring corporate stuff. Hired bodyguards, private investigations, threat intelligence, and so on. But they've kept the spirit
Yeah.
They've kept some of that Old West spirit with them.
Yeah, hiring spies to infiltrate union organization.
Yeah, they are, and this is true of. There's a couple of these like global security companies that are essentially like private CIAs in their own way, and it's unsettling to think about.
There was when I was reading into more of the history on this, it was funny because nowadays this would be seen, as a woke company, because Pinkerton was one of the first companies to employ women and minorities.
Woke.
And that was because no one expected them to do that.
Yeah.
So why would these people be spies trying to bust our union?
That was very clever.
The original woke company, though.
Yeah. They went woke and they did not go broke.
No,
they've been in
around
business for 150 years.
Very strong. Like we said, though, when you hear the Pinkertons are involved in something, you can't help but hear, yeah!
Have I been hit in the head and transported back to the Wild West? What are you talking about?
Someone takes a photo and like dust goes off, and but yeah, it was very odd to hear that Wizards of the Coast, the makers of Magic the Gathering,
used the Pinkertons.
had hired the Pinkertons to track down a YouTuber.
It is so wild.
Bring him to
It's such a
justice,
wild
and
story, man.
confiscate some early access cards that he had allegedly, inadvertently come into possession of.
Did he steal them off of a train?
Yes, it was a stagecoach robbery. Give me all the cards and nobody gets hurt.
Hey, we don't want no trouble. Take the cards.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened.
Not the train part, though.
No, the Pinkertons did show up at someone's house. Here's Kotaku with more on all this. Sometimes you accidentally buy something before it hits the street date, and you get bragging rights with all your friends. In the case of one Magic the Gathering streamer, obtaining a box of cards early landed him in hot water with one of the most infamous private security companies in the world. A YouTuber known as Dan Old School MTG Cannon claimed that he was shooting videos on Saturday morning when Pinkerton agents arrived at his private residence. His dog started barking at something, and his wife answered the door. Pinkerton agents came knocking on the door to recover the stolen product from Wizards of the Coast, which was the March of the Machine aftermath stuff, he said in a video about the raid.
The reporting continues. Kotaku reached out to Cannon and Wizards of the Coast. A spokesperson for WOTC confirmed over email that the private detectives had been sent as part of their investigation. Cannon told Kotaku over email that they had threatened to get the county sheriff involved if he did not return the MTG card.
Another throwback. Why, we're gonna go get the sheriff.
We're gonna hang a long rope.
Yeah.
They cited statutes with punishments such as a $200,000 fine and up to a decade of jail time. Cannon seemed to be cooperative with Wizards of the Coast. He asked reposters to take down any clips or screenshots of his Aftermath pack opening video, which he'd removed from the account at the company's request. They apologized for going through the drastic means of sending Pinkertons to my front door, he said.
Yeah, we're sorry about that, but it was pretty serious.
But again, he didn't steal anything. They just sent this shit to him on accident.
No, he bought it from a store.
Oh.
The store broke street date.
Oh.
Now, here's where, who knows? I mean, I'll say, first of all, it is nuts that they sent Pinkertons to this guy's house. But just taking this at face value, his name on YouTube is Old School MTG. He obviously gets stuff from a local card shop. The likelihood that he had no idea what he was opening for people on stream and what the street date was, that is pretty low. Maybe the card shop screwed up, but he almost certainly knew what he had in his possession. I know that the names are incredibly similar. The new one is called Aftermath, and whatever the name was beforehand was just that.
That's the thing, like, some people were asking about, like,
whose entire channel is dedicated to this stuff would
like
know
he would have known.
Pinkertons were right.
yeah, I'm not agreeing with
Scary
them, but,
thought, right?
I think that he knows more than he's leading on to. But also, like, that the time has passed. This was a decade ago, but in the gaming industry here in LA, everybody knew which 3 or 4 shops would break street date for video game releases.
Oh yeah, there was like, when GTA 5 came out, like so many people had it like 48 hours before it was released. Yeah, there was that one game shop.
Don't even get. They might still be in business.
Still be open, right?
I don't know. Maybe there was 2 specifically that I remember going to.
Yeah.
But that's different though, because, well, it's not different. It's the same. But at least back then, they sometimes wouldn't turn the servers on until
right.
You could play
couldn't
single
actually-
player.
Yeah.
Up until that point. But this is something that's kind of known in gaming circles, especially when it's your local shop. So
You don't go make a fucking YouTube video at it. Come on, man.
yeah. Anyway, still wild.
The Pinkertons are right. I'm with the Pinkertons on this.
Yes,
They should have beat his ass.
we know you're lying. We're the fucking Pinkertons.
Yeah.
Still, it is wild that
Oh,
he basically
wow.
had a wanted poster with his name on it over some fucking Magic the Gathering cards.
Yeah,
Just a crazy story.
So they had this before they showed up this time. They showed up like another day when he wasn't home and like interviewed like every one of his neighbors, and they were all like, "This did he like kill somebody? Like, I think
what's going on?"
They're like, "This seems very serious. Like, is he in trouble?" Like, yes, ma'am, he is in trouble.
Would you think that having a card that dominates other cards by breathing fire on them is...
I don't know what you mean. It sounds pretty bad. Yeah. I hope you catch him.
Yeah. Well, it seems like he's going to get some free product out of it and got lots of notoriety, and the Pinkertons got paid, and Wizards of the Coast got free, probably not the best marketing, but free marketing.
Yeah,
Jeez,
I feel
man.
like I don't play Magic.
I would not anymore now that Snap's out.
It would ruin my life. I don't even play Snap anymore. I kind of hit a wall with the card progression where like they just kept giving me crap that I didn't need.
Yeah, I haven't really changed my deck in weeks.
Yeah.
I just keep going for like the daily challenges.
Yeah, I haven't played it in a while.
It's nice when I have a little moment and literally nothing to do, and my brain's
What
like,
nerds.
"Oh, don't sit in silence. The demons will start talking."
Yeah. Anyway, now for a quick update on Bam Margera.
Yeah.
And before you say
Oh
anything,
my God.
yes, it's very, very sad that Ryan Dunn died. But this dude has been given every chance over the last decade plus to get his shit together, and it's incredibly sad that he continues just down the darkest path possible after being given so many opportunities
By everyone
in his life.
Including millions of dollars apparently from Paramount to just go to a rehab facility
Yeah.
and stay clean.
So Bam has a son to take care of and friends who have tried desperately to help him, including Steve-O, who
sober for 13, 14 years
and
now?
had a pretty wild go at it before hitting rock bottom. Would be if I had anyone, Steve-O would be the best recovery sponsor I think anyone in the world could fucking ask for.
Yeah.
And
He's very open about it too. It's very good for Steve-O, man.
Not only that, bringing you on his comedy tour, and this was recent, and he did get clean fairly briefly, but yeah, and then to disappoint Steve-O.
I would feel so disappointed in myself if I disappointed Steve-O.
Yeah.
But so he was on the comedy tour, but relapsed once again.
I mean, it
sucks.
happens,
you always
but-
want someone to get better. But
Addiction is extremely tough.
But he doesn't seem to want it badly enough for himself.
You
So
do need to,
all of
like,
the
want
rehab
it, though.
centers and interventions in the world seem to only put his destructive actions on pause temporarily.
Which is
Anyways,
sad.
earlier this week, it was announced that Bam has a warrant out for his arrest for assaulting his brother, who is the drummer for the band CKY.
Yeah.
Anyway, the rumor at the time was that he was hiding out in the woods or something. But on Thursday this week, Bam turned himself over to authorities. Here's local outlet NBC 10.
Days after
he's in the
Pennsylvania State
Commonwealth.
Police announced an arrest warrant for Brandon Bam Margera, the reality TV star surrendered to face charges that he assaulted his brother in their Chester County home. An NBC 10 photojournalist captured Margera arriving Thursday morning at a district
Folks,
court to
I'm gonna
face
be right
arraignment on
back.
assault.
Well, I gotta go eat something. I'm getting really hungry. So let me be right back. Let me do a be right back screen. Enjoy some chill beats, and I'll be right back. I don't know why I was like leaning in like this. I can move the mic. Jubnar, I appreciate you joining, man. Just came back and just ate a little bit. Was absolutely famished. Let's get back up to the show. Let's start the show back up. Hope everybody was enjoying some Sunday mornings from Mirage, presented to you by the most roguish of heels, the Rogue Heel. I really do like Pretzel Rocks, man. Their stuff is absolutely fantastic. All right, let's finish it up with the guys from Internet today. Ricky and Elliot, and we got more Tucker. We got some more Destiny. I think he's streaming right now too.
And terroristic threat charges.
And then
a judge arraigned the reality star, and he was then released.
I don't even remember what's rest on this
says
playlist. A lot of Tucker.
According to court records. Margera faces a preliminary hearing in May.
So yeah, Margera's attorney Michael van der Veen spoke Thursday morning as he left court with the reality star after Margera pleaded not guilty. My client is presumed innocent, van der Veen said. The rumors that have been passed around by his brother through this last week have been nothing short of defamation, and that will be handled in another courthouse. Margera's brother, Jesse Margera, told police that Bam Margera had pounded on and kicked his locked bedroom door that morning and punched him in the eye, nose, and ear during a later confrontation in the kitchen, according to court documents. Among the accusations laid out in the complaint was that Bam Margera urinated in the kitchen sink. Jesse Margera said he'd also found a threatening handwritten note signed Bam, a police affidavit said. None of this is shocking.
I'm going to do this right now.
This is a defamatory plot against Bam is one hell of a defense. I don't think anyone believes that shit.
No.
Because he did the same thing to like Jeff Tremaine and a bunch of his former Jackass guys wrote them really scary letters to the point where they took out restraining orders against him.
Yeah, not only that, none of this is shocking because he's been doing this to his family members
part of his shtick
for 20 years.
He's the guy that beat up his dad.
Yeah, but he has, like we said, made violent threats to others in his life more recently, including Jeff Tremaine, director of Jackass, who had to get a restraining order against Bam during their most recent
just in case Destiny sees this.
Also, I feel bad for Jesse
Pick me,
Margera.
Destiny, pick me.
Great drummer. When I was very, very young, I caught his drumstick at a CKY show.
Oh, wow.
So I hope he's doing okay.
I wonder if that was the flap of the butterfly wings that started this whole mess.
It could have been.
You shouldn't have caught that.
Yeah. Bam got very jealous. Those are my sticks. I paid for those.
Yeah.
I'm the reason this band is
Do a lighter blue, like his blue hair.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep that there.
Oh, look where we're at now.
Yeah. You did this. Anyway, what time is it? It's movie news time.
Yeah, sound the movie alarm.
We love movies around here, don't we, folks? Movies.
Mario movie made a ton of money.
Yeah.
Hey.
This is actually a series, I guess.
Good for them.
Whatever.
So
it's definitely going to be a Super Mario 2 then.
Movie is one of the most profitable movies of the year so far, despite being a low-budget, low-effort film that only really got popular because of the relation to the children's book character, and the fact that the copyright was up and they jumped on it. So yeah, that was the reason they were even able to make the film and get away with using the characters. The copyright protections had expired. The whole thing's now part of the public domain. Not the whole thing though. There's the very specific Disney rendition of Winnie the Pooh is still under copyright. You can't put him in a red T-shirt.
Yeah, he can't look exactly like that Winnie the Pooh.
So if I put him in a blue T-shirt, would that be okay?
That's like 100% a Disney creation. One of the characters is.
It's got to be.
Anyway, either way, there's already another 100 Acre Woods spinoff coming down the production pipeline. And this one's going to be a hard R series about Christopher Robin, and not hard R in the slur way, talking hard R in the ratings way.
Yeah.
Could be a bit confusing when people drop those hard Rs. Here's Deadline with the info on what could either be just okay or a pointless waste of time.
Boat Rocker and Shamir Anderson and Stephen James's Bay Mills Studios are developing Christopher Robin, an R-rated comedic reimagining of A.A. Milne's beloved characters, Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh, as a television series. The project is based on an original script from Charlie
I'm very interested.
most likely to and Turned On, who will also executive produce. Conrad Vernon, Shrek 2 and Sausage Party, is on board to direct the pilot episode and executive produce. Per the logline,
sounds
Christopher
fun,
Robin
baby.
is a disillusioned New Yorker navigating his quarter-life crisis with the help of the weird talking animals who live beyond a drug-induced portal outside his derelict apartment complex, the 100 Acres. So that all sounds terrible. Forget we even talked about it. I was thinking when you were doing the whole.
I'm there for the disaster,
it was really
folks.
funny because Trump did the whole N-word thing this week.
The N-word. I call it the N-word.
There's everybody. They say you can't say the N-word.
There's two N-words.
Nuclear.
There's two N-words, and
he knows exactly what he's doing.
And one of them's nuclear.
It's odd that he brings it up again.
Bro, he's so entertaining though. I'm sorry, I remember that interview. That was the interview with Tucker Carlson too, unironically enough. There's two N-words, Tucker, and one of them's nuclear. I was like, what the fuck? I died. He's so good at it. I want him to debate the other Republicans in a primary. And I want DeSantis to be there. Look, everybody, it's Puddin' Ron, and he should just come up there with a whole bunch of pudding cups. And he gives everyone a pudding cup with a spoon, except for Ron DeSantis. And everyone's gonna look confused. As he's fixing his mic like this, he's just like, I gave everybody a spoon, except for Ron, because I know, Ron, these right here, these are your spoons. Oh my god. He just eats a pudding cup every time. He just eats a pudding every time Ron is talking. DeSantis is talking. It'd be pure theater. It would be nuts. People at the convention there would go nuts every time he did it. Mr. President, could you stop eating pudding whenever the governor is talking? Listen, he can eat his pudding whenever I'm talking. He's Pudding Ron. He's got spoons for fingers anyway.
We're not sure if anyone uses YouTube.
Pudding Ron. Bro, I love that one he made up. Pudding Ron, baby. Pudding Ron.
Apparently a lot of people do, though. Yeah. Nothing wrong with it, just haven't really used it ourselves. I mean, you get it for free.
You gotta love it.
YouTube Premium, and I'm just like, oh, all my shit's on Spotify.
I've never used it. I downloaded it because this news story, and apparently the iPhone app isn't updated yet, so I couldn't even try out what's coming.
Well,
but
that's why you got to get one of these.
No, I'm fully switched.
Okay.
I'll get you there too.
Well, yeah, whether you love it or don't, YouTube Music has started to roll out podcast availability to the app, so now you can listen to your favorite podcasts without switching apps. So
oh my god!
Listen to the audio version of this show. Good news. So we already started filing every episode on this channel as a podcast on YouTube's back end. We kind of just had to write podcast in the tags for like a month straight, and then they finally
now they have an option.
They're like, yeah, it's a podcast, we know.
Yeah.
So yeah, whenever this gets fully rolled out, you should be able to listen to this show as a podcast if you're too lazy to pull up the video. Maybe this will help views and discoverability too. Probably not.
Yeah.
We don't know, but we'll take it either way.
It seems like it'll be a very crowded market, but you know, we were very proactive about tagging
I'm a pro
that
video
when
guy.
they first
Watch
started
my
rolling out,
VODs
so maybe there'll be
exclusively
some
on
kind of
YouTube.
Boost with that,
I gotta
but
start taking them down off of Kick too.
Also, a great
but sub to me
reminder,
on Kick
as
and
always,
follow.
that,
I need that
this
sub
show
button. I
does
mean,
exist
follow me on
as an
Kick. I need to get the sub button,
audio-only
folks.
podcast on whatever podcast app you want to find it on. You just
I love me my money.
Everything except for Weekly Weird News, you type in Internet Today and it'll pop up. And for Weekly Weird News, well, you just type in Weekly Weird News and it pops up. You can listen on Spotify, the Apple Podcasts app, whatever other
Deezer.
Yeah, probably. I have no idea where it is. It's probably on like 1,000 different
Tidal.
Probably not.
Oh my
Tidal.
god.
Or they owe us a lot of money. We're gonna have to check that California money bank where all that money goes and just it doesn't get mailed to you.
Jay-Z.
Where's my money, Jay-Z? I think he's divested from that by now.
I think he has actually too. I think every state actually has that too.
If you want to listen to like
Because I had an old paycheck from like back in the day when I was interning for the New York State government, and it was like $200 or something like that. And apparently, and this is like a website. I don't know how it is for every other state, but in New York there's a website you can check, and it's not easy to find too. Like they have to hold the money for you, especially if you're a state employee. And I think it has to be like a couple of decades before they can put into like a general fund, and where they can like you no longer have a claim for it too. You can I just type my name in, it's like, yeah, like, you know, they owe you a paycheck and you never collect it. I was like, oh my god, let me tell you something, man, I'm so happy. I was like, oh, that's the best $200 I ever got. Yeah, it was for a internship like from back in the day. So you should check. You might have like a paycheck like somebody owes you, because they can't just like, unless it's a private company. I forget what the rules are for like a private company.
And it's included in whatever we pay for. So
if it's a private company, I don't know. I think like it defaults to like whatever like that company's rules, internal rules are.
It's still like 10 times higher than Spotify's cut.
I gotta get off Spotify, but I have like 50,000 songs saved on there. It's like, and there's no easy way. You gotta pay someone like $10 to download some sketchy fucking like
$10
extension that's gonna take. It takes like 24 hours to, because it's basically just running a script and manually copying like a shitload of metadata. I need to go ahead and do it.
I just canceled my premium on Spotify. It still exists, so I can see my old playlists and shit if I really wanted to find something, which I did do recently. I was looking for.
I'm so free on Spotify, baby. I just listen to my music.
Yeah, Apple Music.
Ad comes in.
Love it. It's great.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. But I also heard Tidal's good, and there's another one called terrible branding. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Qbuzz,
Cubase,
Qdoba.
Exactly.
Q something, and
QAnon?
No, it's not that. But they also do the lossless thing.
I wonder like how many artists are gonna like divest from like Spotify. It still like has all the music I like too, but there's some artists I've noticed in my playlist like are no longer there on Spotify.
Like music,
so I might switch over to Apple Music.
Cool.
Extensive things about it and do
my
human
iPad,
curation on.
right?
I like that. Yeah, Spotify is bringing too many robots in the mix.
They
Not
sure
a
are.
fan. Get that shit out of here.
Anyways, we're done rambling. Please, if you haven't already, first like the video. Make that confetti shoot everywhere.
Come on, like it.
Even I had the same problem. I watched our video from yesterday, and at the end, I forgot to like it, and I heard myself tell me to do it.
Sometimes it be your own self.
That's true. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We're so close to 50,000 views. Should I tell them about the goal? 250,000 views. I'm getting Sideshow. Sorry, 250,000 subscribers. I'm getting Sideshow Bob getting smacked in the face as a tattoo.
Oh.
Yeah.
So make it happen.
Pretty good. On your face?
Not on my face.
Oh.
I'll let the viewers decide where. Actually, no.
Face.
Subscribe.
Let's get to
Get on
250,000
your
views.
arm.
Dumb Simpsons
Like right here on the
Watch our
arm
other
would be
videos. We're
brilliant.
up here now. We got plenty for you to do.
That would be awesome.
News. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Fox News executives recently got a hold of some text messages Inhuman monster Tucker Carlson had sent that had been part of the Dominion case against Fox. And according to sources at the network, the offensive contents of those messages informed their decision to axe Tucker earlier in the week, marking the only thing Fox News has ever done that made me happy. Here's what we know. The day before Dominion Voting Systems defamation trial against Fox News was set to begin in a Delaware courthouse, the Fox board of directors and top executives made a startling discovery that helped lead to the breaking point between the network and Tucker Carlson, one of its top stars. Private messages sent by Mr. Carlson that had been redacted in legal filings showed him making highly offensive and crude remarks, surprising no one, that went beyond the inflammatory, often racist comments of his primetime show and
they already knew
disclosed in the lead up to the trial. And going far beyond his show is a high bar to go far beyond, and he somehow did it. The messages were part of tons of emails and texts from Fox executives and hosts that were made public thanks to Dominion's defamation lawsuit. Despite the fact that Fox's trial lawyers had these messages for months, the board and some senior executives were now learning about their details for the first time, setting off a crisis at the highest level of the company, according to two people with knowledge of the discussions. 2 days after the board saw the offensive texts, Fox settled that case for, just $787.5 million. And the Wall Street Journal reports that the private messages in which Carlson showed disregard for management and colleagues were a major factor in the decision to part ways with him, according to other people familiar with the matter.
Okay.
Although many portions of the Dominion court documents are redacted, there is concern among Fox Corp executives that if the redacted material were to become public, it would lead to further embarrassment for the network and parent company. Wow, they're worried about being embarrassed. Hard to believe, but seems to be the case. In one text revealed through the lawsuit, he called a senior Fox News executive the C word, which he allegedly wanted the world to know about. According to one former Fox on-air personality, The anchor and some of the channel's top executives are parting ways on, quote, the worst and messiest possible terms. Indeed, in private communications released last month, the now fired Fox host gossiped that one such exec hates us, claiming she was covertly working against him and other hosts. That is the update. Cenk, I'm curious your thoughts on this very interesting story.
Yeah, so I don't know that this was actually one of the reasons that they fired Tucker Carlson. That is certainly possible. I'm going to tell you why it's possible and why it might not be the case. It's
now before Cenk goes in, it's like a level. I think he was bad mouthing like the wrong people, like inside. You bad mouth like an intern or like some low level producer. That's like one thing, which you shouldn't do, because everyone has one of these things here. And then on this thing is a camera, other side here too. And you can voice record people. You shouldn't do that, because everyone's going to record you. Especially if you're a guy like Tucker Carlson and you say like a lot of inflammatory things. So what happens is, so the truth is, it's everything. All these things start adding up too. And then the turning point was the Dominion lawsuit. And then when their lawyers and the higher ups saw like they actually got the goods on us, they were like, this is now an excuse. We have the perfect reason now to fire Tucker Carlson, get this moron out, and then we can go back to doing business as usual. And they have a history of this. Glenn Beck was gone. Bill O'Reilly's gone. Who else? Somebody else too. They were gone too. So they'll fire like these. They'll use these guys up too as much as possible. Not like Glenn Beck and like Bill O'Reilly were great human beings. They're fucking trash. And they were still spreading their propaganda and all this shit, and they're still doing it today. But all these guys are horrible. Okay? Tucker, though, he made enemies with the wrong people inside of Fox.
possible because of people like Dianne Feinstein. Wait, what does that have to do with this story? I'll explain. So the CIA, during Bush's reign of terror, did warrantless wiretapping on all Americans. And
that's true.
So Bush lied about it and said, no, we're not doing the warrantless wiretapping. Then it was exposed. And then instead of punishing anyone that did the wiretapping, they tried to punish the person who revealed the wiretapping. So, you know, Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, Chelsea Manning, all greatly punished for letting us know what happened. So what does this have to do with Dianne Feinstein or this story? Well, Feinstein was not bothered by it. The Democratic Party not bothered by it. Barack Obama legendarily said, we look forward, not backwards, so we're not going to punish any crimes that happened in the past, including spying on all Americans. But the minute the CIA spied in on the Senate, then the Senate caught feelings. And then all of a sudden, Dianne Feinstein, one of the most conservative members of the Democratic Party in my lifetime, she was like, the CIA did this? This is an outrage. It affects me. Okay? And by the way, in all these
still hasn't resigned yet, too.
Feinstein is these days, they say one of her two accomplishments is holding the CIA accountable. No, she didn't do that for any of the rest of us. She only did it when it affected her. And this is the same potential story at Fox News. Tucker Carlson says the worst things imaginable about immigrants, black people, women, you name it, trans people, gay people, etc. Just the most disgusting person, says it about all those, and then says it about his own employees. We had all the texts earlier, right, of like, hey, that person at Fox News, a reporter that actually reported facts should be fired for reporting facts. It costs us money. The stock is down, etc. They didn't mind any of that. But the minute he said bad things about the executives, they're like, whoa, that's a bridge too far. Well, that's about me, and I'm in power.
That's right.
We're powerless, we crush them daily. But and so it's entirely possible that, yeah, that's what I mean. Apparently, he called one of the executives the C word. And she did not take kindly to that. I don't know if they're talking about Suzanne Scott, who runs the network, or not, right?
And apparently that word was used a ton in meetings in the culture that he promoted at his show meetings.
Bro, that is like so nuts to me. That's like, it's like a guy who gets high on, you know what they say, right? Like, you don't get high on your own supply. He was like sniffing like his own fumes so much. He thought he was like unbeatable. Bro, there was guys just like you. Like Bill O'Reilly was just there. He was still there, I think, when Tucker was still there. Then when Bill O'Reilly got axed, they gave you his time slot. Like, that's like a perfect example. You could be inflammatory on air, but behind the scenes, you gotta like play, like, as I said before, Ron DeSantis, you have to play like retail politics behind the scenes, especially at that network. So you kind of need to play ball with them, like, behind the scenes. But he didn't. Now he's gone. He's gonna be like around, but he's not gonna be as popular as he used to be too. Like, people will forget about him. They'll find somebody else, probably gonna be Jesse Waters, and they'll put him into the time slot, and then away we go.
Yeah. Now,
it is that time slot too. That 8 o'clock time slot. It's huge.
Actually telling you the secret terrible texts by Tucker, which are much worse than the already terrible texts we've seen in public, because this is a threat to Tucker Carlson. There's a shot across the bow saying, you better not say anything bad about us. Otherwise, we are going to unleash all those secret texts that we have.
Yep.
We don't actually care about them, but we'll use them as ammo against you. And all the dirty things that you did at Fox that we covered up for, they're sitting in a file. The stories do all but threaten Tucker Carlson.
True, and let's expand.
It was like, if you remember from like the last video too, it's 8 sources that gladly like came forward. So they'll release everything too. They don't give a shit. They'll destroy your credibility, dude. Nobody's gonna want to work with you too. Like, I just don't understand people who want to be like a dick to like people who you work for, especially like people who can like destroy you. If you work in media, like, there's a way you can get what you want essentially, but you still have to play ball. I'm sorry. That's just like life. Like, when you work in these big companies, you gotta be careful who you piss off. You can piss people off. You just gotta be careful who you piss off. You gotta make sure you got friends. Because if you don't got friends there, especially people up on high in that company, you are donezo.
Upon that for a moment, because sources at Fox News Corp also claim that the communications department had been keeping a secret file of opposition research against Carlson in the event that Tucker left the company.
Dude,
or
that's
was fired,
nuts to me.
Was the case. One source with knowledge calls it an Oppo file. 2 sources add that Fox is prepared to disclose
It's
some
absolutely
of
an
its
Oppo file.
if execs suspect that Carlson is coming after the network. The file includes internal complaints regarding workplace conduct, disparaging comments about management and colleagues, and allegations that the now former primetime host created a toxic work environment, 3 of the sources say. A network spokesperson denied the existence of the file, but internal sources disagreed, claiming that communications department head Irina Briganti used these files as a tactic. 4 former Fox News personalities confirmed Briganti likes to keep dirt files on Fox News talent. Sounds like a great place to work, including one on Carlson. An ex-Fox News anchor laments, quote, Irina tries to keep a file on everybody. Any talent like Tucker would have a lot of things, other people complaining. They encourage it and then just keep it on file. It's just a classic dirty trick. Whatever tactics Fox is using against Tucker seem to be working. On Wednesday night, he spoke publicly for the first time since getting pushed out, but didn't actually address his firing from Fox or even mention Fox by name. Instead, he did his usual populist, vaguely racist shtick. Here's a look at that.
The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power, natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American
Bro, this is
media.
just like word
Both
salad.
Political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them.
What?
And they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue.
What is he talking about?
Tucker Carlson's now broadcasting from a sweat lodge and is instantly telling us about how corporate media is no good and they don't let you talk about what really matters, the things that actually affect today. You mean like you've been doing on air constantly and had to throw in the demographic change as one of the big bogeymen that we need to confront in our life? Or we could just embrace other people. That's another way to go about it.
Yeah, so first of all, he's like,
some fascist talking points in there.
Dude, it's been like 2 days, and you didn't take time off. You were fired. So, okay. So why is he not directly attacking Fox News? One, because apparently Berganti has a giant fat file on him of dirt.
I believe it, too.
Because there's something incredibly nefarious that Fox News does. So
I believe it. They got the file.
They're paying him $20 million a year. They're paying him out, out the contract. So Tucker's thinking, hey, I'm going to take as much of that money as possible, and once I've taken enough from Fox News, do you think he's going to turn on Fox News at that point? Yeah, of course he is. And how about that file of dirt that they have on him? Doesn't matter. He'll just tell his right-wing audience, it isn't true. It's actually true about them. And they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, right away. They'll believe anything he says. So dirt is irrelevant in a post-Trump world if they've already got a figure that they trust completely. And Trump is one of them, and Tucker's the other one. And so, guys, when you think about it, look at the sleight of hand he does even in that tiny little video. And it gives you a sense of exactly what I'm talking about, that nothing will stick on him, right? He says, I mean, when you look at the debates on TV, they're just so silly. What's the point
word
of them?
salad that he said
about, you know, in them in the past. What do you mean in the past?
Dude, that lighting is like so off for Tucker. It's too bright. It's too bright. It doesn't work with like his skin too. Like you look at like the lighting, you can tell the difference. This is professional studio lighting. To the left here with like Schenk, this is like whatever that Tucker did like in his home studio and up in Maine. So he needed someone to come in and just like do the lighting for him, even it out. It's too bright on his face. It's off. Look at Schenk. Look at Tucker. Look at Schenk. It's much more even. It's not like in his face too. Like it, like for me too. Like I'm not a professional when it comes down to lighting too, but also like I'm dealing with a small room. I'm like literally in I'm literally in like a small room. This is like an oversized armoire, which I regret buying now too. So I can't control. I don't have that great. In the morning, the light's like kind of crazy, but it's like nice and even. But if I turn on this light, right, it's a little bit more even, it's a little bit bright. It's kind of close to Tucker, but like the way you like put your lighting on, it really does help like the visuals, and that's like so off too. But yes, Schenk is right. This is all just word salad.
No, you create them on a daily basis. You're literally the guy who came up with M&Ms aren't sexy enough. So if
which means Tucker wanks at the M&Ms.
Well, we're aggrieved, right? That's the silliest debate I've ever heard. You also did Mr. Potato Head. You're also the guy who claimed that Joe Biden was going to make you drink Starbucks every day. You're a factory.
If he buys me the Starbucks, I wouldn't mind drinking Starbucks every day.
Debates that distract us from the actual issue.
Yep.
So when he says, for example,
distracts.
And they're run by their donors. No, the problem with that is it's true. And he takes that thing that's true, that almost all Americans agree with, and then wraps it on racism and bigotry. And so when he wraps it on racism and bigotry, corporate media is going to get to say, nope, anyone challenging power, anyone doing populism, anyone talking about corruption are all racist and bigots like Tucker Carlson. Man, if they did a false flag operation, they would design someone just like Tucker Carlson to smear the name of all populists who care about civil liberties, anti-war movement, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying that you'd create a guy just like that. So he does great damage to populism by putting the toxic sludge of racism and bigotry all over it. It's the corporate rule couldn't be happier with Tucker. They're like, yes, take something that's totally true, that if that is out, the country would hate us, and make it so ugly that we can smear everyone who says it. He's disgusting. Now back to the secret file. You know what Fox does? With HR complaints, they have innocent people that work there go there and tell them, oh my God, Tucker did this to me, Bill O'Reilly did that to me, etc. and then they don't actually help those people. They put them in a file to use against the host later. They're just the worst people on earth. They're like, oh,
imagine like working there too. They actually believe in like conservatism.
We're gonna crush your career, but thank you for the goodies, because I could use that to crush people later.
Imagine.
These are the sick people who run Fox News. There are no winners here. Tucker Carlson's
bro, that's like nuts to me. Think about that too. That really like speaks to like, you heard like the Amazon work culture, not in like the factories, the fulfillment centers, but in the corporate offices too. Could you imagine like that too? You go to HR, you have a complaint. That's one thing like HR like doesn't do. Like, listen, I think you should go to HR regardless, because then you know there's like a file there that's written everything to you. So in case there's a lawsuit later on, like you there's a trail of like written text, emails and whatnot of you going to HR, and that they've written all this stuff down too. But imagine you go to HR, and there's one thing they don't help you, but they collect all the information so they can use against like your immediate supervisor, your boss, or in this case against like a host of like their largest like quote unquote like news show. Could you imagine that? And they then sort of threaten you, but not really threaten you in this Washington Wall Street Journal article. I keep saying Washington Journal article, but it's Wall Street Journal article. And it's just like, and you know, you can't tell me like he doesn't know that. Like he knows that. He knows like they have this stuff too. He just like he can get away with it too. That's like nuts to me. And so does like every other host there. They know it too. They know it. That like every other host that's still on there, they know it. I didn't even realize like Dan Bongino left like over like a month or like 2 months ago. That's like nuts to me. Like all these motherfuckers who are hosts, they know that shit too. That like people got the goods on them. Why would you want to work there? When like just like that, they can take everything from you. If you fuck with the wrong people. That's nuts to me. That money must be good, man. That conservative, right-wing millionaire, billionaire money, that Rupert Murdoch money, it must be the truth. Because, like, they must have all the... And it's not just the stuff that happens at work, too. I imagine they have, like, private investigators follow you around. And this is not me putting the conspiracy hat on, too. This is, like, stuff that people have talked about before, too. And if they're willing to do this to you, they probably have the goods on you with like not just the stuff that happens like in the four walls in the Fox News building in New York, but I wonder what happens when you leave the building. I wonder if they got the goods on you there too with some extramarital stuff. Maybe you're doing some drugs outside of work hours, things like that. I really do wonder that too. Those are legitimate questions. Now that this is all coming out, they must have all the goods on you. Because this is like scary. Why would you want to work there? The money. Sorry for the pause, Andy.
Everyone there, all the executives are disgusting pigs. By the way, I know this with absolute certainty because when I was a host on MSNBC, I criticized I criticized Fox News. And it became public, and I did an interview about it. I got called into the PR office at MSNBC, and they said, "What are you doing? Don't do that. They'll come after you because they have secret files not just on their own hosts, but on MSNBC hosts, CNN hosts, etc." And I said, "I don't give a damn. There's nothing in my secret file, and I actually want to fight these guys." They're like, "Don't." That was not Fox News. That was MSNBC telling me that Fox News is so dirty that they're deathly afraid of them and that I should be afraid of them too. And that they were also worried, by the way, that they were going to go after MSNBC executives if I said anything mean about Fox News. So that PR department is at Fox News is like the most disgusting people in media.
And just a quick tip to wrap this story up. If you ever are making an HR complaint, how you know they might be making a secret file instead of listening to your complaints is when they say, "I'm so sorry to hear that, but could you repeat that a little closer to the plant?" That's one way. But at least Tucker finally now has some time to himself where he can just make love at will to bowls of green M&Ms. So congrats.
Yep. And I'd like to say one last personal thing. A friend of mine, now like nearly 25 years ago, comes in. He's a very smart guy, and he says to all of us who were not even yet working, he started working, and he said, guys, you know, when you start working, your companies all have secret files on you. And we laugh. We're like, Suj, you're crazy, man. They don't have secret files on you.
They do.
My bad, Sujay. You were right after all these years. Hashtag Sujay was right. Okay, they do have secret files apparently, and it's nasty. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it.
That is like crazy to me,
Another way
man.
To show support is through YouTube memberships.
It's
You need
crazy to
interact
me,
with us more.
but I'm not
There's
surprised by
live
it.
chat, emojis, badges.
The fact is, like, that these motherfuckers got secret files on you.
The big lie is that I Lav. The narrative that Mr. Girl and Lav have built have essentially completely and totally like defanged my ability to like have any sort of healthy boundary with anybody. The reason why I don't blacklist people actually doesn't have anything to do with like morals or ethics on my side. It's just because
All right, we got that sweet Destiny drama.
Okay.
Leeching off of
I
Destiny.
wanted to ask you, how do you feel about how like every single week there seems to be a new person that platforms Lav and like does an interview and lets her like go off and say shit? Like,
I think it's super lame and
You know what? Destiny's right. It is super lame. With that being said, Lav, if you're somehow watching this, come on to my stream so I can milk that sweet content off of you. So then that would force Destiny to come on my stream and I can get into his orbit and make some money doing this. Please and thank you.
super stupid. But I mean, if people want to do it, it's their shit.
And this is one of the reasons why I love Destiny. He might hate me for platforming someone who's accusing him of doing some very naughty things, which he obviously did not do, but he'll still speak to me.
One of the things that I guess is like a little bit annoying to me is I feel like,
sorry.
especially among men, we always have this thing. It's like fake accusations are the worst. That like these are the worst types of women. They should get twice the sentence that other people. Blah 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 blah. But then like when somebody does it, well, if they've got the opportunity to make content out of them, they'll just like invite them on and be buddy buddy. I don't know. That feels kind of weird to me. But
do you think that okay, so where my head is at is like, if I was you, I feel like it would be reasonable to say that it's okay if anybody wants to like talk in this talk to Lav in this space, but like just don't talk to her about you, right? Like don't talk to her.
Oh, we would talk
like,
about
don't
you.
Give her a chance to like make new lies about that.
yeah, I mean, like,
we
I
would
feel like
talk.
in a reasonable world, I think she would actually be completely excised from this space. I don't think anybody should want to talk about her again. But at the very least, yeah, I would say like, can you just like not talk about me? Or if you are going to talk about me, like let me come there so I can defend myself. That'd be my guess. Because like if we were looking at any other community, like let's say there was a bunch of footballers that had like a podcast. And let's say there's like a woman who was known. She did like a fake allegation against Ronaldo and a fake allegation against somebody else or whatever. Let's say she was just like making the rounds on those podcasts, like laughing and, you know, buddying up with her. I feel like every fan would look at that. And even other people would be like, why the fuck do you have this woman on? This is like the false allegation one. What the fuck are you doing?
So then the lines were blurred. So then we were friends. And then we had also this compartmentalized sexual relationship in which it was like payment for stream time. But then we were also friends. And then
like this.
We got like some meta shit right here. Okay, hold on. This is like some real, oh my god, this is like some really like fucking meta shit. Okay. All right, so Connor, that's counterpoints. Don't agree with them and everything. Don't ask him about the Holocaust. I'm joking, but not really. There's counterpoints. He's the one interviewing Lav, or Femoid now. Chud is reacting to counterpoints interviewing Lav. Tom of Tomfoolery at the Tomfoolery show right there in the bottom left hand corner, you can see that he is reacting to Chud reacting to the interview conducted by Counterpoints interviewing Lav, and Destiny is commenting about how these two guys and this guy are feeding into the Lav narrative and letting them talk and letting the Lav situation not die, and essentially letting Lav like talk about a situation that Destiny feels is not warranted or justified by for any reason, frankly, whatsoever too. But this is great content, and now you're watching me react to Destiny, react to Tomfoolery, who's watching a Chud Logic video, where Chud Logic is watching a video of Counterpoints interviewing Lav, and the cycle of internet drama continues. Thank you, Destiny. You are our Lord and Savior.
statement is just, it's a lie.
I'm joking, of course, because without him, all this would be fucking pointless, and then we would be talking about like two like fucking, I don't know, MAGA communists like jerking each other off to, I don't know, Jackson Henkel or like Haas or like some bullshit like that too. And it'd be funny, wouldn't be anywhere near as entertaining though. So Destiny suffers so I can make a living out of this. Thank you, Destiny.
It's wrong. She knows it's wrong. But like in the streaming world, it just seems like it's all like fun and games and content, I guess. So, but whatever.
Oh,
Is there,
okay.
Is there no like isn't there like a building of animosity towards streamers that will just like view it as just a means of content without any sort of like idea of or consideration of the consequences for you?
I mean, like the way that I view most of the world is, I think most people are just like kind of a little selfish. Like even when I make mistakes, it's usually just because I'm being selfish. So people are generally just thinking about like, what can I do to like maximize my content, and like, yeah. And then Lav is obviously really good content. So people just have her on, and that's it. So I mean, like it kind of sucks, but like I understand why people do it. But
I guess I just feel like this is like an area or like a subject that you could maybe more.
He
like,
could
just set a boundary.
He could do it. There's one thing he can do, but he won't do it because one, it would violate his principles. Two, it would hurt his content at the same time. It would be, he could reach out to all these content creators because he knows which ones would get in contact with Lav or have already gotten in contact with Lav, and he would tell them, if you speak to Lav on stream, I will never talk to you again, and I will never allow you to use my content for your content ever again. He could do that would be the nuclear option. He would not do that because it violates his principles, and he wouldn't be able to make content off of that too, because this is easy content for him too. This is why people think Hassan's a dumb guy, but he's not a dumb guy. Now, does he say some quote-unquote ignorant things? Yeah, he does. However, very much like Destiny, and he's a former, not just a former friend of Destiny, but he's a student of Destiny. Destiny knows he, in and of itself, is the content. That's why he's so aggressive sometimes, especially on Twitter. He knows he's the content. So even if a conversation from like a tweet doesn't happen, people respond to it and he can make content out of that because he is the content. Hassan's the same way. He does it a little bit differently than Destiny, but the underlying principle is still the same. Hassan is aware he is the content. Do you remember the Hassan house drama? He was seeding that so slowly but surely until it picked up. And then all of a sudden people were critiquing him, and then his response to it is easy content for him. So what did he do? He just responded to people accusing him of not being a socialist and not living the socialist principles, yada 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 yada. He is the content. So every once in a while he'll say something or do something. If he doesn't get an immediate response, he'll slowly seed the ground. He does it. He knows he's doing it. And maybe that's me just giving Hassan a little bit too much credit, but I think Hassan does know. He likes saying he's a dumb guy. He's not a dumb guy. He just does ignorant things. He doesn't go into like a deep level of political analysis. He kind of like stays up here, like just like, you know, skidding through the water. But he's not an idiot. He understands this social media game, influencer game, and he's good at it. That's why he's the top political streamer on Twitch. Okay, he pulls in he's streaming right now. How many people does he have? He's just under like 30,000 people. He has exactly 28,886 people watching him right now. He's an hour and a half into his stream. It's a Friday fun day, and he just got a new dog, and everyone's watching him train his dog. That's it. You can see the dog cage for his like puppy in the background. That's it. That's all he's doing. Just under 30,000 people have his stream up. They may not be watching him directly, but they have his stream up. They're donating, they're chatting.
boundary on.
Godspeed,
right?
man.
Like,
yeah, but the problem is these types of boundaries don't work. If you want a big secret, if Mr. Girl wants to clip me because it'll make his cock rock hard, the reason why I don't blacklist people actually doesn't have anything to do with like morals or ethics on my side. It's just because blacklisting people is really ineffective. Like if I tell somebody like, listen, like I don't like, if you talk to Lav, that's fine, but I'm not gonna like talk to you anymore. People just say like, oh, okay, and then they'll just go talk to Lav.
I got okay, I was completely off base then too. Okay, so his argument is I swear he said that, you know, he doesn't like blacklist people like because it goes against like his principles too, because he's completely against like deplatforming too. But I guess maybe his stance could have changed. His stance could have changed too. But that does make sense. That it's not very effective because people are still going to make the content. People are still going to, and it's better for him to maintain relationships with people, especially like people who are like interview like Lav and like Mr. Girl, so he can like counter the narrative and put it out there too, because he knows Destiny knows he still has a lot of influence because it's him.
He's like content for them at that point in time. Like,
well, I think that request would be unreasonable, but I think it would be reasonable to say, and this maybe might look bad, or be able to like taking out of context or whatever, but like it would be reasonable to say you can talk to Lav, just don't talk to her about my shit.
I mean, I've already said that to people, but I mean, we'll see if it follow through on it or not, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess it just felt really shitty to see somebody like well, I guess Relly to like have that conversation like
I mean, they don't have like bad intentions. I mean, like he's thinking that he's gonna pull a concession out of her. Also, I don't know if people there's a very high level of sophistication that I understand when it comes to like false claims and false allegations, and I think a lot of people don't understand it sometimes. So like for instance, like one thing that Lav does, and again, to be clear, I don't think any of it is intentional, but like the big lie is that I sexually assaulted Lav, or that I coerced her. So I don't know what the cringe autistic shit this stupid.
No, it's sad that I actually like know this. It's not that he sexually assaulted her. It's that he used his influence and power and essentially coerced her into a sexual relationship with them, and part of that coercion is he promised her the ideal streaming life.
Because on right now, but that's the big lie. So I think people like Irrelevant or other streamers will be like, okay, well, I've got her here, I'm not going to let her tell the big lie about Destiny. So they're keeping their eyes open for that. But then what she'll do is, as she's talking about me, she'll just say small lie after small lie after small lie after small lie.
Yeah,
and like
it
they
builds
kinda,
up.
Like, just let those slide because they're like, okay, she's not accusing him of like coercion, but she'll be saying things like, oh, Destiny never takes criticism from anybody, and he's able to exist in this space, being the most evil person in the world. It's like, okay, she's not making the sexual coercion claim, so it's okay. So I think that's kind of what's going through people's heads.
Yep.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's just so when I watched you hop onto the Relly thing, I had a little bit of mixed feelings about that. Like it felt shitty to Relly for you to come in there and sort of hijack the conversation, right? But it also, I can understand from your point of view, it's justified to do that. But on the same hand, or like from a different perspective, I also think that like that all could have been avoided if there was that expectation or boundary set of like,
she's just not gonna talk about me.
Just don't talk about me, right?
Yeah, I don't know if people are aware of this. I don't know if Lav was Darvoing intentionally, if she actually thought about this, or if she's aware of this or not. But like when Lav was accusing me of being a stalker for her, what she's doing would be considered stalking. If you get a restraining order against somebody for stalking you, that person is also prohibited from contacting people around you, because that's considered stalking by the courts. Like if you say like, oh, don't talk to me, I'm like, okay, and then I start talking to all your friends and family, that is considered stalking.
Yeah, he is actually right about that.
Or she just spontaneously decided that all of her friends or her new friends are going to be all of my friends, I guess. But
and it did feel really weird for you to be like, Alex is my friend. Don't you think?
I mean, you can say that, but I mean, like, she's only. Now it sounds mean. I'm always in such a lose-lose situation. She is now in my circle, right? How many times has she said, I don't want to stream anymore, I don't want to do this, I don't like these people, blah, 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 blah. But now she's like talking to, not even just like people like Chud Logic, which I guess I can understand because they're kind of like larger streamers on the right, but like now people like Irrelevant and Darius, Like, isn't that really
Yeah,
weird?
Relevant's like pulling
Like,
numbers,
these are,
man.
like, when I say like my friends, I'm
Comfortable,
like, I
like,
own them,
over,
but
like,
these guys
1,000.
aren't even like. It sounds shitty because no matter what I say, it sounds shitty. But these guys are like part of like the literal, like the DGG, like star system, not even the universe. Like the, maybe not Irrelevant as much, but like definitely Darius. Like, so it just feels weird that now she's taking like a special interest in these two people, you know?
I would expect it.
She's leveraging
it feels
that
more
network
weird
of
on the side
DGG,
of
man.
Alex, right? Like to be your friend and then to want to be friends with somebody like that, or be friendly to somebody.
Sure,
like
I mean,
that.
but I can understand his perspective too. Again, she's content and everything, but
yeah, I guess. Do you said that you have sort of established that boundary of like
I think I tell people just like, if you want to run, that's fine, but please just don't talk about me. That's all I ask. Just don't talk about me. Or if you are going to talk about me, then bring me on so I can defend myself. If she's going to start doing a whole bunch of lies about me again.
How receptive have people been towards that?
Who knows? I don't know. She hasn't done anything. I think she's been quiet, saving energy for her next weird bout of false accusations. So,
is that more so like after the fact of the Relly convo or before then? Or
seems like after the Relly and Connor thing, but who knows?
Do you think it would ever reach a point where you would just blacklist somebody? You would be like, all right, well, I'm not interested in having a friendship or even
No, because if I do
relationship
that,
with this
then what
person.
happens is I start cutting a lot of people out of my life, and then I give more influence to the people I'm trying to blacklist. It's like counterproductive.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately, even
I'm
though I think
actually always like, well, he has like years of like being in this space too, so I think he understands like how the dynamics like play out too. So it's very interesting how like he's able to like think through like the consequences of like an action he takes just like on the fly like that. Probably because like it's already happened to him, so he understands like what the consequence would be too. But it's just very interesting, like how these dynamics work out.
this is a boundary worth setting. I think that unfortunately setting it kind of feeds into the narrative that Lav is trying to build, right?
Yeah, the narrative that Mr. Girl and Lava built have essentially completely and totally like defanged my ability to like have any sort of healthy boundary with anybody, because anything I do is going to be perceived as me being resistant to criticism and unwilling, and like retaliatory in nature. Like, oh, look, now he's trying to deplatform Lav just because she wants to speak about the abusive situation she had with him, you know? Did that really not bounce at all?
Yeah, I guess that's all I really wanted to bounce off you.
Wow. Well, cool.
All right, my dude. Have a good one.
Be careful, babe.
There you go.
Loser. Got
All right, give a like there too. I shared the video.
Yeah, I think Max has kind of moved on. Yeah. Thank God.
You go ahead. I believe. Just go ahead and just like share that back too. DGG world. I like that music. God damn, man, you guys like come up with some beats. And we actually got some like Destiny stuff coming up too.
So we had Bloody Monday the other day, as you guys remember.
So this was like 2
is, of
days
course,
ago.
when Don Lemon.
Yes, outside Tucker gang fired, Don Lemon got fired too, which not surprised by, but kind of surprised by that too. And it was definitely not because he had consistent like low ratings. It was definitely a lot more like behind the scenes stuff.
Was fired from CNN. Tucker Carlson
Basically,
was fired from Fox
basically
News.
being a dick.
We even got word that I think it was a day or two later. Nate Silver has now been kicked out of 538, and that's astonishing because that's his baby. And for all of my ideological issues with Nate Silver, he was the best at that particular thing that he did.
That
the
is
numbers
true.
Game and predictions. And
He was
even when he messed up, his
incredibly
predictions were
accurate.
better than other people who were data people. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy that happened. But now I want to talk about the real reason Don Lemon was fired. So we speculated on it previously, but now we have some more information here to share with you guys. According to a number of sources, this video, which you're about to see, was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back to CNN management, where they were like, you know what? Okay, we've had enough with this guy. He's done so. This is according to multiple sources. So I'll play it for you. I'll react to it, but then also I'll give you the surrounding circumstance, which helps further explain why he's now gone.
With due respect, I find your explanation reductive and actually insulting, including to black Americans, to say that black people today, compared to 1964, 1865, haven't made progress.
I saw this clip too. It was actually like Don Lemon like doing like actual journalism.
This should be obvious to everybody, but this is totally ahistorical. The idea that like it was the Second Amendment that helped secure black people's freedoms. What? What are you talking about? By the way, one of the reasons for the Second Amendment is for slave patrols in Virginia, the militias, to be able to go after escaped slaves.
This is true.
So one of the reasons for the Second Amendment is literally the polar opposite of what Vivek Ramaswamy is saying right here. He's just trying to tie in a standard right-wing issue to a view of American history. That's all he's trying to do here. It's some hack right-wing narrativizing. That's all it is.
Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
They were not secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not, you are discounting Reconstruction, you're discounting a whole...
This is probably like Don Lemon's like best piece of like reporting and like pushback I've ever seen him. And I'm not like a big like Don Lemon fan too, but he kind of like told like the CNN line and then he like did this and it just like... I felt like this is what finally broke like the camel's back, like at CNN too, since they want to go a little bit further right from where they are now, and with Tucker gone, it might actually help them like a little bit like in the ratings too. But generally, like these traditional news programs, their ratings are dwindling because of like Newsmax, because of Kyle, the Turks, and like everybody else. Like you can pick and choose now, and if you want to stay within a certain ideological bent, you can, which is unfortunate, but it's the truth. You know, you're more discerning. For example, like when I load up like my Twitter, like you have your For You and you have the following. I never go to For You, but following, it's just news and sports for me constantly.
Whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War. And
I'm not a fan of Don Lemon. In fact, I hate Don Lemon, but he's inarguably correct here.
Things turned around. People that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because
she is incredibly uncomfortable right now.
After the Civil War, and that things turned around.
I saw this clip like a million times, and you guys probably saw this clip too.
Look, Don Lemon was killing Vivek Ramaswamy in this debate until this very moment, where he's basically like, "I'm black, so my opinion on black issues is over yours by definition." Well, everybody knows that's not true, because you know, if there's a white leftist talking to Candace Owens, who's probably going to be more correct on race issues? Gee, I wonder. So perhaps it's not a trump card, no pun intended, to be like, well, I'm black. He was right on the NRA point. The NRA point, the idea what the NRA were crusading for, their purpose was for black liberation. Get out of here. But here he just, you know, veers the car into a ditch.
The freedoms that black and white that black people don't have in this country, and that black people do have.
Well, here's where you and I have a different point. We have this debate: black, white doesn't matter.
Just looking for Kyle's
CNN
opinion.
Host hates Don Lemon. The other CNN host, I believe her name is Caitlin Collins, hates Don Lemon. There's been a number of awkward moments. Remember that gaffe where it wasn't really a gaffe. He was serious and he thought he made a good point when they were talking about Nikki Haley, and he was like, "She's past her prime, bro." And the women were like, "Past her? Are you talking about like sexual prime or reproductive? Like, what are you talking about?" And he was like, "Just Google it. Just Google when a woman's prime is." And it's like, oh, you idiot,
bro. That I saw that live too, and I could not, I could not believe he said that out loud. I was like, "Yo, my guy, what are you doing? What are you doing, man?"
A political prime. Like this, to point that out, is just such a dumb point. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, you're stupid." And this is on top of 1,000 things that Don Lemon has said that are just incredibly idiotic. Like maybe that Malaysian plane that went missing went to a black hole. Remember that one? That was classic.
Yep.
We covered a segment recently. He got super in his feels because Stephen Colbert made fun of the fact that Don Lemon wore a hoodie and then a suit jacket over the top of the hoodie. And Stephen Colbert made fun of it because of course that's fair game. It's kind of a silly look, whether you like it or not, right? It's certainly different. So you got to expect people to be like, "I don't know about that, bro." And Don Lemon did this whole grandstanding thing where he was like, Look, I like Steven, but what I'll say is this. They criticized the first black president for his beige suit, and they're criticizing me for this. I just think that's kind of curious, bro. Maybe black men are, like, held to a higher standard, bro. So he played the race card because he wore a goofy-ass outfit. That was absurd. Remember, he brought on some writer who was arguing that, like, Chris Rock talking about the slap incident in his stand-up was violence against Jada Pinkett Smith. I remember we covered that, and Don Lemon sitting there like, interesting. Just, okay, look, he's not good at his job, and he gets horrible ratings. So
that's
right
true.
Now, the word that's out there is this is the straw that broke the camel's back. This was the moment where the CNN management was like, okay, we're done with this guy. But the fact of the matter is this, guys. If you look in the past couple months, up to the moment where Don Lemon got fired, internally, CNN started leaking hit pieces on Don Lemon. They started doing it over and over. So that was a sign the writing was on the wall. They were already done with him.
That's like a classic sign when a company's going to let you go too, and like in the media landscape too. When all these things start when these things start leaking out, it's coming from inside the company, and it's coming from someone higher up too, and they're setting the ground to let you go. And like, you see what's happening like with Steven Crowder now too, bro. Shit's gonna come out on both like Candace Owens and Steven Crowder, and I'm there for it too. And I think I have, yeah, right here, Vosh. It's the next video right there. It's fucking nuts, man. All this shit's like coming out now.
The scapegoat for the entire network's problems. Namely, Chris Licht took over. He thought we're gonna be more corporate and centrist and more vanilla, and we're gonna be, you know, more boring, and that's going to get us more views. And they've actually gotten fewer views, and so they got to pin it on somebody. And to them, they're like, okay, well, Don Lemon, he's one of the biggest names of the network, and he gets terrible views, so let's just pin it all on him. And that's why they did the leak job over and over and over. And perhaps this was the straw that broke the camel's back, but ultimately the writing was on the wall, and he's just way overpaid. Nobody behind the scenes likes him, and he gets bad numbers. And so now, look, I will say this. Not a fan of Don Lemon. He probably should have been gone a hell of a long time ago. But it's not like this is a silver bullet. It's not like this is a panacea, and now CNN is going to start getting phenomenal numbers. It's just not true. I like the move that they're doing with bringing in Charles Barkley, because Charles Barkley is actually authentic and interesting, even when I disagree with him. But the other candidates.
That's actually incredibly interesting that Charles Barkley's coming in.
Boring and can't generate the same eyeballs. Look, I'll say this. It's not a coincidence that Fox News is the most ideological of all the cable news outlets and also gets the most views. There's also a demographic argument there that only older people watch cable news, and so they're going to have more eyeballs just because that demographic likes more conservative politics. So there is an argument there, but at the same time, it's not a coincidence that the most ideological network gets the best views because they have a clear opinion, you know where they're coming from, and they hammer it home relentlessly, and they also gin up outrage. This is not something CNN has replicated. This is not something MSNBC has successfully replicated, even though they've tried to be like the Democratic network as opposed to Fox News, the Republican network. But anyway, that's your breakdown there. Don Lemon is out. There's a number of reasons why, but they say this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
I don't always agree with Kyle, but, you know, I like watching him get that other perspective. Oh, dude, I am fading. Nearly 10 hours of streaming.
Video
God damn.
of Steven Crowder shouting at his pregnant wife. Fantastic stuff. We drama now, baby. Let's go. Seriously, I haven't seen a clip, so I have no idea. There's a longer version. I know. It's on the Substack. Is it the video at the top? That's 3 minutes 27. All right.
Dude, that is nuts.
Okay, right off the bat, I want to be clear because I haven't seen this, okay? So I don't know what my judgment's going to be. All right? People argue, all right? And people are mean to each other even when they love each other. And I think that's normal and okay. If he's being mean to her, that on its own, I don't even think that's worth noting, okay? There's specific kinds of mean, all right? There's mean strategies, okay? There's mean dialectics, all right?
I drew a boundary.
Oh, never mind.
I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries. There's no groceries. Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes.
Jesus Christ. Dude, the culture war is coming from inside the house. Oh my God.
Bro. And here I thought he was a
smoking
grifter.
cigar right next to his 8-month pregnant wife. Yeah.
Other than that, I see the love of that. No. Other than that, no, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not.
then I
taking
will
the car.
ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not a threat, Steven.
Get an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
Why can't he? What is he complaining about? Why can't he do any of this?
I don't understand. Wait,
Why is he
I'm like very confused. Like Vosh is confused. I'm like even more confused. I don't understand. Why is he having like a manic like episode or something like that? Okay, so they have a 1-car household, which I'm pretty sure from the house you can see that they can afford more than one car. Okay. So she wants to take the car to do whatever. He doesn't want her to take the car for some reason, which is still unclear because I guess he wants to hang with the boys. So is he telling her to take an Uber? So why can't he take an Uber? I'm actually trying to like rationalize this out, and I don't like, and I don't understand. But he wants her to cook him a steak, I guess. I'm not like, I'm trying to like rationalize this from like the mind of a crazy man, that being Steven Crowder. This is nuts, dude. That like this guy got like the Ring camera footage, bro. This is crazy. And he is smoking a cigar next to his pregnant wife, which I don't. Whatever.
What are we whining about?
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No.
Let me tell you something. When your wife says that to you, that should immediately tell you, I'll be back when I'm back. She's not happy. Okay? She's not happy. That's like a sign of, oh, something's going on.
It doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. It doesn't work either.
Vosh, I think they only have 1 car. Okay, first of all, that's insane. They're clearly in like a mansion, or at least a very large house. Why do they only have 1 car? Second of all, he said he can't call his friend. Does he mean call his friend to like pick him up? Isn't she just getting groceries? Probably a way to control his wife. Maybe. That's weird.
That's so weird, man.
Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back? And making it so the only way out of this is discipline and respect.
Yo, he's trying to like control her. He's trying to fucking gaslight her. What the fuck is this shit, dude? This is like crazy, man. Keep the culture war stuff like in your like studio, my guy. Like this is like fucking emotional manipulation right here, man. Bro, she's like fucking pregnant. Like chill the fuck out, dude. I legitimately like feel sorry for her. Don't get me wrong. Listen, ladies. I'm slowly losing my lefty card when I talk about this shit. Like, more often than not, you kind of know what you're getting into when you date a guy like that. Like, people don't change like that much, like radically change that much. Sometimes like marriage like softens a guy a little bit, but like generally the core of the person is still there too. So she knew the type of guy that Crowder was and is. And she still chose to get married to him and have his kid. So I feel sorry for her in this moment, but I don't feel sorry for her because she kind of knew what she was getting into. Like, you know, I know how that sounds. Is just But like, god damn, Crowder. Well, all right, let's continue. I'll share the video real quick.
No, he's treating her like a dog, man. The ladies are lining up for their conservative boyfriends. Let's go.
What was that conservative dating app? And all those conservative women, like on the dating app, and then like they were talking about it afterwards, and they were like, yeah, like they're just like, I couldn't see the difference between like this app and like this shit I see on Tinder. Like, listen, ladies. I'm speaking to the conservative women out there that are somehow watching the stream, if you exist. Men will be men regardless of their... Men will still be men regardless of their political affiliation, okay? It's just like how we need to go out there and find the perfect gal. You need to go out there and find that guy. You gotta, like, date, okay? Go to church groups. If you're, like, that deeply conservative, go to church groups. Go to those conservative meeting halls, but like men will still be men. More often than not, I'm not gonna lie to you too. I've known quite a few conservative guys in my lifetime too. They're all scumbags. Like some of the most like quote unquote like good men, usually like liberal guys who like respect you, like have no problem with you taking the car out and like getting groceries and not gonna think twice. I'll probably just ask you to get me like a box of cookies, like a box of Oreos or something like that, because I'm like an Oreo fiend. Or like, do you mind like grabbing me like a coffee or something on the way back? You know what I mean? That's fine. And I would do the same thing for you too. When I was in the last relationship I did that all the time. She would get something from me. When I was out, I'll get something for her. You know? Stuff like that. It's just little nice gestures like that build up and lead to really good sex. That's a lesson for the young men that are watching this. But listen, like, men are going to be men. I don't know what to tell you. Conservative men, some of them are just complete scumbags. Not all of them, but some of them are. Like this guy, Steven Crowder.
Husbands, I guess.
It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Stephen.
You give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Stephen, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Stephen, your beast is sick. Your beast
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it.
Watch it. Watch it.
Then he blows some smoke.
Don't call out my behavior. Watch it. Watch it.
Fucking watch it.
Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit.
This is textbook abuse. Oh yeah, no, it's not just being mean. This is just like abuse. He's treating her like a dog. It's not. This is so the threshold for me is that sometimes bad behavior, when you see like couples arguing or whatever, is like somebody's had a bad day and they're being mean. And I think that's okay. People are mean sometimes, but there's like ways in which you can be mean, and some people will gravitate, I think, when they're upset or when they're having a bad day or when they're in a bad mood, they'll gravitate towards kinds of being mean that are totally above board. I think it's fine to be mean sometimes because that's just life. You know, let's not pretend people aren't like that. But this isn't that. This isn't like, it's kind of like how being in a bad mood, it's kind of normal to snap at somebody, but it's not normal to just like bark out the N-word at a black guy. You know, it's like, whoa, well, I was in a bad mood. It's like, okay, I know you were in a bad mood, but that's not normally what you do when you're in a bad mood, right? That's not a normal response to being in a bad mood. It's like the PewDiePie thing, right? Yeah.
Okay, I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's
Oh my god, dude.
Oh wow, that was upfront. That was pretty direct.
How do you say that to your pregnant wife, my guy?
I guess that's probably true. I've never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D.
Dude, how do you say that, dude? I'm like fucking horrified by that. What a fucking piece of shit, dude.
No, but I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right. We're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a life worthy. No, not a.
Yeah, he's probably like a sociopath or something. Or
yeah,
like
this dude is like fucking
I mean,
nuts.
That kind of fits, right? I keep telling you guys, like, the kind of people you need to be a conservative like pundit, you have to be like a subhuman demon. There are lots of conservatives who are fine people themselves and just have like bad opinions or bad like thoughts on the world. But in order to lead those groups, you have to be a monster. You can't be a good person and like be a conservative pundit. Yeah. Yeah, man, okay, wow. I guess this is like the showcase for what it's like to have a conservative husband or boyfriend, right? I don't love you. I hate how, you say you love me, but you never show me love by putting on gloves. I have no idea what he's going on about. What it really sounds like to me is that he's cutting down the rhetoric that he uses on his show to try to discipline her the way he would kind of like paternalistically talk down to his audience, right? Because he's kind of talking to her like she's a dog. Vosh, the glove part was referencing how she didn't want to feed the dog the medicine because she was concerned that it was toxic to pregnant people. Okay? Yeah, to talk down to like an 8-month pregnant woman, and he has like a cigar and he's doing the deliberate like alpha male lean back. You see what he's doing, right? My cam's not totally blocking that. He's like deliberately trying to affect this like, I am the alpha male and you have disrespected me thing. But what always happens in real life when people act like that is it actually just makes them sound like fucking babies, because it's like, I'm the alpha male. Where the are my nachos? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that TikTok? Never mind. It doesn't matter. I am the alpha male. Okay. Where is my binky? You stupid whore. Where is my blankie? All right, it's
Jesus.
It's just ironic.
Fucking
to
savage,
talk about
man.
Discipline when he's exhibiting like negative emotional discipline right now. I do believe him when he says that he doesn't love her, though. He seems like the kind of guy who only cares about her as like a status symbol, and his alleged care for her when he talked about their divorce and his apparent desire for the state to legally force her to stay in a marriage with him, which he repeated like 5 times in a 4-minute video, is probably more of like the emasculating embarrassment of being divorced. It's like, yeah, it's like an ego protection thing. He definitely hates women. Well, yeah, all misogynists hate women. Do you guys want to know something interesting etymologically? Okay, misogyny has kind of an interesting history. All right, it doesn't just mean a person who thinks woman is lesser, right? Historically. Because if you go back basically any point in time in history, everyone thought women were lesser than men. Not always, but like, yeah, most of the time. So like, did they create the term misogynist to mean like every guy? No. The term misogynist referred to men who not just thought of women as lesser, but were so malicious and spiteful in doing so that it was embarrassing and emasculating. The accusation of being a misogynist wasn't that a person was problematic, it was that a person was embarrassing and overreaching in the extent to which they displayed and exhibited their superiority over women. It was like a sign of insecurity. So if you can imagine, like, I don't know, like 1,000 years ago or something, every guy probably thought women were lesser than men, most of them at least. But then there would be like the guys who were so insecure about it, they would beat their wives, or they would be like overly demanding, or they would be like controlling and incapable of love, And that's kind of the root. And I like to think about that too, because when I see people like Steven Crowder, I'm reminded that like, if you go back, what this misogyny, it's not like, oh, he doesn't like women. Okay? Who likes women, honestly? It's this pathetic, weak, baby-brained, like petulant spite that's dictating all of this behavior. You know what I mean? It's so weak. You understand what I'm talking about, right?
No. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous.
It's not fair. It's not fair when you tell me you love me, but you won't do the one chore when you're 8 months pregnant. It's not fair. Is he doing a bit? You could say that the life of a conservative pundit is a bit in its entirety.
Hillary, you're right in this. Become someone that's changed day in and day out.
Yeah, literally, I am scared this medicine will hurt your baby. Therefore, you're not worthy of being a wife to me.
This guy's nuts, man.
So much for caring about the kids.
worthy
wife
a
worthy.
wife worthy. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll text me what you need. I'll get you the tea.
Dude, she is so emotionally mature compared to him. She hasn't escalated once, and all she's been doing is saying, like, I literally have to do an errand. Like, I'm not. Yeah, she's engaging with it. I mean, this is probably very so. Like, it's not just her being mature. Right?
What is
It's
she
like? An
like?
abuse response thing. Where if you
She's
have a
probably
petulant,
she
aggressive
honestly probably
child
is like an
for-
actual
for a partner,
conservative
you
too.
have to like learn how to treat them. In a way
Not
that
to like
prevents
pause Andy and
escalation.
Savage. I just don't understand. Like, was he always like this? Like maybe like in private or like. I just like just from his behavior, and I only see the on-screen Steven Crowder. The few times I've seen his show or somebody or like a lefty like react to his show, but how is he like behind the scenes? You know, well, Chud Logic did watch. Well, someone who used to be on Steven's show, I forget his name, and he did a podcast, did an interview on a podcast with somebody else. And he basically said Steven Crowder's like a piece of shit, very much like Tucker Carlson. Like, you know, they sniff their own shit. You know, they sniff their own farts, as the kids used to say back in the day. And those motherfuckers, and like they're all like fucking psychos, man. They get big, their egos like get out of check and get out of control, and they treat everybody like fucking shit. It's just like, you gotta stay humble, man, because they can continue grifting for as long as they want. They got the audience for it. People like pay into like Crowder's like mug club and whatever. It's just like they just don't know when to turn it off. They're getting high on their own supply.
Yeah, no, she's disengaging pretty well here.
Yeah.
Man, especially for an 8-month do you know how many hormones are cycling through your body at 8 months pregnant? Seriously, like that's dude, I turn into a giant bitch the nanosecond I have a tummy ache, okay? And I won't pretend that that's wrong. I'm proud to turn into a bitch the moment I have a tummy ache, okay? But this is more than a tummy ache. It's very impressive.
I love you. I'm committed to you.
Not anymore, she is.
Are you committed enough to do those?
I'm not.
Oh yeah, I love you. Are you gonna put on the gloves then to feed the dog the medicine? Oh man, no engagement with the love at all. The cigar thing is creepy. Yeah, he's posturing.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
What is he doing? Bro, leave your wife
To be fair,
alone.
he is very busy. He was very busy reclining on the couch, smoking a cigar.
Are you committed enough to get the medication the dog did?
What is this guy, man? He's a fucking
As the
nutbag.
Crowders head inside, Steven gets angrier and angrier, and by his own admission screams, "I will f you up," at his pregnant wife Hillary, who then flees the home. I wish we had footage of that.
What a fucking nutbag, man.
Okay. Oh, there's a date down in the bottom right that I couldn't see. This is from June 26, 2021. Okay. I wonder how this got leaked. Dude, there is no fucking way she's not keeping the kids, man. I wonder if she got prenupped. Probably not. Yeah, this is going to go really well in divorce court, man. Holy shit. Do you think she's the divorce proceedings have been going on for a while. This probably is from those proceedings, right? Like she would have had a lawyer and the lawyer would have tried to dig up anything to use as evidence of like, give me my kids, give me my money. And this probably came up in that. I don't know how else you could get like a security cam footage from Steven Crowder's house unless it came out during that legal process. I also want to be clear, by the way, because I know that there's going to be like, a small subset of like 14-year-olds who think this is alpha. Steven is fucking miserable here. He's reclining on the couch to prepare for an argument with his pregnant wife, smoking a cigar, which he's only doing to posture as masculine here. He's not like that's the only reason he's doing this. Whining that she won't do more chores for him while being 8 months pregnant. And then he, like a bitch, when she finally divorces his ass, he complains to the internet and says multiple times that he wishes the state made it illegal for her to divorce him. Like, do you think this man is happy? No, but this is what masculinity is to him. It's this pathetic,
Which is
like,
pretty sad.
crippling, you know, a cage that he lives in, and he's too stupid to do anything about it, and lacks discipline. Ironically, that video was only 5 days after the Sam Cedar H3 incident. Oh, this was only 5 days after he got Sam Ceder'd. Maybe that's why he was in a bad mood. There's a statement from Crowder's ex-wife's family later in the article. They were married in 2012. Yeah, so they got married before Crowder blew up. Hillary Crowder filed for divorce in December 2021 after she learned her husband had hired a divorce attorney a month earlier. Interesting.
Huh.
So he's complaining that she divorced him, but he hired the divorce attorney first? Okay, my guess on this one is not that he's being a hypocrite. I think he saw the writing on the wall and he hired the divorce attorney first so he could start protecting his assets. As in, he anticipated the divorce ruling from her and wanted to get stuff settled first. That makes more sense to me than him hiring a divorce attorney.
I think Henry's covering the divorce
for a
too.
month, and then she files, not him. You know, I think that makes more sense. The night before she gave birth, Stephen and Hillary exchanged a series of text messages about separating. Hillary sent her husband one of the final text messages. Stephen, I'm afraid of you and your rage. You are scary. You scare me. I want to heal things, but you have to take responsibility. Stop blaming others. Stop feeling pain and sadness only for yourself. Yep, again, he's fucking miserable. He should fire his attorney for not sealing this video. Getting stuff sealed isn't always easy. I mean, depending on the circumstances, this might be hers to release. I mean, it's literally like her home camera footage, right? It's not like
you need to, there's certain like factors you need to prove, like imminent. I know like one of the factors is like there has to be like some sort of imminent harm or it can affect your case in like in a negative way if it's not sealed too. And I think that I don't know if like if those documents, I think the XQC Adept case has been sealed, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So you can't access like the actual documents anymore, or Henry couldn't.
I mean, whatever. What Crowder didn't mention was that his very private wife, who hardly appears at public events and is rarely photographed, I wouldn't want to be photographed next to Crowder at a public event either, had made a request via her attorneys that her husband not discuss their divorce at all. Crowder dismissed that request and spoke about the divorce and their marriage for 5 minutes in a clip that went viral. In a statement to me sent via email, Hillary Crowder's family said, Hillary Crowder is such a weird name to say. Hillary is currently living alone in Dallas, apart from her family and support system in Michigan, and is focused on taking care of her young children. Yep. Yoink. She is not prepared at this time to speak about her divorce becoming a public or the misleading statements made by Stephen about their relationship. The truth is that Hillary spent years hiding Stephen's mentally and emotionally abusive behavior from her friends and family while she attempted to save their marriage. She was the one who was asking to work on their relationship to keep the marriage intact for their unborn children. Funnily enough, all of this is like such an incredible showcase of why we need no-fault divorce.
Yes.
In June of 2021, Stephen left their home to pursue elective surgery. Hillary urged him to get the help he needed to address his abuse with the hope their marriage could be saved and they could peacefully live together as a family. Instead, Stephen refused to do so and chose not to be with his wife during the birth of their twin children. Oh my God. After the birth, Stephen bought a townhouse and left their family.
This is a man, guys. All you like Crowder heads out there. This is the guy that you guys fucking love, that you want to be like fucking verbally abuses his wife, fucking gaslights his wife, fucking treats his wife like a fucking dog, like a piece of property, and then like he's not even there for the birth of his children. He's out and about like fucking smoking cigars and gambling. He's not there like doing what a husband and father needs to be, which is half the job is just fucking being there. This is the guy that you fucking that you love, Stephen Crowder. He sounds like a real alpha right here, man. Sounds like a real man.
Left.
The fuck out of here.
He literally did the I'm going out for cigarettes thing. On every
Unironically,
level, he's
yeah.
a piece of shit. And after all of this, he was saying the state should force her to stay with him because she's just property to him. Yeah, talk about family values, dude. Holy shit. Left the wife alone to give birth to twins, then just fucking left. Hillary was unaware Stephen had hired a divorce attorney and asked his assistant to cut Hillary off financially. Yep. Literally, leave her on the birth table, leave the house, going out for some cigarettes, no money. Yeah, wow. Family values, baby. Family values. Conservatives, man, they're subhuman. Especially conservative pundits. You can get around it for the median voter, but for these pundits, man, you have to be a demon to be to appeal to these people. There is significant documentation substantiating these facts. Do you think the rest of the right will flip on Crowder? No. They don't care. You could guess a lot of this stuff just watching
Candace Owens is coming after him, but only because like Crowder like came after Candace Owens.
Melted. They're two alternative facts. They see stuff like this and they think it's all propaganda. They don't assess or evaluate people like Crowder objectively, because if they did, they would realize their ideology is a crock of shit. If they were the kinds of people who were capable of analyzing stuff like this and coming to conclusions that were in any way related to reality, they wouldn't be conservatives. We hope Stephen will cease speaking publicly about these personal matters in an untruthful manner. We also look forward to there being full transparency in the legal process, so there is fairness and accountability for the actions that caused the divorce, and to ensure the outcome is what is in the best interests of the young children. And then they describe the video that we saw. In the review of audio, video, and text messages, Steven Crowder repeatedly admits he has a volcanic temper and has been working through therapy to control it. Damn, dude. I don't know. I have so little respect for people with sensitive tempers. Like zero respect. They're like dogs. Like they're barely even. I'm sorry. I have no respect for these people. The thing is, first of all, he's definitely beaten her. And second of all, it's so important to understand that shit like this is 100% a product of entitlement. Agreed, Vosh? Losing control is a cope and violent outbursts are a choice. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. With rare exceptions, I really think that when people talk about anger issues or losing control, what they really mean is that they're like entitled, egotistical pieces of shit who feel aggrieved and who feel like usually emasculated by something happening around them, and they freak out and lash out, and that they do have control over that process, and they're just weak. I have so little respect for people like this. And by the way, just saying, okay? In all the relationships that I've seen play out in person and online and everywhere, okay? The sentence, yeah, my husband had like a horrible temper and was abusive to me, is 99% of the time not followed by, and then he got therapy and got better. Just so the like, I can change him crowd, you know, Godspeed to you, but holy shit, I do not, the success rate on this, I guess we've now conclusively determined
Steven Crowder's a piece of shit.
That Steven Crowder is a bad person.
Voss said it the nice way.
To get there, but we did. Somebody said that Candace Owens. Oh yeah, here's Candace Owens defending him. If this were Alec Baldwin caught on camera, every person in conservative media would condemn this and play this on repeat. Oh wait, wait, I'm so sorry. Somebody in chat said Candace Owens defended him. No, this is condemning him. They must have said that it was the comments that were defending him. My apologies. No. I was thinking Candace Owens works for Daily Wire. This would be a pretty bad, like, angle to defend him on. Rare Candace Owens W. I feel like a lot of conservative women, even grifters like Candace Owens who have no values and are also demon people, I do feel like there's kind of like an innate sympathy response they often feel when it's like, I mean, like abusing a pregnant, like an 8-month-old pregnant wife, right? Like, is she defending him? No, she's not defending him. Okay, I misread the comment and addressed the tweet before reading its contents. But no, she's attacking him. I do like some of the responses that are defending him, though. You don't know. Justification? Maybe. Women can be infuriating, but until he physically does something, it's no one's business.
Jesus.
Phenomenal stuff. Blue check mark, of course. Obviously. Why do cons always bring up Alec Baldwin? Isn't he just some actor? He's liberal and anti-gun, and they hate him for it. So they've been like taking shots at him for ages. Oh yeah, this was after the divorce proceedings began. Women are doing less work at home. They're unhappier. Divorce rates are skyrocketing, and men don't want to marry them. Great job, feminism. Again, blaming his wife because it's all projection. He's blaming his wife here. He's like, you know, man, all this crap is happening because of feminism ruining my wife. Which, if she was a feminist, I don't think she would have stayed with him for that long.
Or had his fucking kids. Jesus.
Family values pundits when their family has to be valued. True. Literally. abuses pregnant wife, says he doesn't love her, leaves her alone as she gives birth to twins, moves out of the house without an explanation, never returns, leaves her the children, then tries to cut off financial support to her. Literal, like, demon shit. Yeah. Her bio says she grew up in an evangelical family. Yeah, so she's been groomed from life. Women who grow up in evangelical families, 9 times out of 10, are groomed, often in a borderline sexually predatory way, into being submissive dolls for other abusive men to prey on when they're older. Or when they're younger, you know? They're evangelicals, man. Fucking care. So it makes sense that she would be, like, so temperate when it comes to the abuse of Stephen, because she spent her entire life dealing with men like that.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 10 hours of me streaming from 7 a.m. till now. Full-time job. Hopefully, I can make it a full-time job. But as always, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be doing more C-SPAN coverage. I want you to make this platform respectable. Twitch, YouTube needs competition. I don't know if it's going to be a kick, but hey, fuck it. Who knows? As always, if you enjoyed the content, please follow. I want that sub button. I want to start making some money while doing this. I greatly appreciate it. If not, you can always donate directly through Stream Elements. But as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Deuces.